Chapter 1261 Response of the Three Universal Civilizations. Chapter 1261 Response of the Three Universal Civilizations. Benefiting from the emergency report the Direct Beyond Grade as had written after the meeting, the three universal civilizations had learned about the resurrection of the Primordial Ones even before public opinion broke out. The moment this report was delivered to their tables, the leaders of the three civilizations were shocked, hurriedly convening a joint meeting. In the conference room of the highest level, the projections of Marbruce, Lewis, and the Pope sat on one end. Sitting around them were the upper echelons of each respective civilization that was eligible to participate in the conference. The core powers of the three universal civilizations had gathered together, and the atmosphere was solemn. Resurrecting the Beyond Grade as Black Star unexpectedly had such an incredible method. He hid himself deeply and only came out in high profile at this point. He did this deliberately. Marbruce's expression was solemn, and he was frightened in his heart. He had already tried to evaluate Black Star as highly as possible, but he did not expect to underestimate the other party so much. As part of the Hawk faction with a strong desire to control, seeing Black Star pull out such a trump card that could stir the universe, his inner anger could not be quenched. He felt that this ally had already left the control of the dynasty. Lewis spoke in a deep voice. Yes, Black Star has been planning this for a long time. He probably had an idea and was just waiting for an opportunity. Once he sensed the risk, he resolutely released this ace in the hole in order to disrupt our deployments. The Pope frowned. This situation is unfavorable for us. With the return of the Primordial Ones, the top strength of the Beyond Grade A Association has expanded by at least a third. If we use the original plan to cleanse the Beyond Grade, as we will have to pay a higher price. This will shake the order of the entire interstellar society. Not to mention that Black Star could possibly resurrect more of them. The mood of the trio was the same. Their plans had already entered the ready state. But this abrupt situation brought about by Black Star frightened them into stopping all their current actions and reconsidering countermeasures. As Black Star was the source of the trouble, the goodwill of the trio toward him had disappeared, only leaving boundless hostility. Even if Black Star was nominally an ally of the dynasty, the ruler Marbruce was also hostile toward him. When the other party was beneficial to their own rule, they would cooperate with a smile even if they had a personal suspicion. However, Black Star's actions had broken the balance of the universe and were leveraging on the foundations of the three universal civilizations. His reputation and status could no longer prevent both sides from turning against each other. From the perspective of the three, they had given Black Star so many benefits, only to see Black Star backstab them. If it were not for the fear of Black Star's strength, influence, and connections, the trio might have convened their troops to smash the Black Star army. Marbruce suppressed his impulses, speaking in a low tone. It will be tricky in the short term but even more dangerous in the long run. Don't forget, many of the Beyond Grade as have some hatred with us, such as the civilization guardians that were destroyed by us during the exploration era, or even those who perished in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. If they make a comeback, they're likely to retaliate against us. The upper echelons in the audience knew the seriousness of not removing the weeds from their roots, and they shuddered. The three universal civilizations had many direct Beyond Grade as, but this number could not be compared with the number of enemies they had throughout history. Once their enemies were resurrected on a large scale, their direct Beyond Grade as were likely to be completely wiped out, resulting in the loss of their deterrence in the form of individual combat strength. The best advantage of a Beyond Grade A was their ability as a strategic level weapon. They had unparalleled flexibility and were able to destroy the entire board with just a few people. If there were no direct Beyond Grade as on their side to restrain the other party, then even if the three universal civilizations could still wipe out the Beyond Grade as with their fleets, technology, and various universal treasures, they would have to pay a huge price to do so. The Pope thought further and solemnly said, from the perspective of the overall situation, even if the factors of the enemy were not counted in, the dominance of the three universal civilizations is in danger of being flipped. The Sanctum Revival has increased the life expectancy of the Beyond Grade as, which will lead to a qualitative increase in accumulation for the Beyond Grade as in the universe. With this trend, the Beyond Grade A numbers will break through the balance between civilization and individual might in the near future, enough to threaten our rule. At that time, it will be hard for us to make a comeback. It will no longer be the Beyond Grade as worrying about us, but rather us worrying when the ambitions of the Beyond Grade A Association will expand. The Pope sighed at this. He appeared resigned. But what's the use of knowing this? Black Star's trump card has completely destroyed all our checks and balances. He holds the remote control that could change this era. We can no longer act rashly. Hearing this, the trio fell silent. This current situation was akin to nuclear deterrence, where the three universal civilizations did not dare shed all pretenses. Even if a civilization was strong, facing such a situation, the trio felt helpless in face of this sudden situation. This naturally fueled their hate toward Han Shao. There seemed to only be one way to solve this: to obtain the authority to control the Sanctum Revivals. For the current strategy, we'll negotiate as much as possible with Black Star until we figure out his plan. The trio nodded, reaching a consensus while secretly regretting their past decisions. When the stubborn Mechanic Emperor was leading the association, they did not act rashly but rather waited for Black Star to take that position. However, it seemed now that Black Star was even more dangerous than the Mechanic Emperor, being able to hide so deeply. The route the Mechanic Emperor took was a polar opposite of Black Star. Black Star only wished to deter and coexist, having little negative impacts and benefiting the Beyond Grade A Association. Compared to Manason's method of mutual destruction, the former's method was more inconsistent with the three universal civilizations. If they had known this would happen when the Beyond Grade A Association was first established, they would have. Well, what's the use in regrets when it was not us at that time? What a mess our predecessors left us. Bruce could not help but think of the warning he had from Ernrel decades ago. Beware of Black Star, he's 100 times more dangerous than the Mechanic Emperor. At this point, he could only utter a single word. Indeed. Without delay, the trio dispersed the meeting, sending an invitation and preparing for a secret conversation with Han Shao. The trio did not wait long, as Han Shao descended quickly as a virtual projection. Your Excellencies, what a coincidence. We meet again. Han Shao still held the same attitude, bowing slightly with a smile on his face. While his tone was the same, the three of them felt a faint hint of mockery within. Bruce suppressed his urge to strangle Han Shao, solemnly saying, Black Star, you must know why we have called you over. Long story short, what's happening with the Sanctum Revivals? Han Shao blinked. I'm not too sure myself either. I also only discovered this peculiar phenomenon by accident. This might be a space wonder. The corners of the trio's mouths twitched. Stop mentioning the phrase, space wonder. My head hurts. Then what's the process of the Sanctum Revivals, and are there any rules of restrictions? Lewis continued. I'm not too sure of that either. I haven't started my research yet. Han Shao waved his hands. The Pope cleared his throat before speaking solemnly. I don't know if you're intending to share the formula for Sanctum Revival, but you can name your price. Han Shao smiled. Bruh, what are you smoking? Seeing this, the trio knew that this request was outrageous and were secretly unhappy. Bruce gritted his teeth before bellowing, Black Star, you should know what sort of chaos your Sanctum Revivals have brought to the Galactic Society. What's your intention by resurrecting this group of historical Beyond Grade as? What is your goal? Hearing this, Han Shao only smiled. Just like you said, I was only testing out if Sanctum Revival was even possible. I didn't expect to actually be able to resurrect this group of people. Should I stuff them back into their graves instead? Bruce almost exploded in anger. Accidental experiment? Only a fool would believe that. The Pope took over the conversation. Whether it was an accident or not, the Beyond Grade A Association now has to deal with a huge number of newcomers. We would like to know how you are going to deal with this problem. What the trio worried about was that with this new force, Black Star would take initiative to attack. There's no need to deal with them. The moment they join the association, they are part of it, and they will not be given special treatment. I will only give them some resources in accordance with their established rules of the association. As for other matters, as long as they do not violate the regulations of the association, I will not care. Han Zhao's attitude was to draw the line. This is not enough. You know our intentions. We hope that you will ensure that the Beyond Grade A Association will always exist in peace. Han Xiao chuckled. Even if I guarantee it, will you believe it? The trio helplessly shook their heads. In reality, the foundation of trust between both parties had already collapsed. Even if they believed in Black Star, their own duties required them to plan ahead and expect the worst. Any sort of guarantee was useless to them. The trio did not dare take a sharp attitude when facing Black Star. While Black Star had a huge business, his main clients were the three universal civilizations. But things were now different. With the existence of the Sanctum Revival, Black Star had become a detonator, sitting on the same level as the heads of the three universal civilizations. Marbruce squinted and suddenly asked, Black Star, is the dynasty still your ally? Han Xiao gazed at him, thinking for a bit before asking, the covenant has not been torn down. The dynasty had provided me with a lot of help, so of course we're still allies. It was not in his interests to completely tear off all pretenses, nor did Han Xiao wish to do so. Marbruce's eyes shone. Then I wish to cooperate. Since you have the means of Sanctum Revival, I hope you can resurrect God or the other dynasty descendants. I'll think about it. Han Xiao raised his brows. He naturally would not resurrect the direct Beyond Grade as of the three universal civilizations. Seeing this, the trio knew that they would not be able to get anything else from Han Xiao, so they could only hold back their dissatisfaction and end the call. In the huge room, the trio gazed at each other, staring in silence for a while. Marbruce was silent for a while before he spoke. The original cleansing plan can be abandoned. We need a new response plan, and I have 3 ideas. One is to start with Black Star, using spies to infiltrate and find a method to get into the sanctum. Second would be to divide the association, winning over some of the revivers to inquire about the sanctum revival. As for the third, as he spoke, he glanced at them, hesitating a little before he continued. We should establish our own Ru 0026D team to independently study the secrets of the sanctum revival. I believe that the Federation and Church are not completely ignorant of this. With some information on hand, the other 2 were taken aback before slowly nodding as well. The 3 universal civilizations came from the exploration era, naturally having some knowledge of the sanctums. The direct descendants of the 3 universal civilizations would occasionally also obtain relevant inspiration and leave some vague information. Because of the rumors among the Primordial Ones as well, this was not the first time the 3 universal civilizations had heard of the term sanctums. However, they had treated this as unverifiable confidential information in the past. Such information was a high-level secret of the 3 universal civilizations. They cherished such things deeply and just wished to research it on their own. However, due to the incomplete intelligence provided, their research had been progressing slowly without any clues. Most of the projects had long been suspended, and even the authenticity of the intelligence was questioned. But with this situation now, where the ruling foundations of the 3 universal civilizations were threatened, Marbruce felt that this was not the time to hide and monopolize. I suggest that we pool and share our relevant secrets, put together our clues to study the so-called sanctum revival together. Only in this manner can we have a small chance of making quick progress. After a moment of hesitation, Lewis nodded. Seems like this is the best idea. Let's do it. The Pope also nodded in agreement. In the short term, the possibility of us solving this problem is very small, but in the long run, while we cannot prevent the resurrection of Beyond Grade as, it's not impossible to suppress the number. We cannot prevent the revivals, but we can also reduce the new Beyond Grade as and prevent them from growing endlessly. You mean, the 2 of them started. The Pope's eyes flickered with an inexplicable light as he whispered, the birth of Beyond Grade as comes from the huge base of supers in the universe. If we obliterate the potential Beyond Grade as, then the superclass will be cut off. If we even cut off the inheritance of super knowledge at the bottom, nationalizing all of it, this will make the Beyond Grade as lose their fresh blood. Hearing this, both Marbruce and Lewis felt their hearts jolt. They were unable to help feeling shocked at the Pope's bold declaration. The supers had always been an important part of the Galactic Society, but now he wanted to uproot them? With their insight, they felt that this idea was too insane. But If there were only advanced civilizations left in the universe that could train supers, how stable would their public order be, and how strong would their ruling foundation also be? They could not help but fantasize. At the same time, in Black Star Palace, Han Shao put away his communicator. Recalling the exchange between him and the three universal civilizations leaders, he sighed lightly. The checks and balances have been formed. The three universal civilizations will give up on their cleansing plans for now, fearing repercussions of their actions. In this manner, the intensity of the calamity of the supers will be controlled, but I don't know. How long can this last? Han Shao nodded. The revivers were born ahead of time, and the fact of sanctum revival was revealed. The butterfly effect he had brought would inevitably change the course of the calamity of the supers, not developing like his previous life. But he could not say for sure to what extent the calamity of the supers would change, so he could only adapt to the circumstances. Chapter 1262 Mechanical Divinity. Chapter 1262 Mechanical Divinity. Even if we have not torn off all pretenses now, our relationship is basically frozen stiff. Han Shao stroked his chin as he pondered, while the storyline had changed. He had predicted the actions of the three universal civilizations. The leaders had approached him for a secret talk, naturally with the intention of negotiating with him. But Han Shao did not plan to talk about it at all. The fundamental contradictions were already placed up front, so negotiations would be useless if that was not resolved. The three universal civilizations wished to achieve the result of preventing him from resurrecting the beyond grade as in history at will. The revivers had to first be screened by them, and the number could not exceed a certain value. In short, the sanctum revivals would be limited, in a way that best fit with the needs of the three universal civilizations. Even if he were to compromise, as long as the three universal civilizations did not control the sanctum revival function, their behavior would not change. The foundation of trust had already been broken. Nothing said now would be able to dispel their fear. This fundamental conflict of interest had already prevented both parties from reaching a consensus. Han Shao naturally did not want to tie up his hands and feet. Now that the checks and balance were established, there was nothing they could do even if Han Shao did not wish to negotiate. That being said, he did not wish to further provoke the three universal civilizations. Unless the three universal civilizations made a move, he did not intend to expose any new beyond grade as revived by the Holy Accord. The three universal civilizations could be said to have turned into our enemies. While they are not yet openly hostile, the business cooperation between us will be gradually lifted. Naturally, their resource support will also not be handed to me. Tisk, Marbruce has never been happy with me. It's only because of the deal signed between Ernrel and I that he has no choice but to continue to give me strong support. Now, he can finally terminate the cooperation in a fair way. However, I'm not the only one who is receiving this treatment. Except for the direct descendants and the allies who have not made a clear statement, it's difficult for anyone else to be able to continue cooperating with the three universal civilizations. It is necessary to enhance the independence of the association. The nature of this wave caused by the Beyond Grade A Association had changed. The three universal civilizations would no longer continue their original intentions of killing their enemies, but would carry out non-armed conflict countermeasures such as economic sanctions. With them taking the lead, a large number of affiliated civilizations would also terminate their cooperation with the Beyond Grade A organizations. If targeted policies were introduced, many of the interstellar consortiums would also choose to terminate their contracts with the Beyond Grade as, no matter how powerful the Beyond Grade as were, there was no way for them to develop their organizations without support, and Han Shao did not doubt the influence of the three universal civilizations in this area. Free trade would turn into a political issue. Because the three universal civilizations were hegemons, they did not care about losing this portion of cooperation, but for the Beyond Grade A organizations, it would be a significant dip in income. Many of their channels would be cut off, which would have a great impact. This situation would cause the Superstar Cluster Alliance to take advantage of this vacancy and attempt to lure in the Beyond Grade as to replace the position of the three universal civilizations. However, the three universal civilizations were even more likely to turn toward the Superstar Cluster Alliance than to continue to cooperate with the Beyond Grade A Association. Of course, even if the three universal civilizations were to take this route, they would not do it in a high-profile manner. This struggle would be out of sight of most galactic residents. Such problems would not happen in the short term, but it was necessary for Han Xiao to establish an interest system for the Beyond Grade A Association that was independent from the three universal civilizations. The current interest system could only be regarded as a semi-complete product, needing further tuning. There are countless organizations contacting me these days to ask about the Sanctum revivals. These are all resources that can be used. Han Xiao scratched his chin thoughtfully. For the ordinary citizens, while the Sanctum revival was magical, it had little to do with them. Instead, it was the consortiums with more sensitivity in business that were requesting further cooperation, believing that this would be a huge business opportunity. In Han Xiao's opinion, these were all building blocks that were delivered to his doorstep. The various consortiums had always been important partners for the Beyond Grade A organizations, but if the three universal civilizations adopted such economic sanctions in the future, these various consortiums would be caught in a dilemma between the two factions, not knowing which to choose. During these unordinary periods, Han Xiao did not wish to clarify any risks with his investors. He planned to immediately accept any investors that wished to invest, tying the association and the consortiums further together to prevent them from running away. If there came a day when economic sanctions really took place, the consortiums could either be as stubborn as mules and stay all the way or slice off a big piece of their flesh to withdraw. In short, they would not be allowed to pull out with all their investments. For some organizations with Beyond Grade as the significance of the Sanctum revival was even more important. Among them, Han Xiao's attention was focused on the surviving descendants of those historical Beyond Grade as a few of them had already reached out to him, expressing their desire to resurrect their ancestor. The surviving descendants of the historical Beyond Grade as they're both a source of propaganda and a pool of high-value talents. With the Sanctum revival in my hands, we can gain something of value from these groups, Han Xiao muttered. Resurrecting a Beyond Grade A would only allow him to receive gratitude from said person, but acting on someone's request to resurrect would mean he could obtain many more benefits. This was basic demand and supply. Since he had a monopoly, he could decide the price, and in Han Xiao's view, this might be the correct method to operate the Sanctum revival. Right now, however, in order to maintain a sense of secrecy, it would be better not to turn it into a business. Han Xiao populated his memo, recording thought after thought. It was the president's duty to guide the development direction of the association, so it was necessary for him to consider all aspects and begin preparing early. Very quickly, the memo was densely filled up. Han Xiao listed the current affairs that had to be completed, turning it into a complicated mess. Scanning it, he nodded to himself. Regarding the work of the association, this is about it. On the side of the organization, I'll withstand the pressure, using my own strength as the foundation to maintain all of these things. While he thought to himself, Han Xiao opened up the interface with a smile. With the revivers joining the association, his bonus given by proof of leadership had seen a small rise. In the past few decades, he had digested most of Jay's technical treasures, building a variety of gold-grade equipment. He had already come a long way on the road of God's trait transformation. His machinery God's trait transformation had reached the apex at level 15 with the help of his mission completion cards. As for his void God's trait transformation, it had reached level 9, which was also quite a high level. The bonuses brought about by both of them had once again increased his energy by thousands of Ona. At the same time, when his machinery God's trait transformation reached the final level, it brought about additional enhancements to himself, such as obtaining another fragment of the first sanctum, as well as a 15% increase in his chance to form an exclusive talent. But unlike the first two times, his unknown talent was finally activated, turning into a new talent, Mechanical Divinity. This was a special reward given when one reached the top of the mechanic class. The effect was comprehensive, covering strength of abilities, machinery affinity, manufacturing efficiency, and basic attributes, giving bonuses to endurance and more. This allowed Han Xiao's energy to rise by more than 900 in one go, making progress in every single possible manner. In addition, Mechanical Divinity provided him with two additional abilities. The first allowed him to obtain a stacking bonus when he activated his machinery with mechanical force, allowing him to get stronger as he fought. The second gave him an ascension for his life level in his next advancement. From Han Zhao's viewpoint, this might be the most critical effect, which would live up to its name of transformation. As for the Void Path, it mainly strengthened his race specialties and basic attributes, improving his racial talent. At the fifth level, the Black Star race's talent mechanical genius experienced a forward leap in evolution, giving him a fragment from the first sanctum. As for his unique talent, Han Xiao was finally not totally clueless about it. During these decades of research, he had finally triggered a notification from his interface. The unique talent was not one that could be obtained from a sudden epiphany. The mechanism worked when relevant activities were carried out, randomly giving him a certain amount of progress each time. Only when the progress bar was filled up could a true unique talent be formed. The triggering frequency and amount of progress depended on the probability of the activity being able to form his unique talent. Because of the bonus awarded by his God's trait transformation, Han Xiao had finally activated a prototype. It had only triggered about 3 times in the decades, with an extremely low probability. His progress bar was only at 44.7%. At this rate, it would take more than 100 years for a normal beyond grade A to be able to develop their own unique talents. The awakening points were able to speed up this progress, but he had no leaks to harvest for a few decades, so Han Xiao decided to be economical, not upgrading his skills, which led to fewer awakening points. Our great mechanic Han gazed at his interface as he silently calculated his strength. The energy rank increase brought to me by the various specialties is really high, opening up a gap between myself and the topmost echelons of the universe. I belong to a position on my own now, and when I reach my advancement for level 360, I might really step into a totally new realm. The best thing to do now would be to push my Void God's trait transformation to the maximum before my advancement, in order to maximize the benefits. The gold grade blueprints that Jay's left for me might be insufficient, but as long as I enter the first sanctum, I should be able to collect a wave of these blueprints, and there will not be a need to worry about not having enough God's trait transformation points. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled in expectation. Nobody seemed to have been able to set foot in this higher territory, even in the previous iterations. When the time came, what sort of feeling would it be? Unexpectedly, the Beyond Grade A Association gave us such a huge surprise. In the Superstar Cluster Alliance remote conference room, the leaders of the various superstar clusters were gathered together, their expressions unable to withhold their grins. Ever since they lost in the Flickering War, the Superstar Cluster Alliance had been driven out of the Flickering world by the 3 universal civilizations. They could only endure this humiliation and go home to lick their wounds and recuperate, lying dormant whilst waiting for other opportunities. They did not expect that merely a few decades later, the patterns in the universe would change once again. The conflict between the 3 universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association has begun. Black Star is always surprising us, even managing to dig up all those dead people. The 3 universal civilizations will definitely not sit still. This is our opportunity. The eyes of the Star Arc civilization's leader flickered as the corners of his mouth rose. Someone laughed. That's right. This is a good time to intervene and also a direction to shake the rule of the 3 universal civilizations. We can make some improvements to the basis of our original plan. Even whilst recuperating, the Superstar Cluster Alliance was not idle. They were already planning to create some trouble for the 3 universal civilizations. They originally wanted to jointly support a special task force, instigating the anger of the common people that suffered from inequality, reducing the goodwill of these people toward the 3 universal civilizations so as to shake their rule. But plans could never keep up with the changes. There were now obviously better options. Everyone had their own ideas, and they discussed vigorously. From what angle should we intervene in this storm? It's impossible to appear in person. We have to hide behind the scenes. Since the 3 universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association are restraining themselves, we should intensify their conflict and make them turn openly hostile. The best result would be having both sides lose out, but the Beyond Grade A Association only possesses top-level strength. The power difference between the two is too wide. They are not an opponent of the 3 universal civilizations, so we should find a way to help them increase their power. Are you talking about cooperating with them? That works, but it will attract the attention of the three universal civilizations. No, not cooperation. We can secretly kill a few of their members, then pin the blame to the three universal civilizations, just like what they did to us in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. The people threw out idea after idea, discussing them endlessly. At this moment, the Star Arc civilization's leader interjected. Maybe we could play it big this time. Hearing this, everyone turned, curious. What are your thoughts? The leader narrowed his eyes as he solemnly spoke. Currently, the contradiction is only between the beyond grade as and the three universal civilizations. This scope is still too narrow. We can attempt to provoke a greater opposition. For example, we can expand the conflict to the entire superclass against the three universal civilizations. We can spread rumors that the three universal civilizations wish to slaughter the supers in order to prevent new beyond grade as from being born. Then we find some people to pretend to be part of the three universal civilizations. The hunting team will expose themselves, and by then, even if the rumors are too exaggerated, fear will be the best persuasive power, leading to panic. The beyond grade A is the natural leader of the supers, which will cause them to step up, confronting the three universal civilizations and deepening their conflicts. The beyond grade A association might seize this chance to increase its power since it will not miss out on such an advantage. The three universal civilizations will thus lose a lot of supers, people, and prestige. Isn't this very profitable? Hearing this, everyone jumped in shock, staring at each other. After being silent for a while, someone asked, "Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? If you instigate the rebellion of the entire superclass, Galactic society will experience a huge disturbance. Besides, the three universal civilizations will not sit still and wait. They will come out with countermeasures, and if they expose us, what should we do? The risk is indeed high, but the benefits are proportional. This is already the best bet. I just put forward a new path we can follow. As for the specific details, we'll still have to consider it further." The leader of the Star Arc civilization then added after a pause, "Besides, the three universal civilizations are unlikely to be completely clean as well. Judging by their current situation, they might really have the idea of creating a fault in the supers. Since they cannot prevent the resurrection, they can only prevent the birth of the new people. But even if they have such ideas, they will only act secretly to target potential calamity grade seeds. What we're doing is just helping them advertise it." The Star Arc civilization's leader sneered. "I dare not say anything else, but I'm the best at *T stirring." Somewhere within the ancient star desert, in a bustling galactic transit station, a few people clad in black robes walked among the ceaseless streams of people, their appearances hidden. Suddenly, a few of them stopped, looking at a tall building not far away. At this moment, the virtual screen on the wall of the building was broadcasting news about the Sanctum Revival and the Association. The lead man slightly lifted his hood, revealing a stern face. It was Pangan, and those with him were the Avengers that had left the Holy Accord about 2 months ago. "Humph! Biger and the rest are already born," Pangan whispered to himself. By the side, a companion glanced at him. "We've been out for several months. What are you planning to do?" Pangan's eyes flashed coldly. "With just our strength, it's too early to take revenge against the advanced civilizations. Now that Biger's group has attracted the attention of the universe, we should secretly develop our forces. Once we have accumulated enough power, we'll head to the three universal civilizations for revenge. Before that, we have to hide our hostility and even pretend to cooperate with the three universal civilizations to stab them at the right time." As he spoke, Pangan took out a communicator and showcased the life history of someone. It was actually the ES God. He pointed toward ES God's data and spoke. "Just like this junior of ours, there's a lot of learning value. We can consider his methods." Chapter 1263 Undercurrents Move Once Again. Chapter 1263 Undercurrents Move Once Again. In one of the deep secondary dimensions, there was a piece of verdant land, full of greenery, mountains, and rivers. At its center was a beautiful and prosperous tower. The surrounding buildings were laid around it in a circular layout, their heights gradually decreasing the further outward they were situated. From one's line of sight, it looked like a city built to guard this tall tower. The streets were bustling, and life forms of various appearances lived in harmony there. Most of them were species that existed in the main universe, but there were also a small number of native races that belonged to the secondary dimension that if there were any beyond grade as supers present, upon gazing at the sun, moon, and thousands of stars in the sky, they would discover magic lines flickering in subtle places. These scenes were all illusions that were carved out through magic circuits, with none of them being real. There was a beautiful brown wooden table placed on the top of the tower, of which was made from the core of the devil pith, an extremely precious material in magical alchemy. There were 4 ivory-colored teacups on the table, which were filled with tea of an amber color. The steam emitted from tea filled the surroundings with fragrance, allowing people to feel calm. Obviously, the tea leaves were also a precious material. Seated at the table, 4 figures looked at the boundless city whilst elegantly drinking the tea leisurely. At this moment, an almost invisible phantom appeared beside the table, as though this space had suddenly distorted. "My messenger is back." One of the old men in gorgeous mage robes pressed on the center of his brows, his mana absorbing the phantom. He shut his eyes for a moment, as though savoring the taste, but his brows suddenly jerked. It seems like something major has happened in the main universe. Hearing this, the rest placed down their teacups, looking over curiously. "What happened?" "See for yourself." The elderly mage waved his hand, a thread of spiritual force shooting out. It sank into the heads of the other 3, allowing them to share his memories. The news was about the changes in the Beyond Grade A Association, shown in the Galactic news. Primordial Ones were revived? Sanctum revival? There's actually such an event? The few of them revealed expressions of surprise. The changes in the main universe are really progressing rapidly with each passing day. Things that I never dared to imagine are all coming true. Such are the tides of time. The elderly mage sighed. It doesn't matter how they change. This doesn't matter to us anyway. We've isolated ourselves from the world. Wasn't it just to avoid such storms? The other person shook his head. Even for an advanced civilization, they could not supervise the birth of every beyond grade A. Everyone pursued different things. Sometimes there were beyond grade as who were unwilling to fight for power, unwilling to show their skills and change with the times, so they chose to seclude themselves after reaching the beyond grade A realm, hiding their hard-earned strength. Because those who could be promoted to the beyond grade A realm were generally people with strong ambitions and desires, there were relatively few of them who had no ambitions and yet could still advance. These were usually attributed to luck and were not recorded by the advanced civilizations. These 4 were beyond grade as who had retired from the universe a long time ago. They were like-minded individuals, staying away from the main universe and settling deep within the secondary dimensions, forming a cooperative front to take care of each other. This secondary dimension name, Land of 4 Gods, was not naturally formed. The 4 of them had selected a suitable dimension before putting in the elements stolen from the main universe such as materials and people, transforming it into a prosperous world much like a utopia. At the same time, everybody's mind was wiped, so they would think that this dimension was an entire world. The population thus proliferated down from generation to generation. The residents could stay free from war and enjoy the tranquility of the world. The majority of people there could all live to the end of their lifespan and worshipped the 4 as their gods of creation. The elderly mage shook his head. That being said, the Sanctum revival is worthy of our attention. Sooner or later, we'll also experience a time when we decay. If we can obtain a second life, we can continue to exist. That time when we left the place, we never had any intentions to return. Are we going to break this intention now? One of them said in a hesitant voice. They had gotten used to staying in this place and had some fear of going back out. The mage stroked his long beard, only replying after a while. Let's wait and see again. Now's not a good time to go back. We can wait till the dust settles before we have a chat with the younger lad known as Black Star. Even for those beyond grade as that avoided public scrutiny, they could not help being drawn in by the Sanctum revival offered. Not only were the 4 of them affected, but similar issues were also happening in the many corners of the secondary dimensions. The Sanctum revival was akin to a deep water mine, stirring up the mud and sand in the depths of the seabed, causing the hidden existences to re-enter the range of sunlight, surging as undercurrents in corners that no one knew about. Within the arcane church's temple of 10,000 gods, numerous statues of gods in all shapes and sizes stood. Some were majestic and heroic, some detached from the mortal dust, and some indescribable. The only thing in common was that each statue appeared lifelike. They were gods of various religions circulating in the universe. The gods chosen Wernos stood in the center of the main hall. His head bowed as he prayed. The silvery gray sacrificial priest's robes fluttered even without a wind, as colorful and peculiar auras flew around his body vigorously. If one were to observe the interior of these auras, they would see that it seemingly contained lines of divine words. At this moment, a priest led an upper echelon of the arcane church to enter the temple. "Your Excellency, God's chosen, the Pope requires your assistance." The upper echelon of the arcane church saluted as he spoke with a respectful attitude. Wernos stopped his prayers, indifferently speaking without even turning his head. "Speak. Because of the Sanctum Revival, we have reached a new cooperation agreement with both the Crimson Dynasty and the Federation of Light, planning to form a joint scientific research team to conduct research of our own to obtain the Sanctum Revival. We're preparing to establish a secret research institute in the desolate universe belt in the middle of the 3 territories, and the Pope would like you to hold the fort there, God's chosen." "Sure." Wernos turned his head, pointing to an angel wielding a sword next to him. This was one of the deities worshipped by a large religious school named Barbaroi. Based on the school's system, this deity governed over combat itself. At this moment, an invisible energy spread, and the statue suddenly shook. A golden-white aura shot out from within, separating itself from the statue. At the moment the light left the shell, the lifelike feeling of the statue dissipated. This golden-white aura suffused into Wernos' body. The next moment, a crash was heard as an illusory figure suddenly grew out from his back. This phantom had a pair of glowing wings and held a gorgeous long sword. It was surprisingly in the same outfit as the deity, except that its size and appearance were similar to Wernos instead, as though they had combined. At this moment, the phantom was holding Wernos' shoulders with its hands, attempting to pull itself out of Wernos' body inch by inch. In just a few seconds, the sword-wielding angel had succeeded in separating itself, flapping its wings and floating into the air, splashing a pale, golden energy all over as it quickly transformed from a phantom into a physical entity with a strong aura. It stopped when the energy fluctuations reached the level of an upper tier beyond grade A. The 2 figures stood side by side, looking like different versions of the same person. At this moment, Wernos slowly spoke. "One deity is enough. Barbaroi is good enough for this task. Take him there." "All right, I'll escort him over. Thank you for your gift." The upper echelon of the arcane church nodded and saluted. No matter how many times he witnessed this, he could not help but secretly marvel and admire this scene. This was the guardian of the arcane church, the person recognized in the universe as the strongest for many years now, the legendary gods chosen who could summon the gods. This one person could take on the persona of all the gods. This was not just his personal ability but one of the core universal treasures of the arcane church, which was integrated into Wernos' body, creating the title of God's chosen. At this moment, Wernos saw that the other party had yet to leave and lightly asked, "Is there anything else?" The person in question recovered his senses and hurriedly said, "There's another matter. The Pope asked me to ask this question." "Ask." The upper echelon paused before carefully continuing. "The Pope wishes to know, do you have a guarantee of being able to get rid of Black Star?" Hearing this, Wernos finally turned to look at him. He frowned. "I cannot guarantee that." "All right. I apologize for intruding. I'll be off now." The person could only bid farewell. Sending him off with his eyes, Wernos lowered his head to continue praying. From the start to the end, he did not leave his spot at all, as though he was also a statue of a deity that was fixed in place. The news of the Sanctum Revival quickly rose to a fever pitch in a few days, with no sign of fading even after half a month. The major news channels found a new entry point, beginning to count the revivers and their identities, which attracted the curiosity of the people, allowing their ratings to remain high. At the same time, the Wayne Card Company announced that they would work overtime in order to produce all related card decks of the Revivers, formulating several new genres of gameplay based on the Sanctum Revival, further inflaming the level of popularity. And among the various classes of society, the Calamity Grades reacted the most fiercely. The Calamity Grades already had the strength to occupy a territory. So many of them would rather be a big fish in a small pond than join in under the lead of a Beyond Grade A organization. However, the existence of the Sanctum Revival changed their plans. Generally speaking, those who were Calamity Grades would join Beyond Grade A organizations either to obtain shelter or to seek guidance. But some people were aware of their own potential, understanding that they were unqualified to enter the Beyond Grade A realm. Thus, they did not have much motivation to cultivate. Many of them chose to come to a standstill, indulging in the luxury brought about by their power. But now, almost no one could refuse the attraction that was a second life. Even those who had accepted their mediocrity early could not help but feel their passion rekindled. This was especially so for the Beyond Grade A seeds. Initially, most of the Beyond Grade A seeds had a sense of arrogance, and not everyone would seek guidance from a Beyond Grade A. Even if they knew that this would be beneficial to them, they did not wish to work for others. Some of the Beyond Grade A seeds practiced the lone wolf method, aiming to complete the sublimation of life level on their own. However, the situation had changed. They would not be able to enjoy the Sanctum Revival if they did not step into the Beyond Grade A realm. Thus, these potential stocks that were one step away from the Beyond Grade A realm would gradually have their mentality fluctuate, beginning to think of plans to join under the Beyond Grade A organizations, obtaining guidance to achieve the qualifications for Sanctum Revival as soon as possible. Those who could even become Beyond Grade A seeds were decisive people. Once they had come to a decision, they immediately put it into action. For a period of time, many of the seeds stopped roaming around, adjusting their schedules to turn toward the flickering world. Those who had abilities could afford to be arrogant, but for the majority of the time, the reason they behaved so was only because the benefits offered to them were not enticing enough. This was the law of the universe. Chapter 1264 Fiden's Card. Adventure Trigger. Chapter 1264 Fiden's Card. Adventure Trigger. In a place near Black Hole Edge, a small fleet was moving toward the border of the star field, in the direction of the flickering world. Within the command room of the foremost spaceship, many of the operators bustled at their posts, reporting parameters from time to time, reporting to the captain, "We've left the Hate Civilization's territory. Entering the low-security area infested with galactic pirates. The alert level has been raised to level 7. In about 54 hours, the fleet will arrive at the joint neutral area and enter the range of the Interstar Field Stargate. Okay. Expand the range of the unmanned reconnaissance fleet. We have to be cautious. The next section of the journey is not safe," Kevin replied as he sat in the captain's seat. He was slender and had a fair complexion with a handsome appearance. He was dressed in a set of elegant casual clothes, coupled with a black wide-brimmed hat adorned with a feather. His shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a smooth, white chest. A slender saber hung sheathed on his waist, engraved with magic patterns that gave away its identity as a magic weapon. White Wave Kevin was one of the recorded Beyond Grade A seeds in the universe. He did not belong to any organization but rather traveled freely within the universe. This sort of neutral Beyond Grade A seed had always been an important target for the advanced civilizations, and Kevin was no exception. The 3 universal civilizations, the Superstar Cluster Alliance, and advanced civilizations in Black Hole Edge had handed him olive branches. However, Kevin had never expressed his stance, not only because he did not wish to work under others, but also because he wished to leave himself some room to maneuver. Originally, the price set by the 3 universal civilizations had moved him, and he was thinking about joining them, but the recent news about the Sanctum Revival made him dismiss such thoughts. Even though the 3 universal civilizations had greatly increased their offers after this incident, it was no longer the same. Kevin remained unmoved. Suddenly, he no longer felt that the promised resources by the 3 universal civilizations were attractive, and he did not even wish to bargain. He directly decided to turn around and join the Beyond Grade A organizations, leading his fleet to the flickering world. He had even chosen his target. Black Star controlled the Sanctum Revival, so he had to join the Black Star army. As long as he got to the beyond grade A realm in the future, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of a favorable position. Kevin casually swiped through his communicator, browsing the latest news events on the local network channels. He soon noticed an article with an interesting title. The three universal civilizations claim to know of the phenomenon behind the Sanctum revival. They have always been researching it, and now they have also produced results. Seeing this in the headlines, Kevin could not help but sneer with a disapproving expression. Tisk, in order to soothe the hearts of the public, the three universal civilizations have started to produce fake news. In the near future, similar news would appear from time to time due to the impact of Sanctum revival to the galactic community. This had triggered a chain reaction, even shaking the direct descendants of the advanced civilizations. In Kevin's view, the three universal civilizations were doing this to placate the public and make the ordinary people believe that the three universal civilizations could also use such technology. While such rumors were groundless, they could not be said to be completely ineffective. There would always be certain citizens in the galactic society who followed simple and crude logic, which made them believe that the three universal civilizations were involved in every field. Even if the Sanctum revival was an unheard of technology, they would believe that the three universal civilizations had long known about it but kept it a secret. However, these people were mainly only those in the lowest social strata. People like Kevin would naturally not believe it. The three universal civilizations are greatly pressured now. This is not a bad thing. Only when there's competition between the major factions will people like us get noticed. In order to win us over, they will have to come out with better welfare. If not for the three universal civilizations feeling the pressure, they would not have suddenly increased the chips to win me over. Kevin scratched his jaw as he muttered to himself. Reading on, he realized that the comment section was a little strange. There were many negative comments and curses directed at the supers, with people feeling irritated about the privileges enjoyed by the supers. Some were even furious about the unequal treatment. These comments all received a lot of likes and praise from the lurkers on the web. Kevin carefully looked through the comments before helplessly shaking his head. Toward the strength, status, and privileges that supers enjoyed, the majority of the ordinary people both admired and feared them, but they also envied and hated them. Supers were one of the most active social classes in the universe, but they only accounted for a very small part of the total population of the universe. Compared to the ordinary people who were the mainstream, both sides had been plagued with conflicts for a long time. Most people in the universe were destined not to have the potential to become supers since they were born, doomed to be mediocre their whole lives. The more they admired these supers, the more they would hate themselves for not having such a life and their unfair destiny. Thus, this hate would also pass to the surrounding matters related to supers. Using reasoning could not tame the hearts of these people, thus forming a stubborn social contradiction between both classes. On the universal scale, supers and ordinary people were not just a matter of social class, not even of the same biology makeup. Supers represented the direction of evolution, whilst the ordinary people represented the low-level life forms. Even if the Galactic Society did not promote such a perception, many people thought of it as the truth. The ordinary people who occupied the mainstream of the population were unwilling to accept their innate position as the eliminated of the evolutionary process, so conflict was doomed to happen. In reality, most galactic residents did not dare make trouble in front of the supers, but they would not hesitate to go on the quantum network to attack and vent their emotions. The Sanctum revival seemed to have become a detonator for the grievances of the galactic residents, leading to many more of these ordinary residents becoming angry and shouting about injustice. In such herd venting places, emotions would naturally outweigh one's rationality. Even if many of the people knew that the strength a super had was a result of hard training, it was meaningless. They would only stop the scolding when all supers in the universe were dead or when they became supers themselves. While Kevin was not surprised at this, he felt that the eruption behind the class conflicts had been too violent. He would not believe there was nobody manipulating the thoughts of people behind the scenes. Dark clouds keep accumulating, and heavy rain will arrive sooner than scheduled. I always feel that if this continues, it will be bad for the future of our galactic society. Kevin shook his head. Boom! At this moment, the spaceship suddenly shook, and its radar buzzed in alarm. Warning! Warning! detected a space jamming device nearby, exiting hyperdrive. An unknown spaceship is fast approaching. Kevin looked up in surprise, hurriedly switching to the outside field. He soon saw a small fleet surrounding him. They were a galactic pirate group active in this area, with the leader seeming to be a calamity grade. The next moment, the shouts of the galactic pirate group sounded in the wide area communication channel. Quickly stop your spaceship and open the hatch. Allow my people to board the ship. Otherwise, we will open fire. It turns out they're here to loot. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression turned cold. Captain, what do we do? The pilot next to him asked. He believed in Kevin's strength, so he was not nervous at all. Humph, let them board. Since they're looking for death, then we'll give it to them. I'll finish them off quickly. Kevin's eyes flashed. Very quickly, the fleet stopped in place according to his instructions. Seeing this, the galactic pirates quickly approached, connecting their spaceships. The hatch opened in a flash, and a galactic pirate stepped into the spaceship with a gun. Everyone on board was waiting in front of the passage. Where's the captain? Tell him to come out and see me. The galactic pirate looked around. At this moment, there was a loud shout from the crowd. You messed with the wrong person. Kevin, who was hidden in the crowd, suddenly attacked. He drew out his long, slender saber, cutting out a splendid sheen as a sharp, cold light shot out. The galactic pirate leader was shocked, hurriedly raising his arm wrapped in pugilist aura to block the surprise attack. Swoosh! The next second, blood spewed, and the galactic pirate leader screamed in pain as the blade cut through his aura and into his arm, deeply embedding within. Kevin gripped the blade in both hands as his feet spun. A wave of white blade light suddenly lit up, leaving a remnant flash on everyone's retinas. Shwa! The arm of the pirate leader fell on the ground. The incision was smooth, and the blood seemed to not have kept up with the speed of the blade as there was a split second of pause before it sprayed out, staining the spaceship corridor. Both of them were in the calamity grade, but Kevin's energy rank was much higher, so he maimed his opponent in a single blow. As a pugilist of the war soldier branch, Kevin was extremely lethal, having long reached the master level in swordsmanship. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the team of galactic pirates, 7 to 8 of them released the aura of a calamity grade and attacked Kevin at the same time, like hunters who had been stalking their prey for a long time. What? Kevin's pupils shrank, his eyes changing drastically. These people definitely did not belong to the galactic pirates. If there were so many calamity grades, they would have been famous, and he would not be surprised like this. To be so close and yet unable to sense their auras. These assailants were not simple. Kevin did not have time to think about the origins of this group. He hurriedly dodged and blocked, but the attack was too sudden, leaving him to withstand most of the heavy blows. Blood spurted out as he suffered a heavy injury. The pugilists of the war soldier branch were not famed for their defense. They're not ordinary calamity grades. They're all masters. Kevin was horrified, and while coughing blood, he slashed out wide, smashing through the bulkhead of the spaceship to flee into the universe, attempting to approach another spaceship. At this moment, the 7 to 8 calamity grades chased after him, intercepting and cooperating to destroy all the spaceships while entangling Kevin, leaving no path of retreat. Seeing that his path of retreat was cut off, Kevin could only resist desperately. With every exchange between him and the group, he was put in more and more danger. Even with his status as a beyond grade A seed, he could not withstand the siege of 7 to 8 calamity grades. After all, not everyone had the frightening ability of Black Star. You guys are not galactic pirates. Who are you people? Kevin yelled in the wide area communication channel. Through his senses, he could vaguely feel the resolute killing intent of these calamity grades, as though they were there purposely for him. Could it be that this group allied with the galactic pirates to plot against me? But his question was destined to never be answered. These calamity grades were silent, only answering with their attacks, and scrupulously releasing their cold killing intent. Seeing this, Kevin gritted his teeth, unwilling to sit still as he called out for help on the wide area communication channel, while still trying his best to break out from the siege. Even knowing that his chance of escape was slim, he would not give up. As his injuries grew more severe, he gradually burned out and started to lose his consciousness. It took me such a long time to gain my strength and to set foot in the beyond grade field. Could it be that I'll have to die like this here? Kevin tried his best to persevere as a strong unwillingness surged in his mind. At this point, everyone's attack suddenly halted. They looked up, seeing a shuttle-shaped spaceship appearing in their sight not far away, approaching as it seemed to have discovered the abnormal energy response there. There are eyewitnesses. What should we do? Ignore them. Kill the target first. The few people exchanged words before increasing the intensity of the offensive, abandoning all defenses, fighting tooth for tooth. This became the last straw. Kevin's wounded body could no longer bear the offensive surge and shattered into pieces. His life quickly fled from his body. One of the calamity grades was about to deliver the final fatal blow, but at this moment, something strange happened. Buzz! A holy golden light shot out from the spaceship, approaching quickly and shining on Kevin's tattered body. The next moment, as though a miracle happened, Kevin's body returned to its intact state in the blink of an eye. All his injuries disappeared without a trace. He opened his eyes in confusion. The pupils of those calamity grades shrank, and they all turned to the spaceship where the beam of light came from. At the same time, Aurora retracted her hand from within the spaceship, her eyes flashing with excitement and curiosity. It's really fun to go out with you. I always encounter strange things. By the side, Phaidon helplessly shook his head. If it was not for him being volunteered, he would not have wanted to accompany Aurora to travel everywhere. To put it nicely, he was a bodyguard, but in fact, he was just being used as an event trigger to make her journey more interesting and fun. Chapter 1265 Snatched. Chapter 1265 Snatched. Ever since she stepped into the Beyond Grade realm half a year ago, Aurora had won the approval of Han Xiao and Hila, allowing her to leave the camp and wander around the universe. According to her words, it was no easy feat to have reached this level, so why would she not enjoy her time outside? During her first few months, Aurora traveled around alone to view the scenery and experience different cultures, but she soon discovered that such a journey was too dull, not as exciting as she had imagined it to be. Thus, after Han Xiao returned from the sanctum, Aurora borrowed the handyman Phaidon from him, asking Han Xiao to use the king to teleport him to her. The effect of this move was significant, suddenly turning her journey into an exciting one. According to definitely inaccurate and incomplete statistics, the duo had been involved in more than a dozen incidents, be it large or small, in just the past 2 months. Aurora was now satisfied, but Phaidon felt completely helpless as he was dragged around by Aurora to continue his career as a handyman. He could not help regretting the fact that he had managed to separate Chen Xing's soul. Otherwise, he could pass time by talking to her, not being just a mascot like he was now. The spaceship they operated was specially crafted by Black Star. The hyperdrive engine, energy shield, detection radar, cloaking devices, and other miscellaneous devices were all top tier. Not too long ago, the spaceship had detected the abnormal energy fluctuations there and concluded that a battle was taking place. The special interference device of Black Stars broke through the channel interference and saw Kevin's call for help. At the same time, Aurora's ability also sensed multiple calamity-grade life signals and immediately knew that there was excitement to be discovered there. Thus, she turned to take a look, chancing across this scene. While she was not aware of the events that had transpired, throughout her months of wandering, she had long developed her own style of doing things. Regardless of why they were trying to kill each other, until she got the bottom of it, none of them were allowed to die. With the limitless power provided through her milk, she could be that arrogant. Seeing that Kevin was on the verge of death, Aurora did not waste her time, immediately drawing out a portion of healing energy. With her current Beyond Grade A strength, healing a calamity grade completely was as easy as taking a breath. In a moment, Kevin was reconstructed perfectly, and he even felt as though he was stronger. "I'm not dead." Kevin lowered his head, staring at his undamaged body. For an instant, he had faced death straight ahead, thinking that he was about to die, but the sudden infusion of milk caught him off guard. He could no longer tell if he was in reality or an illusion. At the same time, the faces of the besieging calamity grades twisted, and they suddenly dispersed. These are beyond grade A fluctuations. Run! The group split up and fled without hesitation. Enchantment tattoos lit up on their bodies, showing magic circuits of short-range teleportation being inscribed on them. With only slight fluctuations in space, all of their teleportation skills were activated. Thinking of running after beating me up? Kevin recovered to his senses, rushing toward the nearest enemies. A strong aura condensed on his blade, slashing out as a sharp blade light. The teleportation procedures of 3 of the enemies were interrupted as they avoided the attack. However, a small vortex had already been created in front of the others, which was still rapidly expanding. It would only take them a few seconds to complete their preparations, allowing them to teleport and escape from there. Seeing that the teleportation technique had been successfully engaged, the few of them were about to sigh in relief. However, a unique spatial fluctuation suddenly spread out from Aurora's spaceship. Buzz! This fluctuation acted like an iron, directly smoothing all the space folds within the battlefield. The portals that were on the verge of forming shattered and disappeared. On the spaceship, Aurora pouted. Humph! Do you take my spaceship as a decoration? Her spaceship contained a lot of black technology, which included what Han Xiao had obtained from Jace's technological treasure. The powerful space-time anchoring was just one of the minor abilities her spaceship possessed. Seeing this situation, the faces of the Calamity Grades turned pale. They glanced at each other, resoluteness flashing in their eyes. The next moment, the group of people gave up on running away, turning their heads and rushing toward the shuttle-shaped spaceship, as though they wished to end up in mutual annihilation. Phaidon narrowed his eyes, about to take action. However, Aurora tapped on his shoulder. It's okay. Let me do it. Her eyes flashed, and the energy levels in her body surged, instantly transforming her into her mature version. The mark of the underworld on the back of her hand also lit up. With a wave of her hand, life and death energy combined to form the resurrection energy. The energies entangled with each other, weaving out bones, muscles, and blood vessels, transforming into the temporary mortal shells of 10 different species. Under the power of the resurrection energy, the temporary shells were quickly materialized, their outlines almost the same as the owner's previous physical bodies. The only difference was that these temporary bodies all emitted a faint fluorescence light and retained certain characteristics of an energy life form. With a flick of her finger, 10 Calamity-grade hero spirits flew out from the mark of the underworld, merging into the shells. The next moment, their bodies all burst forth with Calamity-grade energy fluctuations. The hero spirits descend, reincarnating from the earth. These series of actions were fluidly performed, which hinted at the ceaseless practice. At this moment, the hero spirits had become complete life forms, possessing the actual combat power of their previous lives. Go, take them down. Aurora laughed. The 10 Calamity Grades nodded and immediately rushed out of the spaceship, intercepting their opponents and fighting them. Kevin saw this but was not surprised, quickly joining the battle. The hero spirits did not care about death at all, so they did not even bother to defend. For them, an aggressive style of play was nothing more than a tactic. It might be unscrupulous, but it allowed them to operate above their combat levels, showing more power than before their original deaths. Even though she completely controlled the holy light particle, Aurora's frontal lethality was still weak. She had thus become completely accustomed to the summoning style but still stuck to only summoning up to Calamity-grade hero spirits. The physical consumption of summoning the beyond grade A hero spirits was too large. Plus, she had promised Han Xiao that she would not easily allow the beyond grade as to come out for a walk. A beyond grade A would naturally bully the Calamity grades, and without any suspense, these Calamity grades of unknown origin soon retreated hastily. Seeing that they were about to be captured alive, the group of people clenched their teeth, crazily compressing the energies in their bodies. Their bodies were soon covered with glowing cracks. They're planning to implode. Kevin was shocked, subconsciously drawing back. He did not expect this group of people to be so decisive, opting to blow themselves up than be caught alive. Boom! The next instant, the bodies of the several people burst into flames. A huge shock wave blasted outward. However, this self-detonation had only just started when a holy light shot out from the spaceship again. Sweeping past, the fragmenting bodies of this group of people rebounded and were restored to their original state. The pupils of these people shrank, and they once again imploded without hesitation, only to have the same scene occur again. The moment they felt the pain of their bodies tearing apart, another light would shoot out and heal their injuries. After trying a few times, the results remained unchanged. The faces of these people were now filled with despair as they understood that their lives were no longer theirs to control. They could not live how they wanted, but they could not die when they wanted to either. That's enough. Don't fool around with them anymore. I'll do it. Phaidon shook his head in resignation. He took out the soul swapper, replacing the souls of a few of them into prepared containers of animals. In this period, Phaidon had also reached the rank of a beyond grade A seeds. With this weird soul swapper, it could be said that it was rare for him to meet an enemy that could threaten him in the calamity grade. The bodies of those whose souls were transferred turned into empty husks, collapsing where they stood and were easily captured. The hero spirits set about cleaning up the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Kevin finally relaxed. He was full of joy at being able to escape from the dead and quickly broadcast through the wide area communications channel. My name is Kevin. Esteemed ones, you have saved my life. May I know if I may have the honor of thanking you face to face? After a few seconds, a voice sounded from the channel. Let's talk on the spaceship. Kevin was energized. As he approached the spaceship, the door opened, letting him fly in. After following the guiding robot to the command room, he saw the eye-catching Aurora at a glance. He did not hesitate to salute in excitement and surprise. Turns out that it's the new Deputy Army Commander of the Black Star Army, the Goddess of Life, Aurora. It's my blessing to be able to meet you. When Aurora had made a move, Kevin had vaguely guessed her identity, but only now did he dare confirm it when he saw the person in flesh. Kevin's happiness only grew. Fortunately, he had met Aurora, who was a master of life. If it were someone else, they would probably not have been able to pull him back from death. In the vast universe, I actually managed to encounter a beyond grade A that could save me. What sort of probability was this? My luck is too good. When did I get this moniker? Aurora actually intended to act high and mighty like Gila, but hearing this, she stopped in shock. Don't you know? Kevin said. This is because you're the sister of the goddess of death and hold the exact opposite powers. So the world has started calling you this. Not bad. I'm also someone with a moniker now. Aurora giggled. While it was only one compared to the multitude Gila had, it was a good start. Sooner or later, she would be able to defeat her sister and crush her under her own feet proudly. Fantasizing about this scene, Aurora's emotions were surging with joy. Glancing over, Phaidon immediately guessed that Aurora was distracted again, so he could only take the reins. Anyway, we received your call for help, so we came over just in time. Could you please explain what exactly happened? It's like this. I was actually journeying but suddenly came across a bunch of galactic pirates. Kevin explained the whole process truthfully without hiding anything. After hearing this, Phaidon squeezed his perfectly shaped chin as he guessed. It seems more than meets the eye. These people are by no means just galactic pirates. I think they specifically aimed at you. Could it be a vendetta? It doesn't make sense. I'm typically a do-gooder and have avoided any struggles of the factions. Even if I have to kill, I make sure I get rid of the roots as well. I have also never provoked an organization that could release 7 or 8 calamity grades at once. Kevin drew a blank. Hearing this, Phaidon was lost in thought for a while before he muttered, if it's not a vendetta, then it's likely related to the current storm. What is it about? Kevin was curious. Oh, I'm still not sure. But we managed to capture a few live ones, so some interrogation will reveal everything. Phaidon shook his head, but he suddenly paused, and his words grew sharp. You just mentioned that you were journeying over to the flickering world to join the Black Star Army? That's right. Great. Phaidon's eyes lit up. You don't need to travel so far to the flickering world. The Deputy Army Commander is right in front of you and is definitely qualified to accept newcomers. You could just stay and become part of her guard corps. Ha! Kevin paused for a while. His original objective was to become a Black Star Guard, to enjoy the benefits of a favorable position, but Aurora had practically saved his life. While she was a new beyond grade A, her Esper ability was unique, which would guarantee the safety of his life under most circumstances. Even if he went over to the flickering world, he might still encounter more dangers. Temporarily staying by Aurora's side was not too bad. Yes, come under my command. As long as you come, I can give you the position of guard captain. Aurora's eyes lit up. While she was the deputy army commander, fully qualified to employ her own guards regiment, she had been busy traveling ever since she was promoted. She had not recruited anyone, and thus, she had no guards under her. The talents in the army had mostly been divided by Black Star and Gila, so even if she tried recruiting from the inside, it would be difficult to find any masters. She had always envied the guards that Gila had. Now that she had encountered a beyond grade A seed in trouble, Aurora immediately had this thought. Kevin struggled for a while before being tempted. All right, I'm willing to be the captain of your guard corps. He had also done some research on the organizational structure of the Black Star Army. From his point of view, there were 3 factions, each with the respective beyond grade A as the leader. Black Star was undoubtedly the ruling faction, but there were too many talents within, and there was no opportunity to show off, which made his chances of standing out remote. Gila's faction was mainly comprised of women and had already been formed with no intention of expanding. Furthermore, Gila was also not known to be a good leader. In contrast, Aurora's faction had just been established, so if he became one of her early followers when she had a shortage of people, his status would naturally be extraordinary. While Kevin's original intention was to obtain the Sanctum Revival, since he had decided to join an organization, he would not be satisfied with being a marginal person without any sense of existence. That's great. I'll help you register for your army authority. Philip, come out. Aurora was overjoyed, immediately summoning Philip. She could not wait to register Kevin as her guard's captain. Why is she even more excited than me? Kevin felt a sinking feeling, but he had no choice but to cooperate. However, this feeling of being appreciated by his boss made him feel more moved. Seeing this, Phaidon did not bother them, simply walking to the side and entering the spiritual realm to interrogate the prisoners. After a while, Aurora had completed the procedures for Kevin, and the hero spirits had also cleaned up the battlefield. At this moment, the two saw Phaidon walk back with a solemn expression. "You're done interrogating? How's the situation?" Aurora was curious. "The situation has exceeded our expectations. The matter is more serious than we thought." Phaidon shook his head, speaking in a steely tone. "Immediately report to the army commander. This matter is out of our league." Chapter 1266 Traveling Phaidon. Chapter 1266 Traveling Phaidon. Oh, you're saying that someone is hunting down the Beyond Grade A seeds? In his personal machinery factory in Black Star Palace, Han Shao looked with surprise at the communication screen where Phaidon was speaking to him. He had been too busy digesting his technology recently. Only when Phaidon called him and told him that they had captured a hunting team that specifically targeted the Beyond Grade A seeds did he then notice. "Speak in detail. I want to know everything." Han Shao put down the parts in his hand, his expression turning solemn. "It's like this." Phaidon explained the entire process. After capturing these assailants, he had dug up the amazing intelligence through interrogation and reading of memories. All the calamity grades that attacked Kevin were acting on orders and had quietly controlled the Galactic pirates that had been wandering nearby, waiting to intercept Kevin. "Do you know which organizations they belong to?" Han Shao was curious. Phaidon nodded. "I've already checked. These calamity grades did not leave any information within the universe. At the same time, they have no relevant memories, and they do not know which organization they work for, only unilaterally accepting direct orders from an account. The account for tasks for each person is also different. When I reviewed their memories, I discovered that they had been receiving some sort of thought-shaping training since young, especially to create warriors with weak self-awareness. Death warriors without any history? To be able to train up 8 calamity grades as death warriors from an early age This is no small organization. The thought training should be a form of brainwashing that can maintain a long-term effect on the calamity grades. This should be technology at or above the star cluster level. Han Xiao furrowed his brows, pondering silently for a while before he asked, "Any other clues?" "I found some safe houses and code words, as well as their activities. When I finish sorting them out, I'll send you the report containing the top-secret accounts of these people for receiving tasks. It may be useful to you." Han Xiao's brows rose. "To think you're placing so much importance in this matter. It seems like you also know the problem in this." Fiden sighed. "If I could not guess the potential ramifications, then I would not have called you at first notice. People who can cultivate so many calamity-grade death warriors will not be a small organization, and this team might not have been sent to only kill one person. Add that to the Sanctum revival issue. This situation is obviously not simple." Han Xiao nodded. "That's right. Organizations who have the motivation and the abilities to do such a thing are few and far between. The Superstar Cluster Alliance is also suspicious. While he did not manage to get their origins, through the analysis of different factors, Han Xiao first thought of the three universal civilizations as well as the Superstar Cluster Alliance, both of whom intended to do such a thing. The former wished to reduce the impact of Sanctum revival, secretly reducing the source of new beyond grade as joining the association in the future. The latter had more hidden motives, mainly to aggravate the situation and pin the blame on others, creating opposition and forcing the three universal civilizations and the association to turn hostile. Of course, he could not ignore the possibility that there was someone fishing in the muddied waters. So Han Xiao did not immediately jump to a conclusion. Rather, he only assumed it to be the secret operation of the three universal civilizations or the Superstar Cluster Alliance. As inferred, there was a high probability that there existed more than one hunter team. At present, there were many beyond grade seeds rushing to the flickering world from each star field, so the orchestrators behind the scenes were likely to deploy interception troops. These beyond grade seeds would be at risk, as not all of them would be so lucky to run into the top milkmaid of the universe. Fiden scratched his head in puzzlement. Forget about the Superstar Cluster Alliance, but the three universal civilizations. Would they really do such a thing? Conducting such a crazy plan, are they not afraid of facing the backlash of all supers? It's too radical. Han Xiao shook his head, not looking surprised at all. This sort of behavior is crazy but effective. The beyond grade seeds in the entire universe are not many to begin with, and the cost of them going hands-on is not high. Even if all these people disappear, the backlash can be easily suppressed. Moreover, the three universal civilizations were clear that they had lost the monopoly advantage of having ultimate knowledge. The association can give whatever they can give, and with the addition of the Sanctum revival, it will be difficult for them to attract new talents. On the other hand, the association did not even require any advertisement to attract new talents. If they do nothing, the situation will only get worse, so instead of sitting and watching, it's better to send these death warriors to kill people and ruin what they can't get. As for the methods, as with the tragedy of the pinnacles, the three universal civilizations have never been good people. Don't be mistaken. As winners of the exploration era, none of them would have survived if they were not cruel. Once they panic, they can do anything. Fiden pursed his lips. Aren't they afraid of being revealed? Han Xiao stroked his chin. I feel that they would be afraid, but I can't be sure since I have to look at their overall picture. There was no Beyond Grade A association in his previous life, and Sanctum Revival was kept under wraps, so the Beyond Grade A seeds were not intercepted. This was the first time Han Xiao had encountered such a situation, without knowing what the three universal civilizations would even do. Han Xiao was also helpless to the fact that the Beyond Grade A seeds were targeted. He could only treat it as collateral damage. This storm is getting bigger and bigger. Fiden's expression was worried. What do you intend to do? The purpose of the association is mainly to solve the conflicts between the Beyond Grade so the Calamity Grade is not within our scope. Nominally, it is not suitable for us to cross the boundary and provide assistance. Han Xiao stroked his chin as he thought aloud. However, if we don't stop this, the seeds will suffer great casualties, which is not conducive to our recruitment of new Beyond Grade as. How about this? Don't they wish to join the various beyond grade A organizations? We'll ask those organizations to secretly send people to protect and escort them. This can be justified in name. All right, Phaidon paused for a moment. However, this response force will encounter battles with the hunting squad. Do we wish to spread the news and make the seeds vigilant, at the same time giving a warning to the person behind the scenes? Han Shao thought for a while but finally shook his head. Secretly spreading it to the seeds is enough. This news should not be spread out on a large scale. If we expose it now, the happiest would be the Superstar Cluster Alliance. I don't wish to tear off all pretenses with the 3 universal civilizations, nor do I want to be used as a weapon by the Superstar Cluster Alliance. Let's focus on protection first. For the time being, we will avoid conflict if possible. While the Sanctum Revival was in name his, the Holy Accord had yet to be able to collect the second set of keys, so Han Shao did not have much to rely on for now. Causing trouble was not his favorite action. It was better to be low-key. I understand. What else do you need me to do? Phaidon asked. For you guys. How about you search for more beyond grade A seeds in the vicinity? They will be safer with Aurora around them. Then we can just bring all of them back. As he spoke, Han Shao smiled in a praising manner. You've earned yourself a great merit this time. Without your warning, we might have had to wait till many seeds went missing before we realized something was wrong. My decision to have you go along with Aurora was a good move. He felt that Phaidon was the perfect intelligence officer. Most people had to search for things, but it was the exact opposite for Phaidon. Even if he were only to lie down every day, he would still be able to run into key intelligence, as though it was an automated process for him. This Phaidon is really useful. Phaidon showed a helpless expression. He had already resigned to the fact that he was a tool to be used. By the way, what should I do with the captives after the interrogation? They could serve as evidence. What else can we do? Send them to the underworld. Han Shao waved his hands casually. The two further discussed the details before hanging up. At this moment, Han Shao suddenly noticed that his interface was blinking. You have triggered the mission. Stop the hunting. Mission introduction. For some reason, some unknown organizations are trying to hunt down talents who wish to join you. As a well-known organization, protecting the personal safety of your candidates is a basic requirement. Mission objective: try to prevent the hunting of the beyond grade A seeds. Remarks. The reward depends on the mission rating, which is correlated to the number of people successfully rescued. Basic reward: 8 billion experience plus 20 favorability of rescued targets, 2 random rewards, 1 blank character summon card. The experience is a little stingy, but the blank character summon card is pretty good stuff. Han Shao closed the interface. The level of this mission was not enough to excite him any longer. At present, he paid more attention to the matter itself. The 3 universal civilizations have quite the strong reaction to this. Being able to coexist in harmony is a pipe dream. Anyway, the version update has gone on for almost 50 years, so the players should be back soon. I'm afraid that will cause another explosion. Han Shao rubbed his brows, his thoughts wandering before he suddenly thought of something. By the way, since someone is hunting beyond grade A seeds, this will also be my chance to poach people. I don't know how Carlet is doing now. He should at most be a normal calamity grade, not taken seriously yet. I can just knock him out and bring him over. Han Shao had a sudden urge to do so. In the past, because he was worried about the possibility of a premature death of Carlet due to dramatic changes in the plot, he did not insist on poaching him. However, now that someone was targeting the beyond grade A seeds, they could not blame him for doing tit for tat. Originally, Carlet was supposed to become the pillar of the dynasty, but now that they had started this fiasco, they should not blame him for it. Unlike the orchestrator behind the scenes, Han Shao knew exactly who would become future beyond grade as. While it might have been difficult to poach them in the past, this was now a different matter. If they were to learn the truth, they would have to thank me. For the safety of the universe, I'll go all out to protect them. Maybe this is the so-called love has no boundaries. I admire myself so much. How could there be such a majestic person in this world? Han Shao was so moved by himself that his shamelessness leveled up. Chapter 1267 Prejudgment. Chapter 1267 Prejudgment. Somewhere in the endless nebulae starfield, a small fleet hovered in a transportation hub. Around it were continuous streams of light, but the fleet remained in place, as though it was waiting for someone to end the command room of the main ship. Morgan paced back and forth in front of the porthole, his expression both solemn and anxious. The crew in the room merely watched him in silence. After a short while, he paused and gravely said, "Urge them again and ask when the people from the Black Star Army will arrive." By his side, his aide-de-camp could not help but speak up. "Boss, you just asked them 2 minutes ago." The other party said that they were already rushing over. "It's not too good to keep pressing them. Bullsh *T. I asked you to urge them. So do it. Else I'll dock your pay." Morgan's eyes flashed. "Who knows when the enemies will appear? Would you know? You don't. So why are you spouting so much nonsense? You don't need to be responsible for my life, so of course you don't care. But I can't possibly fight off 7 or 8 calamity grades at once. So if my little life is gone, I'll make sure you accompany me in my burial." The aide-de-camp was speechless. However, he did not take it seriously, having followed Morgan for a long time. He knew this guy's character too well. He was scared of dying, indecisive, calculative, petty, and stingy. Sometimes, the aide-de-camp wondered to himself, how could such a person become a Beyond Grade A seed? Morgan Panzelm, a senior Beyond Grade A seed, ran a small organization in the endless nebulae starfield. He only cared about the convenience of his daily life, not seeking to expand, keeping a thin sense of existence. The moment the Sanctum revival matter was revealed, he did not speak another word, merely packing up and preparing to throw himself toward the Beyond Grade A Association. His top choice was the Black Star Army. Other than benefiting from close relations to an influential person, he also had some connections with Hadavi since both of them were hardcore gamblers. It was just that, when he was about to take his team to leave the territory, he received a private notice from the Black Star Army, stating that some mysterious organizations were currently sending death warriors to kill off Beyond Grade A seeds. There could be up to 7 or 8 of them within a troop, so the army had sent out a few protective fleets to escort them and also reminded each person to be cautious. This almost scared Morgan to death, and he immediately halted his departure, prepared to wait until the army's escort fleet arrived before leaving. Not only that, but he also parked his fleet in the most bustling area, staying within the crowd for fear of being murdered. Of all the Beyond Grade A seeds who had received this notice, he was the one who behaved the most cowardly. At this moment, his spaceship communicator rang, and a tender young face appeared on the screen. Hello. This is Nero from the Black Star Army. I've arrived and spotted your ship. Please come over to make contact." Hearing this, Morgan was overjoyed. He rushed to the porthole, seeing another fleet with the Black Star Army insignia stop not far away from him. "The reinforcements are here. Listen to my order. Full speed ahead. Immediately rendezvous with them." Morgan revealed an excited look. "We're in such close range. Just dozens of seconds is enough to reach them through normal cruising." "What full speed?" the aide-de-camp secretly cursed. The two fleets quickly merged, and Nero took his men into Morgan's spaceship. Just as he walked into the cabin, Nero saw Morgan waiting at the door of the passageway. Without a word, he rushed up and grabbed onto his hands with an emotional expression. "My family, you're finally here. Do you know how I spent the last few days? I was in fear every single day, and now I can finally feel relieved. There's no need to be so excited. It's all part and parcel." Nero's mouth twitched, and he applied some strength to forcibly extricate himself. If not for the fact that Morgan had kept repeatedly pinging him, he would have arrived another 2 days later. Morgan, however, did not seem to mind. He excitedly glanced behind Nero. "May I know how many experts the army has sent to meet me this time?" "Experts? If we had to force it, I guess it's only me." Nero scratched his head a little in embarrassment. Morgan's eyes widened, and he stammered, "Only one. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but I heard that there'll be 7 or 8 calamity grades moving together. It's just 2 of us. I think there will be some danger. There's no choice. At the moment, there are too many Beyond Grade A seeds who wish to join the Black Star Army." Our manpower is not enough any longer. We can only send out grade BS to escort. This sort of job would be best for the immortals, but they have all disappeared 50 years ago, so the army has no experts left, Nero explained. Then, the safety issue. Relax. All of the escort teams have a machinery squad from Black Star's mechanical army, as well as Her Excellency Aurora's special life potions. To ensure our safety, Morgan finally relaxed. He asked, then, can we leave now for the flickering world? Nero shook his head. That's not necessary. We just need to go to the main army subdivision of each star field. Every location has a throne that Godfather has placed. We can use that to teleport you straight to the main base. Han Shao initially did not wish to use this method, but after discovering the hunters, he could only lift the restrictions, allowing the Beyond Grade A seeds to utilize the king suits to warp, saving them from the dangers in their journey. As for those Beyond Grade A seeds that wished to join other organizations, Han Shao did not reject them either. He rendered the same help, albeit with a token sum. This was also one of the uses of the association, allowing the Beyond Grade As to integrate their resources. As the president, he naturally had to lead by example at this critical juncture. Both of them walked to the command room while talking, and the fleet finally set off and began its journey. At this moment, Morgan seemed to have thought of something. He curiously commented, "That's right, you mentioned that there were a lot of Beyond Grade A seeds at the moment. Have they met with the hunters? Was anyone hit?" Hearing this, Nero's expression sank, and he lightly nodded. "It was a smart choice for you to remain waiting here." Some Beyond Grade A seeds were nonchalant despite receiving the notice, thinking that they could continue their journey as long as they remained vigilant. In the end, even before the reinforcements could arrive, they encountered an assault and were killed. Because of distance issues, some people had long assembled with their escort teams. We're one of the later ones. Before us, some of our colleagues crossed hands with the hunters and turned out fine. However, other organizations have done the same but have been annihilated by the hunters themselves. Morgan shuddered. Who dares lay their hands on so many of the Beyond Grade A seeds? This is too frightening. Nero sighed. While the army commander has not specified who is responsible, it's not hard to guess. Since the enemy can discover the whereabouts of so many Beyond Grade A seeds, their intelligence network is no trivial matter. To also be able to send so many death warriors, the likelihood is that they are from an advanced civilization. While this was supposed to be a secret operation, the outside world would soon notice that all of these Beyond Grade A seeds had disappeared. This would inevitably scare some of people from joining the Beyond Grade A association. Like this, the orchestrator's goal would be achieved. Oh, this is hard. Morgan sighed as well, pulling a long face. Nero patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. With me here, you won't get into trouble. Morgan nodded before suddenly asking, that's right, with so many Beyond Grade A seeds also joining the army. How are our positions going to be arranged? I'm not too sure. I think only a small portion will become part of the Guards Corps. The rest will hold various positions within the army, replenishing the gap in our high-ranked combatants. The main thing is to see what you want. The army will not force anyone to take up a position. Morgan's eyes lit up. Then, does that mean I can choose which Beyond Grade A to follow? That's right, everyone can send in their application. But it will depend on the excellencies to choose you. Nero nodded. Who do you wish to choose? Is it His Excellency Black Star? The competition for my godfather is quite fierce, and there's a possibility of losing. Morgan immediately denied it and embarrassedly said, No, I don't want to follow Black Star. I wish to follow Her Excellency Aurora. Nero sized him up before coming to an understanding. Ah, I understand now. This man must be afraid of death to the extreme. So if he is able to enjoy the healing from Aurora, it would be difficult for him to die in the future. The phrase, good for nothing, really describes you to a T. Reporting, 6 of our death warriors have lost contact and might have been captured by the enemy. We have severed all related links. Reporting, the attack on target number 45 has failed. 3 death warriors were sacrificed. The rest escaped with difficulty. In a certain secret intelligence processing center, a large number of intelligence personnel were sitting in front of a set of instruments, constantly reporting on the situation. The room was full of noise. On the wall of the room was an ultra-large screen, made up of many smaller surveillance screens. A single chair was placed underneath it, with a tall, thin figure seated on the chair looking up at the screens, his back facing the crowd. This place was a secret area jointly created by the Superstar Cluster Alliance many years ago. They had no specific name, shrouded in mystery yet having great authority. They only answered to the leaders of the various civilizations. This secret department was responsible for managing black ops and cultivating death warriors. Various superstar cluster civilizations secretly selected talented children and sent them to such training bases to conduct cruel training from an early age before allowing them to specialize in performing tasks that could not be revealed. Their training method was designed to squeeze out all potential, and coupled with their technological and magical advancements, it allowed them to effectively increase the rate of calamity grades being produced at the cost of a high mortality rate. These death warriors would never know who they worked for, from the training period up till they performed their missions in the future. To this end, this department had even specially trained a group of death warriors who believed that they worked for the three universal civilizations. Many methods had been used to ensure that outsiders would not be able to trace the death warriors back to the Superstar Cluster Alliance. Everyone within this department was a special member who was not recorded in any internal files. They were all referred to by codes. The tall and thin figure in the room was the person in charge of the department, with only his title known to people, Skeletal. After listening to the reports of his subordinates, Skeletal leaned forward as he slowly spoke. It seems like the Beyond Grade as are aware of our hunting actions and have equipped all our targets with guards. The chain of suspicion has been formed. Our goal is achieved. It will be a waste of manpower if we continue. Stop the operation. Have everyone withdraw. Understood. Everyone immediately followed orders without asking. Skeletal bit on his nails as he narrowed his eyes. The reaction of the Beyond Grade A Association is indeed not far from our hypothesis. In the conference room of the three universal civilizations, the virtual projections of Marbruce, Lewis, and the Pope appeared. TSK, the situation has changed. The cleanup plan cannot continue. Marbruce frowned, and the other two had unsightly expressions as well. While they had begun researching the Sanctum revivals, the three universal civilizations also had plans to hunt down the Beyond Grade A seeds. Even if they managed to master the Sanctum revival method in the future, since this large number of Beyond Grade A seeds would have gone to the association, they would not be able to transfer them over in the future. Both parties were destined to enter a long period of fighting for talents, so they would rather return to the problem of the excessive number of non-Beyond Grade as, making it such that it would be easier to contain the Beyond Grade A level in advance. But before they could move, the three universal civilizations discovered that all of their targets were heavily protected. At the beginning, the trio were a little dazed, thinking that Black Star had predicted their actions, flipping over the boat of trust they were on. However, after careful investigation, they discovered that another unknown organization had first acted and alerted everyone. This totally messed up their plans, causing them to feel a disgusting aftertaste. Such a dumb way of doing things was not their style at all. If they wished to do it, they had to catch everyone in one fell swoop. While they had not found out who had acted, the three universal civilizations did not even need to think to know that it was likely the Superstar Cluster Alliance. The Superstar Clusters purposely decided to create a commotion, leaving the association time to react, spoiling our operations. Lewis was fuming. Unexpectedly, this makes sense. The Pope was expressionless. From the perspective of the trio, the intentions of the Superstar Cluster Alliance were obvious. This served to intensify the suspicion between the association and the three universal civilizations. The Beyond Grade A Association was only protecting them in the dark and had not publicly come out to accuse anyone. If the three universal civilizations took the initiative to state their innocence, it might backfire on them. Even if they tried to pin the blame on the Superstar Cluster Alliance, it would just look like their customary attitude of throwing shade at the other party. With the current relationship of the three universal civilizations and the association, this was akin to having mud on the back of one's pants. Even if it was not *T, people would naturally assume it to be. No matter what, it would be difficult to gain their trust unless they could provide hard evidence. The superstar clusters had been pitted against so many times. They already had experience in this matter. Since their reputation was in the gutters, they could just go for broke. I'll pull you along with me as I fall from the cliff. If I'm going to die, then you have to come along. In their current situation, the Superstar Cluster Alliance had nothing to be afraid of from the three universal civilizations any longer. Since they no longer had any chances with the flickering world, they would just stay cooped up at home. If you have the ability, come and have an all-out war with us. Did you think you could really destroy us? The trio present did indeed feel that the Superstar Cluster Alliance was a thorny problem. If they had managed to kill off all the Beyond Grade A seeds that were trying to join the association, it might still have been a fair trade to get suspected, but now they had become the scapegoats when only a few had been killed off. This was placing them in a disadvantage. Cancel the cleansing operation for the Beyond Grade A seeds. They're all protected now. There's no chance now. The trio were not in a very good mood. Chapter 1268 All Heroes in the World Enter My Squad. Chapter 1268 All Heroes in the World Enter My Squad. With the withdrawal of the Superstar Cluster Alliance and the abandonment of the plan by the three universal civilizations, the heavily protected Beyond Grade A seeds did not encounter any more hunting teams in the following journeys. All of them successfully arrived at a subdivision of the Black Star Army before teleporting to the base camp of the Black Star Army in the flickering world by using the King Suit. The large-scale movement of the Beyond Grade A seeds also aroused the attention of the universe. Everyone soon learned about the fact that a large number of Beyond Grade A seeds had congregated in the association during the recent period. There was also news that specially drew out the areas at which they traveled, converging from various star fields into the flickering world, which seemed as though they were migrating. The number of Beyond Grade A seeds within a star field typically numbered more than 100, with the remote star fields having fewer, while the central galaxy and the areas of the Superstar Cluster Alliance would be the most densely distributed. This total number had been trending upward, and with years of accumulation, the total number of seeds measured in the explored universe was about 3,000. This was almost 20 times the number of Beyond Grade as of the same generation. Excluding the allies and direct descents of each civilization, as well as the people in existing factions, the current number of neutral Beyond Grade A seeds would be about 2/5 the total, around 1,200. For this collective defection, roughly 500 people, or almost half of the total number of neutral seeds, went over to join a Beyond Grade A faction, of which the number of people joining the Black Star Army was the highest. This was equivalent to the association harvesting most of the top talent pool accumulated over the years of the explored universe. It was unknown how long it would take for the next batch of talents to grow. Be it a Beyond Grade A or a Beyond Grade A seed, they were both top figures of the power pyramid and naturally possessed the attributes of a leader. Since both sides had merged on a large scale, the quantitative change has turned into a qualitative change. It was not just a simple matter such as the attitude of the Beyond Grade A seeds letting them choose where to rely on, but more of a signal and influence for many of the supers, even the other Beyond Grade A seeds. This made everyone think that joining the Beyond Grade A association at this time would be a wise choice. The large-scale migration of the Beyond Grade A seeds caused a huge ripple effect over the next few months. A large number of supers rushed to follow in their footsteps. As part of the strong at the apex of the power pyramid, their every word and action affected the people below. This was the meaning of a role model. This matter was regarded as a movement with special significance, nicknamed the Scattered Stars Return by the Galactic citizens. They likened the Beyond Grade A seeds to new stars that were scattered everywhere, finally returning to their homes. A large group began to worship the members of the association, completing the cycle of pioneers and legacy holders. Regarding the Scattered Stars Return, the entire Galactic Society was also analyzing the impact of this event from every angle. Gradually, a rumor spread that the function of the Beyond Grade A Association would change, their influence radiating to all supers. A day would come when the association would no longer be a solely Beyond Grade A group. It would become the new organization that would lead all the supers, becoming another pole independent of the three universal civilizations and turn into another ruler of the universe. This statement was accepted and endorsed by a large number of supers. Many supers cheered, excited as they faintly waited in anticipation. In the eyes of most people, the Beyond Grade A Association was naturally qualified to lead them. While there were so-called regional associations for supers in the universe, The masters behind the scenes were the three universal civilizations, which used these associations as nothing more than tools for managing the supers. The nature of those regional associations was inherently problematic. In the eyes of the people, if the Beyond Grade A Association would one day evolve to become the guild for all supers, it would truly be the organization that served the supers. Their goals would naturally not be the same as the three universal civilizations. The mentality of the supers came from the fact that there had not been a unified voice to speak for them for too long, and they desperately wished to have a home. To put it simply, it was the sense of them finally finding an organization to which they belonged. However, this sort of argument was not born naturally. Someone was behind it, fueling the flames, pushing the Beyond Grade A Association to the forefront and igniting public opinion. Just as the universe raged with rumors and speculation, Han Xiao was busy welcoming the Beyond Grade A seeds in Black Star Palace. Black Star Palace's Great Hall was huge but practically empty, with only the 300 seeds huddled in the middle. They either stood or hovered in the air, chatting as they eyed the doors leading into the hall, keeping a watch for Han Xiao. Everyone should be here now. Is Black Star still not coming? We've been waiting for almost half an hour. TSK, you want to see a pinnacle Beyond Grade A? But you don't even have that much patience. You think people will come over to see you just because you want to see them? Just be patient. Maybe His Excellency Black Star is actually watching us in the dark, observing our patience. Everyone chatted casually, turning around to glance at others occasionally. There was a slight wariness in many of their eyes. Many of them were familiar with each other, having fought together or against each other before, and they regarded each other as whetstones. Everyone knew that the number of slots around Black Star and the other Beyond Grade As were limited. With so many people in the army now, there was a high probability that they would have to compete for places, so everyone here was technically a competitor. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Han Xiao stepped in with his officers following behind. Upon seeing this, the hundreds of Beyond Grade A seeds subconsciously stopped talking, straightening their postures as they exercised the etiquette of their respective cultures, expressing basic respect to one of the top powerhouses of the universe. We pay respects to Your Excellency Black Star. Welcome to the army. We'll be family from now on, so there's no need to be this courteous. Han Xiao waved his hand, putting on a warm smile. Seeing the hundreds of seeds hailing from different areas, Han Xiao could not help but feel a little excited. This large number of experts meant a great replenishment for the army's advanced combatants. This number was too exaggerated. It seemed as though he had underestimated the impact the Sanctum Revival would cause on the lower-leveled supers. If there was no such thing, the general resources being offered would not even shake a single one of them. At this moment, Han Xiao felt a kind of pride. Of course, he felt more of the joy of being able to harvest such a bountiful crop of leeks. Scanning the group, Han Xiao noted the burning gazes of everyone present and smiled. I know why you're here. The threshold for the Sanctum Revival is a Beyond Grade A realm. I'll definitely try my best to help you get promoted. But as for whether or not you can succeed in the end, it will all depend on your own destinies. Everyone nodded, their eyes gleaming. Han Xiao said a few more ceremonial words before arranging for everyone to come forward and accept his inspection according to the practices of the army. He then browsed through the attributes of each person. The Beyond Grade A seeds were not mediocre people. All of them were masters in their fields. However, from Han Xiao's point of view, most of them had almost exhausted their potential, with only a handful having the chance to be promoted. He had a set of criteria for judging one's potential, mainly their expertise and skills. Their differences were graded by him, and those with potential were silently selected and kept in his mind. After completing this step, Han Xiao had a rough gauge in his heart, so he took 2 steps back and loudly spoke. Everyone, I now have a basic understanding of your level. I'll arrange positions according to your own personal abilities. Of course, you can send me your applications regarding your desired posts, and I'll consider your thoughts and wishes. But I must state in advance that some slots are extremely limited. If there are too many applicants, you may have to compete for the same position. For example, the Guard Corps of the 2 deputy army commanders and I can be challenged each time, with the winners rotating in the position. Everyone should be mentally prepared for this. When faced with an influx of people, a normal person's treatment of them would be to fairly distribute them out. However, with these masters, Han Shao deliberately adopted a competitive format to avoid dissatisfaction. At the same time, he would be giving those unsuccessful people the opportunity to challenge successful applicants again to stimulate everyone's motivation to cultivate. While this method was not useful to most of the people present, those in the pugilist class felt their fighting spirit being strengthened. Everyone glanced around subconsciously, their fighting intent sharpening. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Many thanks, Army Commander, for your protection. If not for your help, we would all have died mid-journey. I would like to ask, do you know the origins of the Hunter Squad?" The moment his voice sounded, the entire room suddenly turned quiet. Everyone's expression showed at least some suspicion. They did not mention this just now, but no one would be so carefree as to not get to the bottom of this matter when it involved their lives. Han Shao stopped smiling. He paused before saying a meaningful tone, "You already have the answer in your heart, don't you?" Hearing this, the expressions of the crowd grew more complicated, and a slight commotion sounded. "It's time to throw aside your fantasies and illusions. It seems like this was done by the advanced civilizations, and they wish to claim our lives. Has the relationship between the association and the advanced civilizations reached this point already? It's only been such a short time. What will happen in the future? The targets during the tragedy of the Pinnacles have been passed down to us now. The Sanctum revival is also a double-edged sword. If I'd known about this situation earlier, I might have already been frightened into retreating." Those present sighed in low voices. Facing the hostile attitude of the three universal civilizations, they were all a little frightened. Before they chose a side, they did not expect the advanced civilizations to retaliate so strongly. There was no way for them to show regret anymore. "All right, don't ponder about it any longer. You have already chosen your path. So all you have to do is to continue walking forward." Han Shao clapped his hands as he comforted everyone. His officers then took the crowd to their rooms to rest and wait for his orders. As he sent everyone off with his gaze, a flash shone in Han Zhao's eyes. He then turned his head and left the great hall, walking for a while before arriving at the secret room. Pushing the door open, this room was filled with bunks, but most of them were empty with only one occupied. Han Shao walked forward, pressing the button to stop the hibernation program. With a hiss, the hatch slid open to reveal the figure inside. It was Carlet, who was lying down with a peaceful expression. Carlet's brows trembled as he slowly opened his eyes. At first glance, he immediately saw Han Shao standing in front of him, causing him to be taken aback. "Your Excellency, Black Star?" Carlet was stunned. In the past, he was young and immature, and he did not know of the identity of Black Star. As he grew up, he understood what kind of opportunity Black Star had offered him back then, and he became a fan of Black Star. However, he knew that their statuses in the universe were vastly different, so it would be difficult for them to have a chance to meet in the future. He felt that Black Star might have forgotten about him a long time ago, so he merely followed Han Zhao's deeds in silence. But he did not expect his idol would actually appear all of a sudden in front of him. The next moment, Carlet remembered what happened to him before he went into hibernation, and his expression changed. "Was it you who knocked me out and brought me here? Where am I?" "This is my base camp." Han Shao smiled. Right now, his relationship with Carlet was stiff, so it took him some energy to track down Carlet's whereabouts. However, Carlet had never realized his talent, so he was never taken seriously, and his capture had been smooth. freewebnovel.com. "You?" Carlet hesitated. "Why did you bring me here? Do you still remember me?" If it was someone else, he would have long struggled to break free. But this was Han Shao, who held a special position in his heart. Thus, he found it hard to be angry. "Of course I do, and my impression was deep." Han Shao sized up Carlet with an approving gaze. "We parted many years ago. You've already become an adult now, not bad." Hearing this, Carlet could not help but feel moved. He did not expect Han Shao to remember him so firmly. Thinking about how Han Shao had been optimistic about him, Carlet suddenly felt a little ashamed and embarrassedly said, "I'm sorry that I let you down. My potential doesn't seem to be as good as you thought." He had managed to successfully enter the Calamity grade in 40 years, but after that, he seemed to stagnate. It seemed as though his potential had been exhausted, stopping at the ordinary Calamity grade level. Carlet did not care about the thoughts of outsiders, but in front of Black Star, he could not help but feel frustrated, thinking that he had failed the expectations the latter had of him. "Are you saying that I was wrong?" Han Shao spoke out with a smile that was not like a smile on his face. Carlet did not speak, merely acquiescing to it. Han Shao laughed, raising his hand to pat Carlet's chest. "Don't look down on yourself. The dynasty does not value you because they have no foresight. I've always believed in your potential." Hearing this, Carlet again felt moved and ashamed. "Aren't you curious why I brought you over?" "This is the reason." Han Shao narrowed his eyes. "Actually, I've always been paying attention to you. The dynasty has never seen your talents, so they never assigned resources to you, which has affected your growth. I cannot bear to see a talent being buried. So I brought you here to help you stimulate your potential." "So, you've always been observing me?" Carlet had an expression of wonderment. He was deeply touched on how he could be so favored by Black Star. Han Shao smiled as he poked Carlet. "Don't underestimate the huge potential in your body. You might think that the Calamity grade is your limit, but let me tell you, Calamity grade is far from your end. You think that I can become a Beyond Grade A?" Carlet's eyes widened. "Not only that, I think that you might even reach the pinnacle Beyond Grade A realm, becoming one of the foremost experts in the universe." Han Zhao's tone was full of passion and also provocative. "Do you really see me this way?" Carlet mumbled. Seeing that he was close to tipping, Han Shao turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Then tell me now, are you willing to remain here and accept my help?" Carlet hesitated a little. He had also followed the news and knew of the current storm that was brewing. He whispered, "You wish for me to stay here, meaning I have to leave the dynasty and enter the army? The situation has changed now. The dynasty and I are going against each other. Only by remaining by my side can I give you the most detailed guidance. However, this will make it such that you can no longer stay in the dynasty." Han Shao did not deny anything. Carlet fell silent, seemingly conflicted. After a while, he slowly raised his head as his expression grew determined. "I understand. I'm willing to stay by your side and receive your guidance." Carlet might have worked in the dynasty for decades, but in his eyes, it was just a job. It did not determine that he had to be shackled to the dynasty forever. With his family having passed on years ago, he was a lone wolf floating in the cold universe without any concerns. The dynasty had never placed any importance in him. Although they allowed him to enter the secret training base, that was because Black Star had shown interest in him, or else they would not have given him this special treatment. They eventually still kicked him out of the camp. All his fortune had been given to him by Black Star, this much he understood. Furthermore, Carlet felt that Black Star did not need to scheme against him. He just wished to repay Black Star for whatever grace the latter had shown, so even if Black Star was wrong about him, he would still reach the Beyond Grade A realm. Hearing this, Han Shao breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew you wouldn't let me down." Thanks to the good relationship formed decades ago, setting the impression to become the role model of Carlet, the difficulty in recruiting him had been reduced by dozens of times. This is the importance of information. Han Shao secretly smirked. He finally got his hands on a coveted golden leak. Chapter 1269 Activation. Chapter 1269 Activation. After successfully persuading Carlet, Han Shao got his subordinates to take him down to rest. He then left the room with satisfaction in his heart. When he poked the other party, he had seen Carlet's attributes. Carlet had now obtained his core talent, Everlasting Martial Path. It was an overpowered growth-type talent. To put it simply, Everlasting Martial Path could evolve once every grade, with the requirement being a new realization of the martial path. Before the evolution of the talent, the user's leveling speed would be lowered by 90%. After the evolution, the user's leveling speed would follow an inverted parabolic arc, with the peak being at 1000%. It also provided an all-round boost to the user's combat capability. Ordinarily speaking, the stronger an individual, the greater the number of bottlenecks. However, Carlet was different. all of his bottlenecks would be during his pre-growth phase, and he would face fewer and fewer bottlenecks the stronger he grew. Past a certain point, his combat strength would snowball until he reached the peak of the grade. If he entered a new grade, he would have to restart the entire process again. Carlet's growth after every evolution in grade would be excruciatingly slow, and this also resulted in a firm foundation. In Han Zhao's previous life, Carlet was an extremely famous pugilist. His status within the pugilist world was like the mechanic emperor's status within the mechanic world. This little brat's nickname in his previous life was the one and only martial deity. Furthermore, everlasting martial path could also strengthen all of Carlet's pugilist skills. It did not only increase the level of his skills but also adjusted his skills in a subtle manner as though the skills were tailor-made for him. Everlasting martial path was a one-of-a-kind talent that could meld all kinds of pugilist theories and school of thoughts together into one. Han Xiao had never seen this talent in any other pugilist before. If not for the lack of a suffix, Han Xiao would have thought that it was a talent unique to Carlet. However, although the talent was extremely overpowered, it was useless to Han Xiao since he was not a proper pugilist. I still need to find a teacher for him. Although there are plenty of pugilists in the army, they are all of the calamity grade and a little too weak. A few figures flashed through his head. It'd be best if I find a beyond grade A to teach Carlet. Of all the people I know, the most suitable one should be Silver Shadow. These two individuals were good friends in my previous life and should have pretty good chemistry with each other. Silver Shadow should be a good teacher for him. Han Xiao stroked his chin. After thinking for a while, he realized that he still had a few other backup choices. For example, he could hire some pugilist teachers from the underworld or let Garutan out temporarily to teach Carlet. With his current strength, Garutan would not be too much of a threat to him. Furthermore, he should also let Garutan out for fresh air once in a while, lest Garutan ended up dying in the spacetime amber. Carlet was the first individual who he poached from the 3 universal civilizations, and he would not be the last. Although the others did not have as much potential as Carlet, Han Xiao would not let go of them either. He pondered while walking back to the office. After reaching the office, Han Xiao temporarily placed the matter aside and summoned Philip to settle the affairs of the army. He needed to arrange the posts of these beyond grade A seeds. There was another large group of supers joining the army, and the HR department was currently filtering through the applicants. After settling all these matters, Han Xiao took out his communicator to surf the net and let out a soft snort. There are definitely some high-grade civilizations fanning the flames, hoping that the entire world will fall into chaos. There were rumors on the net that the Beyond Grade A Association would eventually unite the super community and become the 4th ruler of the universe apart from the 3 universal civilizations. These rumors were intentionally created to push the association to the peak before finding an opportunity to kick them down back into the ravine. Although the method was old-fashioned, the effect was pretty good. As long as they could mislead the general public, this simple method would be extremely effective. The current rumors surrounding the association were not a good sign for them. Being in the spotlight would put them on the opposite side of the 3 universal civilizations. Together with words like the 4th ruler of the universe, it was akin to grilling them over fire. With the heated discussion on the net, it was not an appropriate time for Han Xiao to make a stand. Furthermore, even if the mastermind continued to fan the flames, the Galactic residents would have a limited attention span toward a single event and be attracted by something else eventually. Han Xiao knocked on the desk and pondered. The Beyond Grade A seeds have already entered the association and the high-grade civilizations gave up on the plan to cleanse the universe. The status quo should be maintained for the time being. I need some time to reorganize the association and collect keys. The 3 universal civilizations also need time to study the Sanctum Revival method and probably won't do anything in the short run. Furthermore, they also have to prevent the superstar cluster civilizations from creating trouble. Everyone needs time and will thus choose to maintain the current peace. Before having sufficient confidence, the 3 universal civilizations would not adopt extreme measures against the association and would only deal with beyond grade A seeds. The way Han Xiao saw it, the universe would still be peaceful for a while. This peace would probably be maintained until the players returned. It has already been 50 years, and version 5.0 is about to be activated. Because of my influence, the current situation is different from the calamity of the supers in my previous life. I wonder what the players will do. Han Xiao stroked his chin and fell into thought. In the central galaxy, within the Crimson Dynasty Science Institute's Wormhole Position Project office, the research team leader walked into the conference room, where the researchers were waiting for him. Compared to a couple of decades ago, most of the researchers had either retired or been transferred out. Thus, it was a set of new faces. The team leader then looked around slowly and said, "The dynasty has issued an internal document to push forward technological research and provide information to the Sanctum Revival team. Every department will be receiving a large increase in funds." Upon hearing that, all the researchers were excited. Research was extremely capital-intensive, and the Wormhole project was not as important as the other research projects. Ever since the start of the Flickering War, this project had been trying to sustain itself on a low budget. When the cooperation between Han Xiao and the dynasty was in the honeymoon phase, the dynasty listened to Han Zhao's suggestion and stopped the research on the wormhole coordinates to focus on dealing with the Superstar Cluster Alliance. After the war, the Wormhole project should have been back on track, but something went wrong along the way. After the war, the dynasty was busy tying up loose ends, and the upper echelons did not continue the project. Perhaps because they forgot or wanted to be on the safe side, the project was never continued after that. After all, the location of the wormhole was only a small matter to the dynasty. Apart from the officials and researchers in charge of the project, there was almost no one who paid any attention to the project. It was extremely normal for subordinates to follow the attitude of their superiors. With the attitude of the upper echelons being unclear, the researchers had plenty of apprehensions and did not dare take a risk. As such, they would rather play it safe. They did not ease up on the wormhole project, which resulted in a large amount of data that was still at the approval phase. Such a situation had continued for a few years because of the ambiguous attitude from the upper echelons. After a few decades, most of the original research staff had been transferred to other departments, with the new research staff being inexperienced newcomers. Throughout the Science Institute, the Wormhole project was not the only team facing such a situation. There were projects being cancelled every year and also new projects being set up. It was not uncommon for there to be factions within the Science Institute, relying on connections to obtain funding. As an organization grew larger, such occurrences were common, and the three universal civilizations were no exception. The research team leader then gave out some instructions before leaving behind a room of excited researchers. "We finally don't have to be a team on the periphery. Hurry up and report all the backlog data. We can finally make some proper progress in our research. We have not submitted our equipment procurement list for this year yet. Quickly change it and purchase more long-distance space detection needles." Just as what Han Xiao had predicted, after failing to ambush the Beyond Grade A seeds, the three Universal Civilizations and Superstar Cluster Alliance showed some restraint. At Han Zhao's orders, the association also did not openly announce the truth behind the Beyond Grade A seeds affair. It was as though they intentionally forgot about it. Apart from fanning the flames on the web, the three parties maintained their current equilibrium and did not engage in open conflict. They were currently accumulating their strength and preparing various different means to deal with their enemies. Perhaps the Superstar Cluster Alliance had thought about creating trouble but was not able to find the appropriate opportunity. Although both parties had not erupted in open hostility, in the eyes of the public, the three universal civilizations and the association were on opposite sides, with the thick smell of gunpowder ready to be ignited at any time. Although the Superstar Cluster Alliance was frequently on the losing end, they were pretty professional at fanning flames. This was just like the saying of a prolonged illness making the patient a good doctor. Under the calm silence of the universe was the raging undercurrent. The three universal civilizations gradually stopped their cooperation with the various Beyond Grade A organizations and also came up with some business strategies to suppress the association. Under Han Zhao's reorganization, the association also gradually became more independent. With the Superstar Cluster Civilizations fanning the flames from the background, practically the entire universe knew that the conflict between the three universal civilizations and association would not be settled peacefully. A year slowly passed. On Galaxy Calendar Year 782, version 5.0 was activated again, and the players were back online. Chapter 1270 Black Star's Era. Chapter 1270 Black Star's Era. In an office of Black Star Palace, Han Shao leaned back in his chair, staring at the clock as he silently awaited the prompt that signaled the new version beginning. Time slowly ticked by second after second. In this past year, the three universal civilizations and the association's relationship had dropped to a freezing point. The dynasty had not contacted him for a whole year now. The three universal civilizations had issued an announcement a year ago that they had started studying the Sanctum Revival method. There was no follow-up news, and no one knew what stage they had reached. It seemed like their results were not too impressive. On the side of the Holy Accord, they were still collecting the keys in secret. While they did not possess the intelligence channels of the three universal civilizations, causing the materials to be harder to collect, the problem was not big. It would just cost them more money and time. Now that the Holy Accord had more of the recipes of how to create keys, there were more opportunities for them, but a mere year was not enough to collect another key. On the other hand, the military of the three universal civilizations had mobilized recently, seemingly getting ready to set off. This caught the attention of Han Shao and the other members of the association, causing the atmosphere in the universe to become more tense. The player's return at this time could thus be considered timely. Han Shao rubbed the back of his palm as his eyes flashed. The time when the players come online will be my opportunity to quickly reach level 360. With the current deadlock in the situation, if I manage to break through my personal power level, it might serve as a turning point, becoming the entry ticket to breaking this entire game. The stalemate was exactly what he had predicted and what he wanted. Were it not for the Sanctum Revivals and the massive increase in strength of the association, perhaps the calamity of the supers would have long broken out like in his previous life. Right now, he was only suppressing it. While the situation was akin to a gunpowder keg, which would result in a greater explosion the more he suppressed it, nothing was absolute. In his opinion, there were only a few opportunities to break the game. If he succeeded, he would really eliminate the calamity of the supers and prevent it from evolving into a large-scale war. His current methods were all to stall time for the Holy Accord. Han Shao was equally clear that there would be a battle between both sides, and the association would naturally have more casualties. This was his opportunity. As long as the unlimited counts of the Sanctum Revival were revealed by that time, most of their problems would be solved. The Sanctum Revival key was a necessity to break this game. On this basis, he could use a higher level of personal power to frighten the three universal civilizations and also attract beyond Grade A members. That would be killing two birds with one stone. Just as he was analyzing his options, the long silent interface finally had some movement. There was a notification of a new update just like what the players would receive. Version 5.0 activated. Fetching data. Fetching data complete. Player forum opened. Welcome to Galaxy version 5.0, Black Star's Era. Han Shao was stunned. Why was the version not Calamity of the Supers? And it even used his name. In the previous 4 versions, while he was a little butterfly flapping its wings and causing an impact, compared to the general trend of the universe, it was minuscule, still moving along with the changes in time. But this time was different. He had single-handedly created a tornado with a flap of his wings, causing himself to become the pioneer of the changing times. Thus, even the name of this version had changed. This also showed how important his position was in the universe at the moment, as well as his pivotal role in this storm. Even my name has been included into the version update. This is superb. Han Zhao's expression twitched, before he revealed a perverted smile. What was prestige in face? This was, if the players saw this. This was equivalent to a super compound fertilizer that would help him farm his leeks. It's been 50 years. I really miss my cute little moneybags. Han Shao raised his brows, calling out the surveillance of the Great Hall and observing the situation. At this moment, countless white lights flashed in the lobby of Black Star Palace's Great Hall, and the large number of players that had been away for 50 years finally returned online. The originally cold and empty Great Hall was suddenly packed to the brim, full of liveliness. Countless players were excitedly whooping and shouting, "Waha! This master is back! Countless stars, prepare to tremble under my feet." For my huge cannon's hunger and thirst can no longer be suppressed. Damn it, it's already the 5th version. So why is there still a bug that prevents us from stripping? Lousy. Hehe, I can immediately tell that you're not a pioneer. To this day, you're still hung up over the fact that clothes cannot be taken off. You're behind the times, brother. Do you know the meaning of clothes on the body but naked in the mind? This older brother's realm is one that you cannot hope to fathom. How long has passed since the last version? I don't see any changes in the base. It seems like we weren't gone for too long. The crowd chattered and gossiped, opening their interfaces. Immediately came the shocked gasps. Hurry and take a look at the version's name. I'm Shukith. F*CK. The name of version 5.0 is actually Black Star's era? What the hell has he done during the update? The countless army players opened their eyes wide. No one expected that their faction leader would actually turn into the main topic of this version. Based on the impressions of the players, the version name indicated what the main storyline would be. In the previous few versions, it was either a disaster or a changing of the time, but to think that they would actually put a character as the main storyline. What prestige! Many of the players began to tremble with excitement, their hearts filled with strong curiosity. Just what exactly did their army commander do during their absence? The bunch of professional players that just came online were equally shocked. Frenzied Sword immediately opened up the calendar. What he saw made him suck in a deep breath. The version update actually took a whole 50 years this time. Everyone immediately turned to look at the date, full of surprise and shock. Wow, really 50 years? I remember when we went offline it was in the year 734. Right now, it's 782. The span is too huge, more than double the previous updates. I don't even know if my wife Sylvia is still alive. Do you want to eat sh*T? She's obviously my wife. Quickly, go on the internet and check. See what the situation is right now. The players immediately took out their communicators to search, wanting to check what exactly happened during the time they were away. Following their searches, the news that the flickering war had ended decades ago appeared on their pages, leading to more surprised gasps. When they went offline, the flickering war had still been raging, so they naturally thought that they would get to continue fighting the moment they returned online. To think that during the version update, the battle had already ended. Reading on, the expressions of the players got even more confused. Some of them even catcalled. The fall of God, Sorokin escaping in fear of being sentenced for his crimes, Aurora entering the Beyond Greta realm, the Sanctum revivals leading to the Primordial Ones being resurrected, and the standoff between the Beyond Greta Association and the 3 universal civilizations. A series of major events was shown before the eyes of the many players. Just looking at the description, many of the players could very well imagine the stormy situation that happened then. The change is too great. Aurora has really entered the Beyond Greta realm. Damn, who's this blonde sister? I've fallen in love with her. This is amazing. Germinal is really the strongest representing organization in the whole universe. One sect, 3 Beyond Grade as, who else is that impressive? The Germinal spirit will never wither. Hoya! This is indeed worthy of a span of 50 years. The original structure of the universe has been completely subverted. Black Star is too fierce. No wonder this version is named after him. Everyone was shocked. They felt as though they had woken up from a long sleep only to find out that everything around them had changed. Seeing the actions of Black Star during the update, many of the players understood why the name of version 5.0 was called Black Star's Era. Their army commander had become the leader of the martial way. With his unparalleled courage and charisma, he led the Beyond Grade A class against the explored universe overlords. He was undoubtedly a leader of this era. The title, Black Star's Era, was totally worthy of the name. So fierce, Old Blackie is indeed an extraordinary existence. Army Commander is awesome. Voice cracks. Next time we shouldn't call him Black Star. We'll just address him as Black Deity. I'm not sure why, but I feel as though I'm watching my own son having grown up. The players had lots of mixed feelings. The figure of Black Star had been with them through several versions, and now, he had even become the main storyline of the version, leading to a new era. His identity was unique in this universe. In their eyes, Black Star was already confirmed as the ultimate protagonist. Many of the old hardcore players had personally watched Black Star rise from an insignificant person, stepping into the glorified altar. Their hearts had a sense of gratification, as though they were witnessing the continuation of a legend. Bunhit Dog was so excited, his entire body trembled. He immediately pinched his assistant, Little Wheat, who was beside him as he babbled. Quickly, material, a lot of material, at least 20 episodes of videos can be released using this. Quickly record them all. Little Wheat hurriedly nodded and began to record. Meanwhile, Frenzied Sword and the professional players controlled their emotions, quickly checking the attributes panel. It seems like the upper limit this time has been opened to level 180. Speaking of which, most calamity grades usually enter the realm around level 160 and 170. While we're weaker than them at the same level, level 180 should be enough for us to hit the calamity grade, right? It's possible. Maybe in this version, the strength of the players will be pulled apart. Those who can enter the calamity grade will definitely be able to slap and beat up a whole bunch of grade BS. Everyone discussed their levels fervently before they remembered something. That's right. I remember that our main storyline for the Flickering War was not settled. Now that the war has ended, I wonder what has happened to the situation. In the previous version, the main storyline in the Flickering War for the Black Star Army was something that Han Shao had created, and it had long been settled. What the other organization's players got was the true main storyline, which could only be settled after the war. Hearing this, many of the players entered the forums, and with a glance, they almost laughed themselves to death. They saw that the forums for the Flickering World were extremely lively, and many of them were crying blood and tears, especially those from the Limitless Financial Group. Fan Shui Shui, where's my faction? Where's my huge faction? Atlas. Matafaka. Why has the entire Limitless Financial Group disappeared? Adventures of Tintin, Flickering World. A Flickering World. The largest galactic consortium, the Limitless Financial Group, went bankrupt. The boss Sorokin owed up to 3.5 billion in debt for food, drinks, and gambling, and he took his mistress with him to go on the run. We toiled for half a year and didn't even get a single paycheck. B***starred Sorokin, you're not human. On the forums, there were a large portion of players who had lost their factions and were wailing. This was as good as them not having any contribution for the entire of version 4.0. Players who were in a smaller faction always lived on tenterhooks the moment they logged back in after a version update, fearing that their faction would be gone and all their effort wasted. Originally, those players who had joined larger factions were not worried about this problem, but the Limitless Financial Group was no small faction, and it had actually disappeared, causing the players to feel immense regret. If they had known this, they would have followed the other group of defectors to jump ship during the national war. Too unlucky. That's why choosing a faction is of utmost importance, just like picking stocks. One must be cautious. It's lucky our Black Star Army is resilient enough. Watching the scene, the army players could not help but laugh. Even a behemoth like the Limitless Financial Group could crash. While the Black Star Army was strong, they had provoked the 3 universal civilizations, and thus their futures were not too bright either. Their army commander might be fierce, the association strong, and the Sanctum Revival miraculous, but their opponents were the 3 universal civilizations. Now that their original cooperative relationship had evolved to become enemies, many people did not have much confidence in battling them. If something went wrong, they might lose their faction like the Limitless Financial Group players. The battle between the Beyond Grade A Association and the 3 universal civilizations should be the main storyline of this version. We're inherently on the side of the association, but can we really win? That's right. If the association loses, won't the army disband? Won't it be our loss then? Some people chatted in small voices, their stand wavering. These were all new players who had joined only in version 4.0. As for the veterans, while they were worried about the safety of the army, their stand was firm. Most of the old players had long treated the army as their own faction, working hard to make it grow to where it was today. Even if the enemy was strong, they would not wish to switch to another faction. Anyway, they were not afraid of death, so it was still better to work for their own faction. The army had shaped the sense of belonging for their players for many years, and the results showed. While players valued benefits, they sometimes went the opposite way instead. While benefits were important to them, the real core logic that determined a player's actions could be summarized in one sentence. I do what makes me happy. Ding. At this moment, the interface of every army player rang at the same time. You have triggered the S-ranked main storyline. Calamity of the Super's Black Star Army. Chapter 1271, The Art of Managing Leaks. Chapter 1271, The Art of Managing Leaks. Oh, the main storyline mission is out. Calamity of the Supers? What is that? I guess it refers to the conflict between the three universal civilizations and the association. I feel that this name is a little weird though. How could supers cause a calamity? Everyone discussed the mission title. The Calamity of the Supers should have been the name of version 5.0, but now that it had its name changed to Black Star's era, no one was familiar with this term. This mission was not issued by Han Xiao himself, but rather automatically generated by the interface. This was similar to the main storyline of version 5.0 in Han Xiao's previous life, except for some subtle changes, such as Han Xiao's presence. Everyone went to read the mission introduction. Fruobnov.com. This is a crisis that affects the entire superpower class. There is a deep-rooted contradiction between individual power and collective civilization. Black Star chose the route of seeking peace through deterrence, taking the initiative to ignite the fuse and detonating this calamity in order to create a new era. As a super, you should have your own position and philosophy in this storm. Choose your faction and fight for it. As a member of the Black Star Army, it is hoped that you will stand at the front of the army in such times of crisis to complete the great goal of the Black Star Army. Everyone continued reading and saw that this main storyline was more of a faction struggle. As an S-ranked main storyline, it stretched for a long period, allowing players to continuously accumulate rewards. However, they were required to choose a faction to participate in this storm to fight for, and everyone's faction there was preset as the Black Star Army. During this storyline, every time they completed the assigned missions given by their faction, they would obtain extra contribution points and experience, which was very tempting. The rewards are plenty, and the mission rewards are even higher than the previous versions. The bar has been raised once again. This is an incident that affects the entire superpower class, so it feels more impactful compared to the previous version of Flickering World Development. While the version also mobilized the entire universe, it focused on exploration, and most of the events were confined to a single star field. There was little impact on the other regions. Furthermore, this Calamity of the Supers seems very antagonistic at first glance, since supers permeate across the whole universe. This will cause the entire galactic society to become turbulent. Actually, I feel that this is pretty good as well. The main storyline came out as soon as the version opened, and our goal is clear. Everyone talked in small groups, feeling extremely delighted. While it felt a bit sudden to get involved in such a big event as soon as they came online, the army players quickly accepted this reality. Excited. After marveling at Black Star's deeds for a while longer, the players finally shifted their attention to the other aspects of version update changes. That's right, 50 years have passed. The army should have upgraded a lot of their internal products. Let's take a look. It did not take long for someone to open up the army's faction store to check on the equipment and weapons provided. The equipment sold by the army had always been the focal point for the players. While it was a little pricey, the quality was guaranteed, and its performance was excellent. Aftercare repair and enhancement services were even thrown in. A large number of players were thus using the Army standard suits. Every time the Army Logistics Department launched a new series of equipment, it would be the time for the Army players to collectively improve their overall combat capabilities. At the same time, they could also lose the weight in their wallets. With a glance, the players all froze before shouting out in joy. The number of products offered by the Army had doubled compared to before the version update. There was a lot more equipment, including weapons, raw materials, and special props that had never been seen before, and they were all high-quality items even when compared to the current update and iteration. Many of this technology came from Jay's treasure trove, and Han Xiao merely picked up a few suitable ones to throw toward the logistics department, allowing them to greatly expand the scale of the faction's unique products. The army has done a lot of research in the past few decades. There are so many new products now. I'm still wearing the 7th generation battlesuit, but they've already updated to the 12th gen, and the performance has been optimized so much, it's over. My current suit is now outdated. Replacing it will require a large sum of money, and I still have to strengthen, refine, and enchant it. I feel that my wallet is going to die. The players' eyes turned red upon seeing so much good stuff. Their desire to buy was unprecedentedly strong. It was a pity that the National War and the Pro League at the end of version 4.0 had emptied the accumulations of most people. They could only channel their desire to buy stuff into the desire to earn money. At this moment, the players received an internal email from the army commander. In the email, Han Shao represented the army in welcoming the return of the immortals, declaring that the current situation was sensitive, and thus, he hoped that everyone could be a little more low-key. At the end of the letter, a note was also attached, indicating that their previous location for the National War, Planet Milton, had been purchased by the army and would be given to the Golden Alliance as a gift. No one was expecting such a bombshell, and they suddenly felt dizzy from the surprise at their luck. Our commander directly bought the National War planet to give to us? Am I dreaming? Maybe this is the legendary banknote ability. Why did Old Black do this? He shouldn't have known about our National War, right? That's hard to say. At that time, many of the galactic organizations were paying attention to us, even though they did not know about our National War. However, our Golden Alliance beat everyone else, so maybe Old Black thought that we were winning glory for the army. That feels possible. Everyone was full of excitement. As the stage of the National War, Planet Milton had the potential to become the players' main city. So having the army directly buying it and giving it to the Golden Alliance meant handing over the sovereignty of this main city to the Chinese players. Originally, the management rights belonged to the NPC organizations, but unexpectedly, they fell into the players' hands. This was not a small gift. This would be the first time a player-managed guild owned a planet. Many of the players participated in the National War, but none of them expected that there would be such additional reward. They could not help but feel surging joy. Speaking of which, most of the Chinese players were also old-timers who participated from planet Aquamarine itself. This gift might be Old Black taking care of them. Thinking of this possibility, people like Frenzied Sword started to feel emotional. This proved that Black Star had always paid attention to them. Before long, this matter spread to the forums, where it caused envy among countless players. Another benefit of the Black Star army. How can their faction be so good? Nasty. I'm so jealous of them. Black Star is indeed the model of all factions, knowing how to win the hearts of the people. I also wish I could have such a faction leader. Woo-woo. Lemons are also good, cries. Seeing this, the various foreign club players felt their sanity snap and their stomachs churn. The National War had been over for quite a period of time, and these participants had also readjusted their mentality. While they had lost, there was no substantial loss to them. But at this moment, these players felt that their hearts had been stabbed once again. Seeing the Golden Alliance happily receiving a planet as a gift, these foreign clubs only felt upset. If we had worked harder at the last moment and won the National War, then this planet might have belonged to us. Oh wait, we're not part of the Black Star army either way. Even if we won, the faction behind us would not have bought Planet Milton as a gift. This was even more frustrating to think about. As soon as the tens of millions of players returned, the long silent forum instantly turned lively. Because the version had just been updated, everyone was busy trying to level and upgrade their equipment. Their top priorities were to enrich their wallets. After many of the army players understood the current situation, they could not wait to start. At the same time, inside the army commander's office, Han Shao switched off the surveillance in the Great Hall, glancing at his experience bar, which had begun to rise rapidly once again after being stagnant for so long. He felt great comfort. This is the fragrance of leaks. Nice. The player savings were almost all spent in the previous version, and now that the new version has just been released, they also have the need to upgrade themselves, so I can only use new products and discounts to stimulate consumption, maintaining my efficiency of harvesting experience. Rubbing his chin, Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. His upgrade costs were astronomical. He had also accumulated some experience during the version update, and according to the normal harvesting efficiency during the opening periods of the version, he would take about 18 months to 3 years to accumulate enough to reach the level 360 advancement. This would also depend on the speed at which the players accumulated experience. If he used his own proficiency in leak management, he might be able to speed up the player's efficiency. Before his advancement, Han Zhao also planned to have his God's Trait Transformation Void Branch reach the maximum level. This would also need time as he needed to craft more universal treasures. This main storyline was a battle of factions. Thus, the association would appear more attractive to the players. Furthermore, with him as the head of the association, there was no need to be afraid of anyone trying to poach his people. The players would automatically join his faction. Now that the players have returned, the fuse for the calamity of the supers has been readied. We have to see how the 3 universal civilizations will respond, Han Zhao muttered. On the Federation of Light's mother planet, in the president's office, Lewis stood by the window. He turned back to look at his head of intelligence. His brows furrowed as he considered this sticky situation. The immortals have returned? TSK. Another bunch of troublesome fellows. Do you need us to take action? The head of intelligence asked. Lewis slowly returned to his seat, stroking his chin as he thought. Immortals. Is their resurrection principle also related to the Sanctum Revival? In this past year, the 3 universal civilizations had studied the Sanctum Revival theory, but even with astronomical sums of money poured in, they were still far away from actual results. While the 3 universal civilizations might have been at the forefront of the explored universe in terms of information form technology, it was still not perfected. The 3 universal civilizations leaders would inquire about the progress of the research every few days, so Lewis started to think that the players' resurrection abilities had something to do with the Sanctum Revival. In his opinion, both of them were strange methods to revive, which could be seen as a connection. After thinking about it further, Lewis said in a solemn voice, "The immortals are impenetrable, and we are still unable to find out the reason for their resurrections. Increase the funding for the Immortals Project. We might find a breakthrough there." Understood. The head of intelligence recorded it down. Lewis paused for a while more before asking, "How's the situation in the outside world now?" "The class segregation is going well. We have succeeded in shaping a group of supers who believe that the association's excessive ambitions have affected the order through different treatments and one-sided propaganda. These are basically people who have been affected and have lost their benefits, thus allowing us to split the supers into 2 opposing voices. While the contrasting voices are not many at the moment, they are enough. As long as they exist, those that support the association will always try to one-up them, pushing the association toward breaking ties with the 3 universal civilizations. Well done. Lewis narrowed his eyes. The greater the height, the greater the fall. The association has too many expectations on them. The moment we can make them suffer a small setback, we will be able to obtain twice the result with half the effort. Hitting the association's prestige hard and shaking more people's hearts. The 3 universal civilizations did not wish for a superorganization that would herd the rest as a pack leader to appear. Not only them, but the Superstar Cluster Alliance was also secretly adjusting their strategies, splitting the voices of the supers through public opinion. It was just that the time had yet to come, so there was no need to see this method to the end since the disadvantages would outweigh the benefits. Waving his hand to dismiss the head of intelligence, Lewis waited for a while before 2 remote projections appeared in the room. They were the Mechanic Empress Morniza and Defender Romo, both of whom were beyond grade A mechanics directly related to the Federation of Light. "You've come," Lewis said. "You asked to see me. Did you manage to discover the location of the Mechanic Emperor's true body?" The mechanics in the Federation of Light had been searching for the location of Manison's body all these years, but they had never succeeded. Romo shook his head. "He's hidden himself too deeply. We still have no news regarding this." "Then, why did you want to see me?" Lewis frowned. Morniza took a step forward at this moment, slowly saying, "I used to study under the Mechanic Emperor, and thus I am familiar with the style of his virtual technology. A while back, I made a breakthrough with my technology, so I would like to enlist the help from the 3 universal civilizations to aid me in raiding Manason's database through virtual intrusion. Lewis was a little stunned. What's the purpose of you doing this? Morniza's eyes flashed. I've taken a fancy to the Mechanic Emperor's technological treasures. I wish to obtain his life research. She used to be the Mechanic Emperor's student and was more familiar than everyone else with just how deep Manason's reserves were. She had long thought of owning Manason's knowledge, and thus, their relationship had become more and more estranged, partly due to her attempting to steal a portion of his research. This was also why she had to flee to the Federation of Light as a direct descendant in order to obtain protection. Ever since Manason lost his authority, Morniza had again coveted his research. In the past, she was not so certain, but due to her sudden breakthrough a while back, her confidence had grown. Based on her calculations, she believed that with the help from the 3 universal civilizations, her current virtual technology would have a more than 50% chance of invading Manason's database. The Mechanic Emperor might be strong, but he would not be able to stop so many people from attacking him. If it's just for this reason, then I cannot accept your request. Lewis shook his head. Furthermore, the Mechanic Emperor's reputation is not for show. Are you sure you can crack his virtual technology? I also remember that the Mechanic Emperor has always liked to secretly infiltrate the database of the Federation of Light. For so many years, it is unknown how much secrets he has stolen. But you guys have turned a blind eye for too long. Don't you think that our Federation of Light should fight back? No one should be able to pick at us, and we can destroy all the secrets he has collected about the Federation of Light. In addition, we might even obtain secrets from the Superstar Cluster Alliance in the Primeval Star River, which is the true enemy of the 3 universal civilizations. Lewis's eyes gleamed. He was a little tempted. The 3 universal civilizations did not wish to provoke the association, but if it was purely infiltrating the database of the Mechanic Emperor, it should be fine. The 3 universal civilizations might be jittery toward the association, but they had never stopped their small tricks. Plus, the Mechanic Emperor was no longer the president, and he had never been on good terms with Black Star. At this moment, Morniza coldly laughed as she added, "As for my ability, now that more than half of the machinery faith has been taken by Black Star, the Mechanic Emperor's strength has decayed and is no longer at his peak. As long as the 3 universal civilizations assist me, I'm sure I can invade his database. After this event, the Federation will be able to obtain all the copied technological information." Lewis weighed the pros and cons for a while before slowly nodding. "I'm agreeable to your request. I'll help you contact the dynasty and the church. We can give this matter a try and test the reaction of the association. Don't disappoint me." Hearing this, Morniza revealed a delighted smile. "Relax. I'll make you so happy you won't even be able to talk." Chapter 1272 Progress and Accident. Chapter 1272 Progress and Accident. The news of the return of the Immortals spread like wildfire. In this current situation, this matter had received much more attention. With many organizations secretly in awe, there were tens of millions of Immortal Grade B supers, and no one could ignore this strength, especially if a few million of them belonged to the Black Star Army. This made many of the large organizations, including the 3 universal civilizations, more vigilant. They were worried that the Black Star Army would take major action after the return of their powerful armed forces. However, these organizations soon heaved a sigh of relief as they saw the Immortals just going about their daily tasks, without any huge changes in their schedules. It was just that every time after they disappeared, the strength of these Immortals would grow. This was a law that had been discovered. Many of the top organizations had confirmed this through the intelligence that the Immortal strength was still growing, which led them to feel concerned. While they were only at the Grade B realm, their strength was already terrifying. Every organization knew that if the Immortals continued to grow, it would inevitably impact the existing universe's structure and produce unknown effects, which was not good. Furthermore, the current Galactic Society was now also aware of the Sanctum revivals, and thus they unconsciously linked it to the immortal nature of the players. On the internet, public anger, which had begun to cool down, once again flared up. The Galactic residents discussed recent events, giving rise to much speculation. There were rumors that the reason Black Star had mastered the Sanctum Revival was precisely because he discovered some clues from the Immortals. The speculation was reasonable and got the widest acceptance, making countless people feel that they had stumbled across the secret of Black Star. For a period of time, almost all organizations in the universe started to offer more generous conditions for the Immortals, enthusiastic to win them over so as to research the Sanctum Revivals through them. However, with the lessons learned through the collapse of the Limitless Financial Group, as well as the version name being called Black Star's Era, most players rejected the olive branches that the small and medium-sized organizations offered and instead transferred over to the Black Star Army. The Army once again ushered in a period of members skyrocketing. As the saying went, better late than never. Because of certain factors, many players had already missed out several versions with the Black Star Army. Now that the new version had just opened, it was a good opportunity for them to start afresh, and many of them did not wish to throw away this opportunity. The movements of the players attracted the attention of the entire universe, and countless organizations paid attention to this covetously yet fearfully. In the territory of the Black Star Army, on the rocky, mountain-like surface, two figures were fighting each other at an extreme speed, leaving a series of afterimages. Each of their collisions resulted in a ring of compressed air exploding. This was a secret training ground hidden on a barren planet. Bang, bang, bang. The two slammed into each other, much like an earth dragon rampaging amid the ground, kicking up choking sand and dust. Their pugilist auras shot everywhere, exploding rocks and mountains alike. Suddenly, the figure wearing heavy training armor seemed to have discovered a flaw in the opponent, raising his elbow before condensing his pugilist flames at the point of contact. This skewed the opponent's defensive posture, and taking advantage of the short opportunity, a sharp leg whip swept across like a tomahawk, creating a sonic boom from the speed alone as it closed the distance to the opponent's chest in the blink of an eye. Bang! A silver figure was thrown out like a cannonball, smashing through 3 mountains before embedding deeply in the 4th. There was a loud bang as the rocks surrounding it crumbled, leaving behind a deep pit filled with smoke and dust. Good fight. The silver figure shook himself, and the hill was blasted to pieces, turning into a rain of rocks. He suspended himself in midair, his body akin to flowing mercury. The depression made in his chest was quickly recovering. This person was Silver Shadow. His opponent did not pursue the attack, taking off his helmet to reveal an honest face. It was none other than Carlet. Silver Shadow flew in front of Carlet and nodded. Your progress is getting faster. It has been little more than a year, yet the current you can probably beat 3 of the you from a year ago. Within the Calamity grade, your abilities are pretty good. Am I that good? Carlet scratched his head. He was a little embarrassed as he was used to being the worst performing. Your pugilist potential is something I've rarely seen in my life. Given time, I'm sure your achievements will be higher than mine, Silver Shadow said emotionally. He had suppressed his strength to the Calamity grade to battle with Carlet, but the latter's performance completely surprised him, giving him immense pressure. Initially, when Black Star had asked him to come teach Carlet, Silver Shadow was a little unwilling, but after a year of guidance, all negative thoughts had flown out of the window. Carlet's abilities soared upward at an incredible speed. If he was only an ordinary Calamity grade in the past, right now he was near the boss level, and this change only happened within a year. Silver Shadow could feel a sort of beyond grade of potential coming from Carlet, so instead of rejecting his teaching, he instead became even more dedicated, almost unreservedly imparting his pugilist experiences to Carlet. If Carlet became a beyond grade A, it would be a good thing for him too. VWebnovel.com. Black Star had a wide range of connections and had no shortage of friends who were experts in the pugilist system. However, he actually gave such a good opportunity to Silver Shadow. Thus, Silver Shadow could not help but feel grateful to Han Shao, thinking that Black Star was supporting him. However, Silver Shadow devoted himself to teaching Carlet not just entirely out of goodwill of cultivating a younger generation. He was also extremely compatible with Carlet in terms of personality, and they got along very well. It's because you have taught me well. Carlet smiled in an honest manner. It's not entirely my credit. You have to thank Black Star as well. His vision is truly too precise, and if he had not taught me how to guide you, I probably would not have a clue. Silver Shadow shook his head. Because Han Xiao had seen through Carlet's growth mechanism in the interface, he had asked Silver Shadow to conduct targeted training, specifically explaining each pugilist concept before training at high intensities. The result was that they achieved double the results with half the effort, creating this remarkable achievement of allowing Carlet to improve by leaps and bounds. According to the original growth trajectory, Carlet was a late bloomer, but the main reason was that he was not clear about his own characteristics, so he could only slowly explore and accumulate, wasting a lot of time. If there was a targeted exercise for him at the very beginning, perhaps Carlet's rise to power would have been much faster. If they were to compare, Carlet was similar to the famed hero Guo 1. Guo Jing, also known as Hero Guo, is a fictional character from Jin Yong's novel Legend of the Condor Heroes, hiding outstanding talent under his simple and honest appearance. Both of them also did not meet the right teacher at the beginning, wasting too much time. If they had practiced the correct method from the beginning, their combat strength would have long soared and solidified. Because the interface could list one's advantages and disadvantages. In terms of training, there was no one in the universe more suited for guidance than Han Xiao. Not only Carlet, but the hundreds of Beyond Grade A seeds who joined the Black Star Army also obtained some guidance, making tremendous progress in their cultivation. All of them had begun to treat Han Xiao as some sort of spiritual mentor. At this moment, the very person being mentioned appeared beside Carlet and Silver Shadow in a remote projection. Your Excellency Black Star. Silver Shadow and Carlet immediately saluted him. How's the training coming along? Han Xiao smiled. He improved once again, and he can even break through my defense now. Silver Shadow let out an appreciative smile. Dang, not bad. Keep working, you'll soon step into the Beyond Grade A realm. At that time, I'll find even more teachers for you to keep growing. Han Xiao laughed cheerfully. He had completely grasped the correct training method Carlet needed. The crucial factor behind Everlasting Martial Path was to accumulate pugilist insight, and a shortcut was to have him interact with many Beyond Grade A pugilists to quickly improve his pugilist insight. This would allow him to complete the transformation of his talent, allowing him to take the fast track to improving himself. The moment Carlet reached the Beyond Grade A realm, Han Xiao planned to use his own personal connections to have Beyond Grade A pugilists guide Carlet and teach him experiences and insights. With Carlet's simple and honest attitude, Han Xiao was sure that his investment would not lose out, but rather allow him to earn plenty in return. After exchanging a few more words, Han Xiao wrapped up the conversation and left. Carlet exhaled, feeling very heartened inside himself. In this past year, no matter how busy Black Star was, he would call every 10 days or so to inquire about his training progress. He even made a training plan specifically for him and invited Silver Shadow, a Beyond Grade A, to be his teacher. All this had shown the importance Black Star placed in him. As the saying went, there was no harm without comparison. Thinking back to how the dynasty had treated him, even if Carlet was not a small-minded person, he could not help but feel that both parties were simply not comparable. The kindness shown to him was firmly engraved in his heart. Even if one removed his idolatry for Black Star, his sense of belonging toward Black Star had already broken through the roof. Since you treat me like a state scholar, I'll be sure to repay this country with my life. In Black Star Palace's office, Han Xiao shut down the remote projection, smiling brightly. Carlet was really worth training. Just a year and his growth is already so high. If we follow this trend, he might even surpass Lothair and reach the Beyond Grade A realm first. He could not be more satisfied with Carlet. This guy was indeed the poster boy of the future pugilist system. Lothair was still stuck outside the door of the Beyond Grade A realm. This final step was the most difficult, and it was unknown how long he would take. On the other hand, Evans had been cultivating diligently for several decades. Because the players were not online, he could not absorb any new abilities. He had only been polishing his core abilities and upgrading his realm. He had finally realized his potential, succeeding in entering the Calamity grade as well. Han Xiao was full of expectations for this new ES god. Since the players had returned, they could finally add some new abilities to Evans. In addition to these potential stocks, the army had expanded its advanced combatants by many times, hosting a large number of Beyond Grade A seeds, including many talented people worth training. Oh, that's right, there's still that balding baby Sylvia. A pity that with her potential, the most she can reach will probably be the beyond grade A realm. Han Xiao felt that she should actually just remain as the chief administrative official. Shaking his head, Han Xiao took out the communicator and scanned it. Right now, the universe is reacting to the player's return, worrying that if they continue to grow, they'll become more lawless, shaking the order of the Galactic Society. It is actually true to think so. The fuse has already been lit. The ancients used this phrase in the past. A pugilist could use his strength for evil. This trait was perfectly demonstrated by the players. As their strength grew, they became harder to control. This would allow one to understand why the calamity of the supers was named thus, which was accurate if looking from the player's perspective. The 3 universal civilizations will be moving soon. I keep feeling that something is about to happen. Han Xiao rubbed his forehead as he frowned. At this moment, a black flame suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, rapidly expanding into a projection of Oathkeeper's soul. Han Xiao raised his brows. Why are you not saying hi? Did you come to me because you've collected another set of keys? Not yet. Oathkeeper's tone was solemn. Black Star, I have 2 pieces of bad news for you. Oh? Say them. There's a traitor that has appeared among the group of Avengers, who wishes to sell out the Holy Accord in return for the assistance of an advanced civilization's help to seek revenge. Han Zhao's expression sank. How did this happen? Has the news been leaked? Pangan is currently in pursuit of the traitor, and we've managed to intercept the intelligence temporarily. Han Xiao furrowed his brows. Then the other bad news? Someone used magic to spy on the Holy Accord. We've traced the source and discovered that it came from the secondary dimensions. Most likely, we've been discovered by some existence hidden in the secondary dimensions, but we're still unclear as to who it is, Oathkeeper said in a heavy tone. Hearing this, Han Xiao calmly stood up, putting on his cloak. Give me the coordinates. I'll go take a look. Chapter 1273 Traitor. Chapter 1273 Traitor. Grains of black sand swirled along with the raging tempest, covering the sky in darkness. This high-speed sandstorm was akin to a grinder that could smash apart steel. It was prevalent on the surface of this barren planet all year round, causing this planet to be unable to give birth to any life. All of a sudden, blue brilliance flashed in the sandstorm, and a figure appeared out of thin air, falling to the ground. This person wore a broken mechanical suit and was covered in blood, as if he was seriously injured. He struggled to stand up, raising his hand to eject a thin energy shield to ward off the surrounding high-speed sandstorm. The next instant, a few rays of light flashed behind him, and Pangan as well as a few other beyond grade as quickly surrounded him. Pangan coldly stared at the person, his tone full of murderous intent. Kotlin, you betrayed us. This primordial one named Kotlin gasped for breath as he looked around the people surrounding him. He sadly smiled. Everyone present was at the beyond grade A realm, so the spatial fluctuations and folds left by the teleportation and transitions were all clues for them to track him, leading to his inability to get rid of them. His communicator network was locked by the mechanics around Pangan, so there was already no way for him to escape. Pangan's expression was stone cold, as he raised his fist and shouted, I've said this before. Our principle of action is to not drag Black Star and Holy Accord down in our affairs. For you to try to exchange intelligence on them to the Superstar Cluster Alliance in exchange for assistance has already broken the original agreement. I can only get rid of you. He felt heartache yet grateful. Kotlin was a member of the Avengers, so he was saddened that his companion had deviated to another path. But he was also grateful that he managed to discover this before he and the Superstar Cluster Alliance formed deep bonds. Kotlin exhaled before solemnly speaking. Pangan, can't you see it? With our meager manpower, even if we develop ourselves silently for hundreds of years, we basically cannot complete the revenge plan. It is whimsical to hope so without external help. I can't do it just by following you. It's a waste of time. Pangan was silent for a moment before resolutely replying. Even if hope is slim, I will not use this method of betraying Oathkeeper and Black Star. They've carried out the mission of the Holy Accord, reviving us and giving us a second life. You're ungrateful to do so. We're all founders of the Holy Accord, and without our efforts in the early years, how could they be able to grasp the Sanctum revival method now? I indeed owe Oathkeeper, but for Black Star. He's just an opportunist. How dare he put on a front as though he's our savior? His position now was obtained through us. Cotlin's eyes flashed, and his attitude remained stubborn. Another beyond grade A by the side coldly said, Black Star is merely planning for the future of the entire class. While we're not participating in it, we should not try to backstab him or get in his way. You've crossed the line. Cotlin did not seem to approve as he raged immediately. What does the Boolsh *T-class struggle have to do with me? I only had one goal from the beginning, and that is to avenge my compatriots. For that, I could give up everything, including my life. This time, I didn't even think about getting back alive. Since there's only one chance for us to undergo the Sanctum revival, to me, the Holy Accord and Black Star are now useless. If they did not affect me, I could have given them face and helped them keep their secret. But Black Star is obviously trying to find ways to coexist peacefully with the three universal civilizations. My enemy. In the future, he might even show his loyalty and destroy us. If he dares block my way, he can only scram. Hearing this, Pangan and the rest frowned. The goals of each of the founding Primordial Ones in the Holy Accord were different. Not everyone did this to escape the war, and people such as Pangan and Cotlin wished to leave a lifeline to protect their civilizations one day after the war as assurance. Pangan shook his head. He felt that there was no point wasting his breath on Cotlin anymore. The guy had been completely corrupted by his hatred, unable to accept any other advice. He just wished to take revenge at all costs. He did not wish to waste his time by arguing over Cotlin's personal beliefs. He changed the topic and coldly asked, What benefits did the Superstar Cluster Alliance promise you? We haven't negotiated. Cotlin did not hide anything either. The secrets such as the way to open the sanctums as well as the formula for creating the keys were firmly held by Oathkeeper and Black Star, and they had never been disclosed to the other revivers. Cotlin could only trade a shallow layer of intelligence, such as the composition of the Holy Accord and the private deals between Black Star and the Holy Accord. However, just that was already very valuable. Before negotiating conditions that fit both parties, Cotlin would naturally remain a stranger to them. It was not the first time he had dealt with such organizations, so he would not reveal his bargaining chips. Otherwise he would lose his negotiation value. Pangan mutely nodded before the pugilist flames on his body reignited. He coldly said, All right, there's nothing more to say. I'll send you off personally. I never intended to wait for death. If you wish to kill me, then come and try. Cotlin burned his life without reserving any, frenziedly exciting his fatigued cells. The next instant, several silhouettes blurred and smashed into each other. Boom! Fierce shock waves swept across the surface, causing the planet to shatter. In the secondary dimension world, Han Shao shuttled forward at high speed, jumping through secondary dimensions repeatedly as he headed deep in. After receiving the news from Oathkeeper, Han Shao had taken the coordinates and gone straight in to track the peeping Tom. Over the years, Han Shao had constructed many new machines, and this mechanical suit he was currently wearing was a model that specifically allowed him to move through the secondary dimensions at high speeds. As for the traitor on Pangan's side, Han Shao had no control over him for the time being. Pangan and the others could not take a throne along as well, so he could not go there even if he wanted to. He could only leave it to Pangan to settle. While this person was a little reckless, his combat strength could not be faulted. Moreover, none of the revivers knew any key information such as the method to open the sanctums. Even if intelligence was leaked, the outside world would at most know of the existence of the Holy Accord and his connection with them. Such problems could be controlled, and there might even be advantages among the disadvantages. Fewinvel.com. The Holy Accord in his past should have met with a similar matter, but the offender was not anyone who was currently a reviver. In the calamity of the Super's version during his previous life, Cotlin acted normally, and it seemed that no information about the Holy Accord had been leaked. This could be the butterfly effect caused by me. In the past, the sanctums were not exposed, nor was there an association, so he must have made a different choice. At this moment, a black flame materialized beside him, which took on the shape of Oathkeeper. As he followed Han Shao, he spoke. Black Star, the problem on Pangan's side has been resolved. The traitor has been killed. Quite efficient. Han Shao nodded. Did you manage to find out the reason? Oh, Kotlin spoke like this. Oathkeeper recounted the incident to him. Hearing this, Han Shao silently nodded. No wonder. This was indeed related to him. In his previous life, the Holy Accord had always kept to the shadows, not participating in these political storms. The revivers had all maintained a neutral stance in the past, but they had all been converted by Han Shao to join the Beyond Grade A war. Thus, Kotlin's mentality was altered. However, this was a rare situation. Basically, the revivers would not risk leaking any intelligence, as they knew that once the plan of Black Star and the Holy Accord was known, they would be hunted down and might even cost Black Star his life, wasting his precious second life. People like Kotlin who were ungrateful and did not care about their lives were few. This binding of class interest and the safety of one's life was enough to suppress most of them. In actual fact, Law and Fei had privately suggested in the past that Oathkeeper use the Soul Flame as a way to seal their mouths. While it might not be a strong restraining factor, it could be used to sense when a reviver was leaking intelligence. However, this suggestion was rejected by Oathkeeper. Han Shao also did not agree with this proposal. It would be easy if things could be that simple. The Holy Accord was able to suppress the second batch of revivers, mainly because they relied on the support of the Primordial Ones in the first batch. Their identities were people who had originally founded the organization, so if this suggestion was carried out, the nature of the Holy Accord would change, and the revivers would run away. Han Shao shook his head to clear his thoughts. Traitors are hard to avoid. We just have to be more careful. Kotlin was not like this. Hatred can really change a person completely. The next time we activate a sanctum, let's not count him in. That's only natural. Han Shao nodded. The two of them were the only people who knew the true mechanism of the sanctum revival function. After this incident, they had removed Kotlin's name from the list, and they would no longer consider reviving him in the future. This B***starred thought that the revival only worked once, so he felt that the Holy Accord and Black Star were of no use to him, deciding to kick them to the curb since they had outlived their usefulness. As such, Han Shao decided to grant him his wish, so Kotlin's sanctum revival was limited to that once. He would never know what he had missed out on. At this moment, the built-in secondary dimension coordinate tracker on the mechanical suit pinged. Han Shao followed its instructions and jumped through a few more secondary dimensions, after which he broke into the chaotic space stream, moving until he abruptly stopped outside a secondary dimension. The outer wall of the secondary dimension in front of him was inscribed with countless magic array circuits, which protected the place tightly. This was obviously an artificial transformation, and the coordinates that were given to him also indicated this place. It looks like a dimensional mage pagoda at first glance. Han Shao carefully scrutinized his surroundings. Because he possessed the coordinates provided by Oathkeeper, he had arrived very quickly. The Holy Accord had long deployed countless countermeasures against prying eyes. Once someone tried to snoop on them, they would be tracked. The magic and technology involved in this was akin to how one's IP address could be tracked. Han Shao flew over and placed a hand on the magic protective shield on the outer wall of the secondary dimension, feeling the strong repulsion. This indicated that the strength of the shield was extremely tough. A barrier of this level would only be arranged by a Beyond Grade A, and not just a normal Beyond Grade A. Han Shao secretly nodded to himself, his eyes gleaming. This meant that it was likely secluded experts within the secondary dimension had known of his presence but did not take the initiative to greet him. TSK, were they pretending to be tortoises? Thinking it was safe so long as they remained within their turtle shell? It seems like I need to utilize some brute force. Han Shao did not plan to use any force, but seeing the other party's attitude, he could not help but raise his palm, a lump of psionic energy gathering. At this moment, Han Shao acutely felt the magic barrier of the secondary dimension fluctuate, opening a gap. Buzz! The next moment, a figure flew out of the gap, arriving near him. This person wore a platinum and gold mage robe, with a pointy mage hat, and had a long flowing white beard. His appearance was very similar to a famous violent, dual-wielding battle mage. A mental message surged into Han Zhao's mind. "How do you do? Guest from afar?" Looking over, Han Zhao raised his brows as a look of surprise flashed across his face. This was simply because he recognized the stranger that he had met for the first time. Turns out to be this guy. Isn't he the Beyond Grade A in seclusion who fought with the World Tree Army in the secondary dimension during the World Tree War in my previous life? Chapter 1274 Negotiations. Chapter 1274 Negotiations. Mystery Mage Joey Terrain, a secluded expert who lived in the secondary dimension world, was a person from the same era as the foul-mouthed Elf King Dylan. There was, however, no such person within the galactic history. He had avoided the universe for a long time without leaving any record. The first time he appeared before the universe in Han Zhao's previous life was during the World Tree invasion. The mage class was similar to the mechanic class in that they grew stronger the more they accumulated and learned. For most, their age was directly correlated to their strength. Having stayed in the secondary dimension world for so many years, Joey had slowly accumulated his knowledge like how water droplets slowly accumulate in a bucket to the point that he had reached the pinnacle beyond grade A realm. However, due to a lack of talent, potential, and other factors involved, his level was likely lower than the pillars of each universal civilization. He would barely qualify to rank as a top-tier combatant in the universe. If one did not count the revivers, however, he would definitely occupy a spot as one of the strongest beyond grade as in the world. Han Zhao had a deep impression of him. During the World Tree invasion, the secondary dimension world was reduced to a battlefield, and all the secret organizations and hermits turned into objects of conquest, being bombed out of their hiding places. Unable to remain secluded, they banded together to resist collectively. Joey was one of them. It was said that because the secondary dimension had received severe damage, he was forced to bring his base with him, employing guerrilla warfare tactics against the World Tree armies. He was eventually killed and absorbed by the World Tree. Various knowledge flashed through his mind. Han Zhao narrowed his eyes, sizing up Joey before casually speaking. "Joey Terrain. I was wondering who it was, but it turned out to be you." Joey was about to introduce himself, but upon hearing his name being called out, he received a huge shock, surprise showing on his face. "How did you find out my name?" He was a little befuddled in his heart. What sort of situation is this? I've hidden myself for so many years. No one in the main universe should be aware of my name. How did this guy recognize me? Han Zhao laughed. "I guessed it. Isn't it magical?" Joey choked at his words, suddenly feeling a wave of depression. He felt that Black Star's character was a little different from the rumors. Secretly suppressing his depressed feelings, he coughed and said, "Well, whether you guessed it or not, you seem to already know who I am. I'm curious. Why has the famous Black Star in the main universe come over to visit my homeland?" "Oh, so it turns out that you recognize me. I thought you had completely secluded yourself and did not pay any attention to the changes in the main universe." Han Zhao smacked his lips. "I just keep an eye on the news every now and then." Joey became more suspicious in his heart, having that nagging feeling that Black Star had a deep understanding of him. However, he had never dealt with the other party before, which made him feel weird. "Is that so?" Han Zhao did not agree nor disagree with him. "However, not long ago you spied on my friend's base. It seems like your focus is quite wide, not just about news. So, it turns out that you came here for this matter." Joey came to a realization, his inner bells ringing in warning. He had only just discovered Black Star in the secondary dimension and wondered why he had come over. He initially only wanted to wait in silence and guess his intentions, but the moment he saw Han Zhao raising his hand to break his magic enchantment, Joey could only come out to meet him. He did not expect that the random object that caught his curiosity would be related to Black Star. Now, the master had come knocking, likely to seek trouble. Since the other person came all the way here, they must have had some form of evidence. There was no use trying to hide. Joey's expression changed. Seeing this, Han Zhao smiled and said, "As the saying goes, a visitor from afar is a guest. Are you not going to invite me into your secondary dimension to discuss this?" Joey nodded when he heard those words. He made a gap in the barrier before gesturing Han Zhao in. "Of course, please follow me." He led the way as Han Xiao flew into the secondary dimension. The world in front of him suddenly transformed, a peaceful world filled with lush nature coming into view. The huge city guarded a white tower that reached up into the clouds. Passing by from a high altitude, Han Xiao overlooked the scene on the streets as the residents, who were the size of ants, bustled around. The city atmosphere was harmonious and lively. The duo landed on the top platform of the tower. Joey lightly snapped his fingers, and 2 sets of high-end tables and chairs as well as a trolley filled with snacks and tea appeared out of thin air. Han Xiao smiled by the side and muttered to himself, "Magic is really convenient." Joey glanced at him, not knowing what to make of his statement, before inviting him to sit. "Please sit. Try my specialties." Both of them sat opposite each other. Han Xiao took a sip of tea, and a strong fragrance swept across him. The tea was mellow yet rich, with a faint milky fragrance and an endless lingering aftertaste. "Pretty good." Han Xiao placed his teacup down before turning to gaze at the city below, smiling as he spoke. "This secondary dimension is not bad at all. It's been a long time since I've seen such a peaceful place. This is the place where I've secluded myself. Everything you see here has been built up by me bit by bit." When it came to this topic, Joey's tone got a little warmer, as though he liked to hear others praise his achievements. Han Xiao listened for a bit, smiling. "It's good to live in seclusion here. You won't feel lonely as well. It seems like you've transformed this into a mage pagoda as well. Does this place have a name?" "Yes, it's called..." Joey suddenly paused for a bit before finishing. "The Kingdom of God." Hearing this, Han Xiao secretly smirked. This old man thinks that I don't know this place is actually called the Land of 4 Gods and did not say its actual name, afraid that I would guess there are 3 other beyond grade as hidden here. The 3 of them hid themselves presumably as trump cards, just in case I create trouble. Then they can catch me off guard. Han Xiao did not immediately expose the other party, instead changing his tone and replying playfully. "However, I saw that many of the residents here are actually the various galactic races in the main universe. You abducted a lot of people from the main universe to accompany you, right?" Joey remained unmoved, sipping on his tea as he casually replied, "It's not abduction. The universe is such a dangerous place. I only helped a few of them obtain some stability in their lives. Here, they can enjoy the peace that I created for them without fear. What's wrong with that? Sounds pretty good to me. This might be the life that many people dream of, but..." Han Xiao only raised his brows but did not finish his sentence. Dominating the lives of the ordinary was a matter of course for many of the beyond grade as, regardless of whether the masses were willing to accept the arranged life or not, they had no choice either way. This mentality had long been ingrained among the supers and could not be separated from power and authority. Han Xiao did not have much to say about it, but instead shook his head secretly in disapproval of Joey's practice. The Land of 4 Gods seemed to be an independent paradise, but Han Xiao knew that under the iron hooves of the World Tree, this fragile piece could not even withstand a single blow from them and would forever be on the run. It was not so easy to remain detached from all worldly affairs. Han Xiao rapped on the table as he leaned forward, getting into the main topic. "All right, I've already drank your tea, so let's talk business. The target that you used your spying magic not long before was actually my friend. I would like to have an answer for that. What do you intend to do?" Joey inwardly tensed up. Han Xiao waved his hands in dismissal. "There's nothing about it. I just want to know your motive and objective, as well as how you did it. You came in such a hurry. Could it be that the object of my spying is that important to you?" Joey frowned, secretly wondering why Black Star would make such a big move. Han Xiao blinked as he sized up Joey's expression before laughing. From these words, he probably understood the details behind Joey. The old man likely did not know the full story behind the Holy Accord, but it was unknown how he managed to find the base of the Holy Accord to spy on. He probably did not have a strong motivation. Because this guy had secluded himself for too long, he had become easy to read. "Do you think I have a lot of free time?" Han Xiao turned the question back. Joey seemed taken aback by this question. "No, with your position and authority, I suppose you must be very busy. Then since I'm personally here, Do you still need to ask about my attitude toward this? Han Shao shook his head, his smile vanishing. Answer me. I don't wish to repeat myself. Joey's expression twitched. He was shocked by Han Zhao's brief release of his strength and felt a little unhappy. It was just that, as someone who had hidden himself away, his personality was more pliable, so he suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, replying truthfully. Han Shao observed his expression, tone, even actions as he listened to his explanation. According to Joey, this was a coincidence. He said that he did not know the details of this organization, and the reason for spying was because he discovered the Holy Accord capturing many primal Esper entities through his messenger, making him curious. He thus marked the very concept of the Holy Accord, such that if there ever came a day where their fate string changed or became entangled with his, then he could observe them. This was a spell he had created during his seclusion. Not too long ago, he had suddenly had a faint hunch, so he had followed his intuition to observe the situation of this mysterious organization. However, the messenger he sent out was blocked and he saw nothing. You said it was a coincidence? Han Shao could not prove otherwise. Although this sounded unreliable, he could not dismiss it as a lie. The secondary dimension was bizarre, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The Holy Accord had organized their secret activities for so many years. It was natural that a slight trace of their activities would be discovered. It was not strange for them to be seen by the experts by accident, but not everyone would be able to find out the details of the organization. Fruobnovel.com. The high-level mages usually had their own set of secret skills. After spending so many years in seclusion, Joey had also developed his own unique set of spells. According to the intelligence from his previous life, his research mainly concerned the environment in which he was located. His spells were extremely suitable for combat in the secondary dimension. On the contrary, it was unsuitable for combat in the main universe, where his strength would fluctuate. Han Shao believed around 60 to 70% of what he had said. Not only was he observing the actions of the other party, but he was also basing it on his behavior in his past life. This person was not a guy who liked to snoop around, nor did he work for other organizations. He seemed reliable. It was precisely because of this that while Han Shao did not know how much Joey had learned about the Holy Accord, he still stated outright that he was connected to the Holy Accord. This was because the moment he recognized Joey, he changed his initial strategy, planning to pull this man aboard. Furthermore, Joey also recognized him quickly and was even being compliant. Han Shao could roughly guess that the other side also wished to side with him in order to enjoy the Sanctum revival. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, and since Joey had finished speaking, Han Shao took the chance to sip on his tea before smiling lightly as he spoke. Okay, I'm now clear about this matter. It seems like it was just a coincidence. It's good that you're willing to believe in me. Joey breathed out a sigh of relief. The reason he tried his best to comply was because he wished to resolve the misunderstanding, not wishing to clash with Black Star. At this time, Han Zhao's words took a change, and he meaningfully said, however, this isn't my true objective of coming today. Let's talk about something else. You should be interested in the Sanctum revivals, right? Joey was a little surprised. He did not expect Han Shao to actually change to this topic. After a brief moment of hesitation, he nodded. That's right. I am very interested. Han Shao laughed. If you wish for it, I can also include you. Joey was dumbstruck. He originally intended to look for a chance to contact Han Shao in the future and try to obtain an opportunity to have a Sanctum revival, but he did not expect it to be so effortless, which made him feel a little lost. This is the first time we've met, but you're already giving me a chance to revive? Has Black Star always been so generous? Seeing Joey's expression, Han Shao immediately knew what he was thinking. He helplessly sighed before saying, of course, this chance does not come for free. Right now, the relationship between the association and the three universal civilizations is pretty strained, with conflict ready to erupt at any time. I need to enhance the strength of the association, so as long as you join the association and stand on our side, you will have your share in the Sanctum revival. Hearing this, Joey hesitated before whispering, but I have long decided to live in seclusion. Matters of the main universe are not something I wish to interfere in. Can I join in name after the association has reconciled with the three universal civilizations? You don't wish to invest anything, but you expect returns. Don't you think this sort of dream is too good to be true? Han Shao rolled his eyes as he replied. For him to even say such nonsensical words, this person really had been in seclusion for too long. Joey was a little troubled. Can you change the terms? Han Shao raised his brows in reply. I don't think you are in any position to bargain. Besides, what do you have that I actually need? Joey was speechless. Han Shao suddenly stood up and patted his clothes. Your hesitation mainly stems from the fact that you do not trust me, so you think that my chances of failure are high. I believe we need to spar for you to understand. How is it? Shall we exchange a few moves? This seems a little too rushed. Joey had an expression of surprise, but he did not refuse. That's good as well. I'm curious about your endurance. Let's have a spar outside here. Black Star had an outstanding reputation, and since Joey had secluded himself for so many years, he also wished to see where he stood against Han Shao. Making friends through battles had always been standard procedure for the Beyond grade as, however, Han Shao shook his head. You're mistaken. I wasn't asking for spar with you one-on-one but with all of you. As he spoke, he turned away, speaking in another direction. The three of you, I believe you have eavesdropped enough. Please come out. As his voice sounded, three figures appeared a few seconds later. As they landed on the tower, they shared helpless glances. These were the other three Beyond grade as of the Land of Four Gods. They thought that Black Star did not discover them, but it turned out that he had known about it a long time ago. Thinking of this, the trio could not help but feel embarrassed. Hearing how Black Star wished to take four of them at once, they got even unhappier. Are you sure you wish to go against all four of us? Joey frowned, feeling that he was being underestimated. That's right, otherwise I believe it will end too soon. There'll be no excitement. Han Shao chuckled softly. He had already prepared himself to fight against all four together. Whoever had the strongest fist would have the most rights, so only when these four were convinced could he then facilitate the negotiations. You're too arrogant. Joey's tone was cold. He might have had a good temper, but he was also somewhat prideful. Being looked down on, his anger also soared. Seeing their unsatisfied expressions, Han Shao also wiped his smile off his face, his eyes transmitting electric arcs. His aura gradually rose, and golden mechanical force crackled around his body. A voice laden with energy blasted out from his mouth. It is you guys who've stayed hidden for too long. You've already regressed. I don't mind helping you clearly identify whose era it is now. Chapter 1275 I'm the True Mechanic Emperor. Chapter 1275 I am the True Mechanic Emperor. There was an endless expanse of white, without any matter present. It just resembled a white, blank space. Suddenly, a blue vortex appeared out of thin air. Han Shao and the rest flew out of this portal. Joey sent out a spiritual message. This is a prototype of a secondary dimension that I've created. Generally, we all spar with each other here to improve ourselves. You have no problem with this, right, Black Star? Sure. Han Shao surveyed his surroundings before nodding in assent. After reaching a consensus to spar, they decided to change the location due to the fear of destroying their own base. Joey opened a portal, leading everyone to his usual training site. Advanced mages could utilize magic such as fantasy realization to artificially create secondary dimensions. This white world was merely an imperfect prototype, very simple to manufacture. While you might wish to fight against all four of us, we will not take advantage of you. At most, all of us will go one after another until one side admits defeat. Joey snorted as he dropped this sentence. He then rapidly withdrew, his comrades each flying to a corner. Han Shao merely smiled without talking, opening up his interface for a glance. As expected, a notification popped up, telling him that a special mission had been activated. The format was similar to that of the Beyond grade emission requirements, which was to last for a certain amount of time in battle. The rewards were divided into different levels, with the highest rating allowing him to randomly draw an ability from any of the four, as well as to gain a talent named Secondary Dimension Adapter. This talent would allow him to obtain bonuses based on the environment when fighting in the secondary dimensions, increasing his combat power slightly. It was just a general-purpose talent, but it was better than nothing. Heh! Would be nice if I could receive such a surprise every time. Han Xiao smirked. At this moment, Joey, who had opened up a good distance, finally stopped. He made a few hand seals, levitating before a series of magic circles, which turned into light gates. Countless monsters then surged out, with all sorts of varieties present within the various secondary dimensions. You want to compete with me in the army style? Han Xiao nodded. The opponent had definitely heard of his reputation, so he would not allow him to close in easily. Thus, they wanted to use the human wave tactic to go against his own human wave tactic. Joey was not a specialized summoner, but having lived in the secondary dimension for such a long time, it was unknown how many strange secondary dimension creatures he had already seen, let alone the contracts he had signed. He could summon quite a lot of them, and most of them were very powerful. Han Xiao guessed the other's thoughts at a glance. He wished to use his solid foundation to fight against him, since he assumed that Han Xiao was lacking in accumulation, having only entered the Beyond Grade realm relatively recently. Fine, I'll play with you. Han Xiao did not mind. He pulled up his secondary dimension barracks, and the endless mechanical army poured out. Compared to the scattered formations of Joey's monsters, the mechanical army queued up neatly, forming different formations. There was a unique sense of beauty within. At the same time, he summoned his divine mechanical throne, floating high up in the central area guarded by the machinery, like the commander of an army. The mechanical army and the summoned monsters grew in volume, the battle lines stretching out endlessly to form a confrontation. While the array of summoned monsters frequently roared and screamed, the mechanical army was on the extreme end, totally silent. Seeing that both sides had already deployed their troops, Han Xiao waved his hand as he commanded, "Do it." As soon as he spoke, the mechanical army moved as one. The heavy machinery vanguards at the forefront immediately raised their shields, advancing neatly forward. As for the long-ranged mechanical units at the back, they discharged all their firepower at once. The dense number of psionic energy beams seemed to combine into a curtain of light, directly targeting the summoned monsters. Han Xiao watched as the ranged regiment directly decimated the enemy's lineup, spraying huge pieces of monster carcasses everywhere. In addition, the elite vanguard troops were engaging in three-dimensional combat, acting as independent guerrillas as they sought for opportunities to attack the weakness in the enemy's formation. At the same time, large swathes of golden lightning chains were emitted from the divine mechanical throne, instantly connecting the various mechanical units, forming a spider web-like shape. The large number of mechanical soldiers died with the golden lightning received the buffs of the mechanical force, their performance increasing sharply by the naked eyes, as though they had entered a state of excitement. Joey was unwilling to show weakness. With a wave of his hand, beams of magical lights spilled onto the summoned creatures, which also brought about a state akin to a blessing. The summoned creatures behaved like a flash flood, rushing toward the mechanical army. While there existed a variety of summons, their formations were not scattered with the blessing from Joey's spells. The different types of summoned creatures formed a formation with complementary abilities and tactical coordination, instead of rushing out as a swarm. The two waves approached each other quickly, before slamming viciously at each other, akin to a comet smashing against Earth. Boom! Chaos broke out in an instant, and the scene blazed up. The teeth of both troops were intertwined with each other. As machinery collided with flesh and blood, they fought tragically, killing each other repeatedly. However, the moment they collided, the mechanical army gained the upper hand, constantly squeezing the monsters back under their advancement. What a powerful mechanical army! Joey gulped in shock before hurriedly casting a temporary buff spell to stabilize his frontline troops. He also cast a recovery spell to heal their injuries. It was a pity that all his efforts came to naught. The Han Xiao right now was terribly strong, with his additions of God's trait transformations, machinery faith, proof of leadership, and mechanical divinity. This gave him overwhelming mechanical force strength, which even the Mechanic Emperor could hardly match. Moreover, His decades of research into Jace's technological treasures had allowed his mechanical army to be updated and strengthened many times over. Not only were there many new models of combat machinery, all the machines had their performance raised by several tiers. Han Zhao's current combat power was probably at the very forefront of the universe. There was no need for him to burst his potential, and he could crush almost anyone in an upright manner. As for Joey's summoned creatures, they were in no way a match for Han Zhao's mechanical army. The battlefield quickly turned into a one-sided advantage, where the machinery attacked and retreated as they wished. Their formation remained tight-knit as they traveled back and forth, constantly shattering the formations of the summoned monsters, slowly whittling them. At the rear, Han Zhao remained firmly seated on his divine mechanical throne, adjusting the type of mechanical force buffs. He had too much machinery now, and his mechanical force was not enough to cover all his troops, so he had to constantly adjust the focus of his buffs manually, using it as a means to control the overall situation in the battlefield. At the same time, Han Zhao also opened a specific battle formation buff, which was a commanding skill commonly used by the army style. There were various combat methods, formations, and tactics existing in the form of different talents and skills, and this was a special command-type skill that provided an overall boost for the army. It would boost all attributes by at most 10%, which was akin to adding wings to a tiger. Very quickly, the summoned monster army experienced serious casualties, and Joey felt his heart ache. He raised his hand, drawing mana from the mage pagoda floating in the air, before slapping his palm against a portion of the machinery. Buzz! A huge golden magic circle akin like a lotus flower spread out, and the area in the mechanical army's location suddenly collapsed. The chaotic space streams raged, but it was only restricted to this circular area. The mechanical soldiers in the area seemed to have been erased by an eraser, disappearing into thin air in an instant. The soldiers that subsequently entered this area also disappeared into thin air. Gazing over, Han Zhao's eyes narrowed. Instant exile spells are actually being used to serve as traps. This is interesting. The disappeared machines were not destroyed but rather exiled by Joey's spells into the chaotic space stream of the secondary dimension world. All of them were split up, so there was no knowing where they would end up. This effect was similar to the dimensional exile bullet that the Holy Accord had, but its effect was better. This was one of the reasons Joey was so suited to fighting in the secondary dimensions. He had a lot of self-made spells that could only take effect in this place and could not be used in the main universe. Joey stretched out a few more palms, exiling a few more areas of machinery. At this moment, his senses suddenly rang in warning, and he did not hesitate to activate a short-range teleportation spell, leaving his spot. Swoosh! The next moment, a highly concentrated ray blasted over, penetrating the layers of magical barriers he had set up to hit his afterimage. Flashing to the side, Joey turned to look at the origin of the beam. He discovered that Han Zhao had unknowingly donned a mechanical suit that was dyed black in color. He raised his fingers to point over at him, the fingertips of the mechanical suit still flashing with light. You really dodged it fast. I still thought of trying out the actual combat capabilities of this anti-mage gamma-splitting ray. Han Zhao's tone was a little regretful. The style of a normal mechanic was to prepare countermeasures against any sort of enemy. In the past few years, Han Zhao had developed a lot of new weapons against the 5 major classes, changing out his entire equipment set. This anti-mage gamma-splitting ray was based on a highly concentrated gamma-ray cluster imitating a gamma-ray burst, supplemented by magic suppression energy through the reverse transformation of psionic energy. It was hypothesized that when hitting those of the mage classes, it would then impose a magic activity inhibition state for several hours, greatly weakening the opponent's spells and magics. Han Zhao shook his head before standing up from his throne and disappearing. Joey's heart sounded with warning bells, and he immediately sent out a backhand filled with magical power behind him, barely blocking the fist of Han Zhao which jumped out from his void hyperdrive. Boom! As the hand and fist connected, a shockwave of blue and purple suddenly burst out. Joey was about to borrow the force to increase the distance between them, but discovered to his dismay that his palm was glued to Han Zhao's fist. He saw that Han Zhao's mechanical suit suddenly lit up with fluorescent blue phantom energy patterns, which pulsed like it was breathing. Joey's expression changed drastically at this moment, as he found out that the mana in his body was to flow into his opponent outside of his will, through their connected hands. The psionic energy agglomeration decay module was invented by Han Xiao. By stimulating the process of production and transformation of psionic energy, he was able to create an energy that could engulf all other energies. As long as the judgment requirements were met, it could assimilate and absorb the opponent's energy, turning it into fuel for his energy furnace. To put it simply, this was akin to the star-absorbing great art. Joey immediately made a decision, activating an enchantment and producing spatial turbulence, swallowing himself in it and getting rid of his controlled state as he disappeared without a trace. Oh, he really has many ways to escape. Han Zhao's brows furrowed, and he turned his head to survey his surroundings. He saw a blast of chaotic space stream surge out from the extreme end of the battlefield, spitting Joey out. The chaotic space stream that seemed uncontrollable had actually been transformed into his own vehicle. Close shave. I lost around 5% of my total mana in just that brief contact. Joey was secretly surprised when he looked into his own status. This time, the blue lines on Han Zhao's mechanical suit dimmed as he shook his head with a smile. It's better for all of you to come at me at once. You alone won't give me any pressure. Hearing this, Joey's expression sank. The other three by the side did not have good expressions either. In just that short exchange, Joey had personally experienced Han Zhao's strength. He felt that he had no shortcomings, like an impassable mountain. He could not think of any way to defeat Black Star with just his own abilities. Since Joey was the strongest out of the four of them, the other three of his comrades were secretly shocked to see his embarrassing performance. Even without going against Black Star, they knew that they would get the same result or worse. There was no point sending themselves up for the slaughter one by one. Cognizant of this, the other three started to be tempted by Han Zhao's suggestion. Originally, they did not do so because they had to maintain their dignity as beyond grade but now that they would just be beaten up if they went one by one, it would be better to besiege Black Star and avoid making a fool of themselves. As for their round-robin arrangement at the start, that was what Joey said. It had nothing to do with the thoughts of the other three. One of them coughed a little before solemnly saying, "Since you so strongly demand it, we cannot refuse your invitation. Let's spar together then." Glancing at him, Han Xiao secretly gave a thumbs up. What a shameless sentence. This has my style all over it. Thumbs up to you. The three of them no longer watched by the side, joining the battle one after another to showcase their magic. Seeing this, Joey blushed as he recalled his thoughts before fighting. However, he knew in his heart that just relying on himself would be a lost cause, so he chose not to reject his comrades' help. He would rather pretend and not say anything, cooperating with them in battle. The five fought fiercely, clashing and tumbling around, causing the wall of the secondary dimension to tremble constantly. This dimension was not made to withstand the aftermath of their battle and soon became full of holes. This battle lasted for several hours, and they had already cycled through 3 battlefields. With the 4th secondary dimension, they were fighting in on the verge of breaking apart. There was a huge floating island here, and at this moment, the entire island was stained red with blood, with broken corpses lying everywhere. On the uneven ground, Joey was leaning on his staff, panting heavily and covered with cuts and bruises. With horror in his eyes, he tremblingly raised his hand to signal to Han Xiao, hurriedly saying, "I know we have lost. Don't come over anymore." Not far off, Han Xiao stopped moving, his voice laced with regret. "Just like this? I still have quite a few devices I haven't tested out." It had taken him a long time to find such good opponents to spar, so he did not wish to make this battle a quick one. He took out all the equipment he had made in the past few decades to test out, torturing Joey and the others to the point he almost left them with psychological trauma. This time, because he mainly focused on testing out his equipment, Han Xiao was not too serious in fighting and did not activate any of his aces. Even so, Joey and his gang could not cause him any trouble. The situation was always under his control, a one-sided victory. He had a slightly clearer understanding of his own strength. If anyone were to fight head-on with him, without a dozen beyond grade as with an energy rank at 70,000 or above clashing with him, there would basically be no danger to him. Han Shao sighed in relief. This is not even counted as my warm-up. I've given you guys a chance, but you did not use it well. Hearing this, the four of them were speechless. If these words were spoken before the fight, they would have been unhappy, but now they recognized the strength gap between the two sides. Knowing that Black Star could deal with all of them himself, the arrogance in their hearts dissipated. The beyond grade as were realistic. If they could not beat someone, there was nothing they could do but endure it. However, while Joey and the rest were being tortured by Han Shao, they also saw the accumulation that Han Shao showed. They finally understood why Black Star dared to fight against the three universal civilizations. Black Star's mechanical army was simply incredible. His accumulations too terrifying. His mechanical army was practically endless. The title of Mechanic Emperor obviously belongs to you instead. Chapter 1276 Achieving Nirvana. Chapter 1276 Achieving Nirvana. Right now, you guys should be assured of my strength, right? Han Shao snapped his fingers, and the mechanical suit folded and contracted, merging into his body. Joey took a breath, suppressing his frustration of being beaten up, before seriously speaking. You're indeed the strongest beyond grade A I've ever seen, but what you need to do is far from what can be achieved with an individual's power. It may be okay for you to protect yourself, but others don't have your ability. It's too difficult to unite the entire beyond grade A class and become a force on par with the three universal civilizations. At the core, you're just unwilling to even bear the slightest risk. Han Shao pursed his lips. Joey spoke in a low voice. I witnessed the entire tragedy of the pinnacles. The three universal civilizations are not doing anything now, not because they're really afraid of you. Don't be fooled by the current stalemate. The current strength of the Beyond Grade A Association is not enough to compete against the three universal civilizations on the same level, and they're just looking for low-cost solutions to their problems. If they do not care about the consequences, the three universal civilizations truly have the power to destroy the current explored universe, turning it into a barren land. Han Shao lightly shook his head. Spare me your alarmist talk. Unless the three universal civilizations go crazy, this sort of situation will never occur. Thus, your assumption is meaningless. Who would ask to be euthanized after getting a slight cold or flu? The most suitable option for us right now is to fight for peace. The three universal civilizations allow Beyond Grade as to exist, but they do not want us to unite. Joey hesitated before tentatively saying, since you've mastered this precious sanctum revival technique, why do you have to use it to carry out such a dangerous business? With your strength, you can be completely independent, treating the sanctum revival as a form of business. You can cooperate with the three universal civilizations and the various Beyond Grade as. In any case, the sanctum revival is only limited to one time, so everyone can be satisfied. Han Shao stared at him for a while before speaking calmly. Everyone has their own goals and ambitions. He did not think it surprising that Joey would have this mentality. Most of the hermits preferred to be alone, but they still wished to enjoy the benefits of the sanctum revival, without the risk of any danger. Is there really no way around this? Joey appeared a little disappointed. After hiding for so many years, he did not wish to expose himself to the eyes of the advanced civilizations. Han Shao waved his hands without answering. His intention was obvious. Joey paused for a while but did not give up, trying to persuade Han Shao further. Black Star, if the three universal civilizations really manage to obtain the sanctum revival technology, then that will be the day they take action. The three universal civilizations will definitely try to monopolize this technology and will attempt to neutralize this advantage of the association. The three universal civilizations just have to get rid of you and then revive you before anyone else does in order to not be challenged anymore. I feel that you should stop walking down this path. Han Shao frowned and spoke in a slightly offended tone. Do I need you to remind me of such things? You might think that it would be safer to join the three universal civilizations after they have mastered the technology. But think about it. The three universal civilizations' target of revival will not be as loose as ours. They will not think much of Beyond Grade as after gaining this huge weapon, so Beyond Grade as will only become a tool for them to unify, and if they are unwilling to become tools, then they will not be able to enjoy the benefit that is the sanctum revival. Why else do you think the association is resisting? Only when we exist can the beyond grade as still achieve the maximum freedom. If you don't choose to bet and contribute your strength now, how long will you wait? To have to constantly look forward and backward, afraid of this and that. Don't be naive. There's no surefire method to win. If you have a need for the sanctum revival, then you have to give something up. If you're not interested, then stop wasting my time and continue your own escape from reality. Obediently stay out of the way until the end of your life. Joey's expression was twisted, his emotions tangled, as he dully replied, I did not mean that. Could you give us some time to consider instead? Hearing this, Han Xiao no longer made any noise but took out a few secure communicators, throwing them toward the four. This can allow you to connect to me directly. If you make up your mind, inform me. Right now, the situation is still stable, so you have a lot of time to consider. I hope to get a satisfactory answer. If you only choose to continuously shy away from the changes of the times, in the end, you can only passively accept the final results. If you don't fight and pay for yourself, who else can you count on? Finished. Han Xiao waved his hand, recovering his army into the secondary dimensional army box before disappearing in place with a single teleport. He had no intention of returning to the land of four gods as a guest. Seeing this, Joey and his party could not help but stare at each other. After a long while, one of them said, Is Black Star fed up with us? Seems that way. Joey, you seem to have annoyed him. He wouldn't be offended, right? The four of them were concerned about their gains and losses. Their feelings were very complicated. On one hand, they wished to avoid all risks, tagging behind Black Star to ask until they were confident that it was completely safe, but they were also worried that this sort of questioning would make him unhappy. This was especially so since they had just seen the opponent's combat power. They subconsciously shrank back at the mere thought. Joey gripped the communicator and helplessly said, Black Star is right. My request might be too much. Let's discuss it ourselves first. We shall not disturb him. His vision blurred, and Han Xiao was teleported back to his office in Black Star Palace. He took off his mechanical suit, sighing. My trip was worthwhile. I just don't know if they will agree. Stroking his chin, Han Xiao felt curious. He had a lot of experience in interacting with beyond grade as, with such people who had no ambition or motivation, rather than settling things amicably, it was better to show off his strength and influence. These people had stayed away from the world for too long a period and had no ambition. They were soft-tempered, and trying to persuade them with nice ways would take double the work to achieve half the effort. On the contrary, a person with strong authority would instill a psychological tendency to make up their minds and settle on a decision in them. He knew Joey well, that this person was the type that would only regret when things were too late. He was an indecisive person, so it would be basically impossible to convince the other party to join the association on the spot. Even if the discussion went well, the other party would hesitate and ask many questions. Instead, it would be better for him to develop a tough attitude, rule over their tendencies and let them worry about their own personal gains and losses themselves. After all, the association was full of talents, and there was no urgent need for the four of them to join. He was not begging them. It was rather the other way around. Han Xiao himself did not fancy the strength of the four but their identities. If they are willing to join, then this will indirectly send a signal to all the recluses in the secondary dimensions. Perhaps they will lead us to find more secluded hermits, increasing the momentum of the association. In his opinion, succeeding in this was a good thing, but it would not be much of a pity if he failed. Han Xiao didn't take this matter to heart, turning his head and opening his interface to turn in his mission. You have received 65 billion experience. You have received the talent Secondary Dimension Adapter. Secondary Dimension Adapter. When battling in the secondary dimension world, you will gain bonuses of 3 to 6% in attack, resistance, ability strengthening, and all attributes. This effect also applies to mechanical soldiers, summons, and subsidiaries. The effect is not bad. 3% is better than nothing. Han Xiao nodded, just focusing on the lower limit of the stat boost. A prompt also appeared, asking him to select a subject to extract an ability from. Recalling his combat information, of the four of them, there were 2 mages, a psychic, and a pugilist. Their molding talents likely fitted with their own classes, so it was impossible to obtain. He simply chose Joey as his target to obtain an intellect talent. You have received the reward. Randomly draw an ability from Joey Terrain, talent/ability. Remark: Joey Terrain is a mage, not suitable for your class, so the extracted skills will be appropriately adjusted. Randomizing. Complete. Please select one from the 5 options below as the reward. 1. Melee Mastery Talent. +1 melee skills level, +25% melee attack power, +25% melee attack frequency, +20% melee parry rate. As a qualified combat mage, it is reasonable to be good at melee. 2. Aura Wave General Version Ability. The commonly seen super skill, by compressing one's energy in the body then releasing it as a shockwave. The lethality is low, but it will give various negative statuses depending on one's energy attribute. If one's class is a pugilist, it will automatically be replaced by the pugilist's shockwave blast skill. Cooldown: 24s. Consumes 120 energy. 3. Multiple Staff Strikes ability. When using a stick-based weapon, such as a staff, you are able to unleash a continuous attack in an instant, gaining an extra 6 to 12% attack power bonus. The number of attacks depends on your DEX attribute, with a maximum of 12 times. Cooldown: 44s. Consumes 80 energy and 270 stamina. 4. Crisis Intuition Talent. When you're about to be attacked, you will receive a strong alert. 5. The Ancient Ones Talent. A long life brings about precious spiritual wealth. +20% INT, +10% MYS, +2 all skill levels. This, Han Zhao's mouth twitched. He did not know what to choose. The Ancient Ones, why is it always you? This talent keeps popping out. Just how much does it love me? Do you really want me to become an Ancient One? Han Zhao glanced at the other options but only felt that they were too offensive. He almost wanted to curse out at the fact that a mage could possess the talent Melee Mastery, totally not respecting the fact that they were a paper class. The 5 options were a jumbled mess, and there was no need to hesitate in his choice. You have chosen the talent, the Ancient Ones. A wave of coolness spread through his mind, and Han Zhao felt revitalized. He could feel that his thought processes had become a lot quicker, as though he had been through a comfortable massage. Compared to the 4 hermits, this talent was his biggest gain in this trip. Finally, he managed to obtain a positive fate with the Ancient One's talent, which he had missed out on many times. This time, he no longer needed the Old Man Manison's character summon card to reach the power of his explosive state. Moreover, the character summon card would still be useful. This would be similar to having double perfect mechanical sense, having multiple the Ancient Ones stacked. Yo, I've gained quite a bit. Han Zhao had an expression of happiness as he switched off his interface and sent a message to Oathkeeper, telling him the problem was solved. Kotlin and Joey both gave him a slight surprise, but there was no danger in the end. Everything was handled smoothly without anything being revealed. However, this also caused him to have a sense of urgency. The longer I wait, the easier it is for such accidents to happen. I need to speed up the efficiency of harvesting experience. Han Zhao took a look at the movements of the army players before opening the book titled Cultivation of Leaks. Right now, the scale of players is too big. There are no big movements in the army, and the daily missions are also limited. It will not be easy for players to gain experience. It seems that the best method would be to scatter some fertilizer to create more jobs for the players, accelerating their acquisition of experience. At the same time, I probably have to improve the internal welfare system of the army to better harvest their labor output. Chapter 1277 Continuous Benefits, Leak Harvesting Skill. Chapter 1277 Continuous Benefits, Leak Harvesting Skill. In a certain part of the flickering world, a spaceship with the Black Star Army emblem was slowly moving. In the cabin, a group of players were busy with their own affairs. Some were playing cards, some browsing the forums, others browsing the army shop. The IDs above their heads showcased that they were all from the Rivervale Guild. Frenzied Sword and Maple Moon were among them. This spaceship held the core members of the guild as they were going toward a mission location. At this moment, in a corner of the spaceship, Frenzied Sword was lecturing the team members. After coming online, we have not been training diligently. We've yet to get back to our peak state. While we're currently traveling, we should not waste time and engage in entertainment before we arrive at our destination. Let's all go through a dungeon copy and practice our tactical coordination. As he spoke, Frenzied Sword pulled out a few nightmare-level dungeon crystals from his inventory. Seeing this, everyone could not help but sigh. Captain, how long has it been since the previous Pro League? We have yet to get a good rest, and you already want us to start practicing like that now? It's still early before the next league, Maple Moon complained. Frenzied Sword patiently explained, with King Admiral from Dynasty and Sleepy Winter from Long Sky retiring. Their teams will have new players and thus need to break in the coordination. Their strength will likely weaken, so our competitiveness will be even more obvious. This is a great chance for us to win the championship once again. We'll need to work harder. I feel like you're becoming like Hao Tion, only knowing how to grill us daily. Maple Moon pursed her lips. By the side, Bun Hit Dog snickered. After all, he is the captain. Rivervale has lived up to its expectations to achieve good results, and credit is inseparable from his own serious responsibility. I still remember that in the first Pro League, Rivervale was a disgrace, but luckily, the superiors of Rivervale put Frenzied Sword as the cornerstone, allowing him to reform the team. Facts have proved that your club invested in the right people, with Rivervale now having the reputation of a top 5 club in China. Frenzied Sword felt comfortable hearing himself get praised. He raised his thumb up. Nice words. I'll agree to an exclusive interview. All right, I have some goods now. This trip was not waste. Bun Hit Dog laughed. This group was still joking around when the president of Rivervale Club, Moon of Thousand Rivers, walked in, approaching Frenzied Sword. Frenzied Sword, another NPC organization, contacted me. They wish to poach us from the army. Again? Who is it this time? Frenzied Sword was curious. It's people from the Federation of Light. Moon of Thousand Rivers was a little helpless. Recently, they had received many such private solicitations. There were all kinds of organizations involved, and they all were offering generous conditions, with the hope that their club would pull out their roots and leave the army. It was not just Rivervale. All the affiliated guilds to the Black Star Army were experiencing such things. The Federation of Light wants to rope us in? Since when did our ranking become so huge? Federation of Light murmured. Don't worry about it. We're not planning to switch factions anyways. He was a hardcore supporter of the army, so even if the 3 universal civilizations wished to poach him, he was not interested in jumping ships. As far as he knew, most of the guilds in the army shared the same attitude, not liking such poaching tactics. Recently, all the major galactic organizations have been trying to poach players from the army. This intensity is greater than in previous versions. During this period, I've analyzed the current situation, and it is estimated that the war between the galactic civilizations and the association is inevitable. Thus, we immortals are the most suitable to be used for attacking, becoming the sweet pastry that all sides want to fight for. Otherwise, why would organizations on the level of the 3 universal civilizations specially send people to win us over? Maple Moon thoughtfully said. While she had become a professional player, she still retained the same interest in analyzing the storyline. At this moment, everyone's communicators rang with the notification tone reserved for the Army's internal message. What's this new announcement from the Army? Taking out their communicators, Frenzied Sword and the rest opened the intranet. An internal document titled Recent System Reform of the Army came into their sights. Everyone quickly browsed through it, and their expressions changed to joy. According to the announcement, the Army had expanded the type of available positions for the Immortals, opening up more middle-tier positions and long-term official positions such as in logistics, instructors, captains, intelligence officers, and more. To put it simply, they just opened up more channels for the players to be promoted. Originally, the players were only assigned mercenary and combatant roles, but now they could become part of the middle-tier officers in various departments, gaining power and leading a group of subordinates or commanding a group as their player identities. This appealed toward the players that loved to role-play. At the same time, such a position also represented formally entering the organization, which allowed them to receive a fixed salary from the army. This was also in line with the preferences of the Chinese players. The requirements for promotion were to have a sufficiently high level of faction authority, which depended on one's accumulation contribution points, as well as a purchase of a digital qualification certification named Army Officer Registration Application Form. The purchase required only a few ANAs and experience points, and they would then await the review of the various personnel in each department. In addition, the Army also released at the request of their members a new insurance service, named Army's Specialized Protection Scheme. This gave them faction store discounts, free medical treatments, equipment repairs, enhancements, and free logistical services. Depending on their protection level, they could obtain various welfare guarantees such as loan qualifications, lower interest rates, lower renting costs, and so on. Those members with a higher authority would be able to purchase more advanced protections, but this was not a one-time cost. They required the player to renew it at regular intervals. However, the benefit of discounts was enough to stimulate the players to purchase this specialized protection. Not to mention the special services, one just had to look at it to know that they would make a killing. This was especially so for the price of dungeon crystals, which had been reduced the most. They were currently the main source of experience for the players. It was akin to an inexhaustible vein of experience or mineral, and the players were akin to the miners. Adding on to this, the Army also stated that they would increase the range of missions that immortals could accept, as well as setting up special missions with rich rewards. The players would need to spend experience points and a certain amount of money as a mission deposit. The money would be returned upon completion, but not the experience. However, players would not care about this paltry amount of experience when they were being given missions. With the huge size of the army, the daily amount of disposable experience earned would be astronomical. With his experience quota being allocated to players through quests, Han Xiao then harvested that experience from the players, maintaining this positive cycle. Han Xiao also put in the announcement that the Evolution Cube was now eligible to be used, requiring players to spend money and experience to purchase usages. Because the players would only be able to reach level 160 in this version, the extra race evolution chance offered by the Evolution Cube would be useful, and the demand would not be too low. Han Xiao was not just aiming at earning experience. He also planned to utilize the side effects of the Evolution Cube to curb the player's speed of leveling, so that the Calamity grade players would appear at a later date. During the side effect duration, many of them would feel that upgrading themselves would be a loss, so they would spend their experience elsewhere, so this could kill two birds with one stone, delaying plus conveniently letting him harvest them more. After reading the announcement, Frenzied Sword and the others were stunned by this series of favorable policy changes. The army is probably sending out a response to the poaching of other organizations. Indeed, the factions must fight before we will get enough to eat. That's great. Blackie values us like always. Frenzied Sword and company were overjoyed. Most of the players had a close relationship with the army, akin to husband and wife. They did not wish to leave and did not expect any reaction from the army, but the latter actually responded with a series of benefits in response to the poaching, which made them feel wanted and happy. The last part of the announcement was about a military exercise that would be held among the immortals. The reward for this mission would be extremely rich, but quotas were limited, and the mission could only be undertaken by experience points. This would be the only large-scale collective operation of the army in the near future. While this was only an exercise, the reward for this mission was extremely rich. Naturally, Frenzied Sword and the others did not hesitate to pay their experience to register. In just 5 minutes, the hundreds of thousands of openings were cleanly robbed, which showed just how popular the army was. The welfare announcement of the Black Star Army caused stomach ulcers in the players of other organizations. Their eyes were green with envy, and there were many complaints on the forums. Han Xiao could guess the players' reaction to these benefits even without paying attention. He had long mastered the G-spot for the players, and this kind of harvesting means could be done with his eyes closed. According to his estimates, this wave of harvesting should allow him to make up the amount needed to reach level 360 a few months in advance. Your Excellency President, our plan to win over the immortals has had little effect. Few of the immortals from the Black Star Army are willing to change factions. What a bunch of troublesome guys. Hearing the report in the president's office, Lewis frowned. In order to study the Sanctum revival phenomenon, the major galactic organizations were vigorously trying to attract immortals to their cause. However, the movement of the immortals showed that there was a higher tendency for them to gather around the Black Star Army than around them, which could not be explained. They thought that using the name of the three universal civilizations as well as the large benefits would attract a lot of immortals, but it turned out that there were not many people who bought into this. He naturally did not know of the existence of the version name, Black Star's Era, so he would not know how much this name had helped Han Xiao. Lewis frowned and pondered for a bit before replying in a deep voice. This could be the influence of the Scattered Stars return event. It has been a year, but the effect of it has actually not dissipated. Just in this year, the number of supers that have gone under the wings of the Beyond Grade as are too many. He could not help sighing, feeling that it was a pity. If not for the Superstar Cluster Alliance, the interception and killing of hundreds of Beyond Grade A seeds would have been successful. If the Scattered Stars return event did not occur, their method of killing the chickens to warn the monkeys would have been effective. The negativity as a result of the assassinations would have made supers more likely to compromise with the three universal civilizations. But this could only remain a fantasy. The chief elder paused on his crutches before slowly saying, "This situation needs to be dealt with further. After a year of preparation, it is almost time for sanctions to be issued. The Beyond Grade A organizations will no longer be so comfortable. If we're always trying to be scrupulous and openly creating contradictions, they will only continue developing." Lewis nodded as well. "I really have to curb their momentum of development. I'll talk to the Church and the Dynasty. I want to see how the Beyond Grade A Association can continue to grow when they are blocked by the entire Galactic Society." Chapter 1278 Sanctions. Chapter 1278 Sanctions. The Black Star Army held a 6-day military exercise exclusively for the immortals within the territory. With the participation of millions of army players confronting each other, the original intention was to hold a large-scale collection action for players as a reason to issue large-scale experience rewards. But given the sensitive situation, the military exercises of the army were interpreted differently by the outside world. On the quantum network, many of the galactic residents believed that the Army's military exercise was an indirect demonstration to the three universal civilizations. Many of them believed that the Black Star Army was warming up, preparing for major action in the near future. However, even if rumors raged, the Beyond Grade A Association remained silent, allowing the universe to continue their guessing. After around half a month, just as the public opinion started to die down, an unexpected event happened suddenly with almost no warning. The three universal civilizations jointly released a top-level decree for the entire universe, of which the content was to activate sanctions against the Beyond Grade A Association. The Beyond Grade A Association and the three universal civilizations had been fighting in secret for more than a year. While many of the galactic residents were simply watching the show, in public, neither side had ever openly challenged the other. But right now, the three universal civilizations actually tore apart this facade, which was beyond the expectations of most people, yet at the same time reasonable. Countless organizations' heads saw the contents of the decree, and their pupils needled. They were startled by the harsh sanction, and everyone thought the same thing in their mind. How vicious! The three universal civilizations finally utilized their political and economic influence that had permeated throughout the universe, beginning a blockade against them. In the Army Commander's private workshop, Han Xiao was concentrating on studying a gold-grade blueprint, working hard toward achieving the pinnacle of his God's trait transformation void. Suddenly, Philip popped up, his little face full of anxiety. He hurriedly shouted, "Master, something big has happened. The three universal civilizations have issued joint sanctions against us." Hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he put down the document. With 2 fingers, he squeezed on Philip's head and brought him to eye level. "The day has still arrived. Speak, what sorts of terms did the three universal civilizations issue?" "Look at this. It's so scary, Philip waved his little hand, and a virtual screen unfurled like a scroll. It revealed a densely packed document bearing the joint seals and signatures of the three universal civilizations at the bottom, proving that this was a valid decree that had been certified by the three universal civilizations. There was also a special note stating that the decree was effective at the date of signing. Han Shao read from start to end, and the beginning was a statement from the three universal civilizations, explaining their reasons for issuing this decree. In order to minimize the danger of an individual's strength to the galactic civilization, the ultimate knowledges of each supersystem have always been jointly controlled by the three universal civilizations, and other organizations cannot spread it at will. This is the requirement of the 6th section of the Galactic Superpower Management Act, Knowledge Dissemination Agreement. The Beyond Grade A Association, hereinafter referred to as the Association, has not obtained our permission, but has been privately disseminating the ultimate knowledge of various classes for many years. We have repeatedly asked the Association to rectify this, but they have ignored our requests many times. A year ago, our side issued a final notice to the Association, yet it was ignored. Thus, we have decided to impose sanctions in view of their negative behavior. Humph, they indeed resorted to such an excuse. I thought the three universal civilizations might have something new up their sleeves. Han Shao did not find this a surprise at all. He lightly snorted before reading onward. In the document, the three universal civilizations righteously accused the Association of violating the rules, extensively citing the regulations they flouted. Then they emphasized that the nature of the association was non-governmental, and thus it was not affected by the peace treaty or other galactic civilization protection agreement. This was followed by the three universal civilizations declaring that the Beyond Grade A Association would now be included in the list of unreliable civil organizations as well as the list of malicious armed organizations. These two lists were specially set up for some organizations with a doubtful business nature. While they were not as serious as wanted warrants, as long as one was included in the list, all their rights in the Galactic Society would be greatly affected, similar to having low credit ratings or being a deadbeat. As for the Beyond Grade A Association, their sanctions encompassed a wide range of areas including politics, economy, and the scale of their armed forces. In terms of politics and governance, most Beyond Grade As usually took care of their own parent civilization, and this decree required that the Beyond Grade A organizations were to stay out of the politics of their own civilization. Otherwise, the rights of the related civilizations would be downgraded. They stated a list of key planets under review, including planet Aquamarine. Those Beyond Grade A organizations that were part of a civilization were all subject to some restrictions. It was claimed that the Beyond Grade A had some sort of unreliable cooperative relationship with them. Psyker's star pupil civilization was an example. In the area of economics, the terms were much more complicated and cumbersome, occupying half of the content and encompassing all areas. The first was a notice to the various regional civilizations, requesting them to cooperate with their orders and stop any form of cooperation with the Beyond Grade A organizations. They also would not provide public services such as Stargate transportation to the Beyond Grade A organizations and would not open any trading channels to the Beyond Grade A organizations. Any existing resources of the Beyond Grade A organizations left in the civilization would at the same time undergo multiple checks, otherwise they would be personally questioned. In the private sector, any consortium or enterprise that maintained business dealings with the Beyond Grade A associations would have their credibility points downgraded in the Galactic Civilization Bank. Consortiums that had not corrected themselves would then be included in the list of untrustworthy enterprises. Only when their relationship was terminated would they be subjected to a review, restoring their credit, and they might even obtain certain subsidies. The three universal civilizations would protect the companies from threat of force by the Beyond Grade A Association, and they would also provide any judicial assistance in the violation of commercial contracts. There would be no need to pay compensation to the Beyond Grade A organizations. The credibility points for all Beyond Grade A organizations would be lowered, every fund transfer reviewed and supervised. Other than these main points, there were also many miscellaneous provisions. The three universal civilizations had also attacked their allies this time, but since many of them did not follow them blindly, this was also something they had predicted. At the end of the document, the three universal civilizations stated that the above terms were only for members of the Beyond Grade A Association and did not involve the neutral Beyond Grade As. As long as they withdrew from the association and were re-examined, normal treatment would be restored. As for the ordinary supers, if they were willing to switch to the 3 universal civilizations or local civilizations, they would not only restore their credit but also enjoy more benefits and subsidies. Throughout the decree, Han Shao only had one thought. How domineering! Han Shao shook his head. TSK, the 3 universal civilizations are really ruthless. These clauses simply used their power to entrap the Galactic Society and block the association, so as to curb their development. It had little impact on the Beyond Grade but was lethal to their organizations. If one were to sum up the practices of the 3 universal civilizations, it would be understood as football certifications, evidence, sponsors, and organizers of the match all belong to me. What are you going to use to fight against me? I made this hypothesis many years ago, and alas, it still came true. Han Shao had long been mentally prepared for this. It was not surprising for them to come out with this measure, and since the 3 universal civilizations dared formulate such a clause, they were naturally confident in implementing it. Even the Superstar Cluster Alliance did not face such ruthless measures. After all, they were also part of the peace treaty, and hence, they were afforded some form of civilization guarantee. The 3 universal civilizations would only be seeking trouble if they dared to violate those regulations. However, the Beyond Grade A Association was a non-governmental organization, not authoritative and thus not protected by any civilization guarantee agreements. Since the development of galactic society, the 3 universal civilizations had long held hegemony in the financial, political, technological, and military sectors. Their influence radiated in all fields and was deeply tied to all civilizations at all levels. Seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages was an inevitable tendency for most civilizations, so Han Shao could foresee that there would be many civilizations acting in response to this decree. As for the civil organizations and the general public, those who dared to oppose the rulers of the universe were a minority. After all, the majority only wanted a decent job. If they tried anything funny and became marginalized in society, that would be too depressing. The 3 universal civilizations hesitated for a year but finally decided to bring this conflict to the surface. I don't know if the players themselves have influenced it, but starting from this decree, the 3 universal civilizations have finally torn off all pretenses with us. The 3 universal civilizations dropping these sanctions were within his expectation, but even if he had predicted it, there was no good way to resolve them. However, in recent years, he had been committed to improving the independence of his consortium and had secretly made a lot of preparations in order to deal with this risk. Beep beep. freewebnovel.com. Right at this moment, his communicator rang. Han Shao opened it and saw that it was Bennett calling. Just as the communication was formed, Bennett immediately asked, Black Star, have you seen the sanctions imposed by the 3 universal civilizations? Yes. Han Shao nodded. He then sized Bennett up. After replenishing his vitality, Bennett's lifespan had been extended by a lot. Even decades later, he was still alive, his bones still strong. Every year, Han Shao thought that this fellow was going to die. But Bennett would always jump out and shout, I'm not dead yet. Following this trend, it seems like Nero would become a 100-year-old prince. What do you intend to do? Bennett was full of worry. Take it as it comes. Han Shao waved his hands and raised his brows. Rather than me, it's planet Aquamarine that also falls within the scope. What are you going to do? Bennett gritted his teeth, solemnly saying, after a while, our planet Aquamarine will pull out from the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference, signaling that we are unwilling to accept such an arrangement. You wish to accompany me to walk this treacherous path? Han Shao laughed. Bennett had an expression of seriousness. While planet Aquamarine is still very weak, we also have our own dignity. We will not deny the great men in the history of our civilization because of such unreasonable demands. Han Shao felt a little touched and warmly replied, hearing this, I feel your sincerity. Planet Aquamarine's short-term development might be severely set back, but with my protection, you will not be in any danger. What you lose now will be earned back in the future. It's enough with your guarantee. I know I can believe you. Bennett nodded, disengaging the communication. Han Shao exhaled, thought for a while, and turned to contact Kasui. Very quickly, Kasui's projection appeared on the screen with a solemn expression. Black Star, I've read the news. Do you have a plan? Stroking his chin, Han Shao slowly said, the three universal civilizations are doing this, so we have no need to be polite. Hold an emergency meeting. I have 2 things to announce. Which 2 things? Firstly, from now on, the association will not accept any form of help from the 3 universal civilizations. Secondly, we will also stop subsidizing the association's direct Beyond Grade A members, freezing their membership at the same time. This will temporarily deprive them of the right to participate in our regular meetings. We will tell the universe that unless the 3 universal civilizations revoke the sanctions, this situation will continue. Kasui frowned. This will not hurt or itch the 3 universal civilizations at all. At most, it will display our unwillingness to retreat. That's enough. If it was so easy to resolve the sanctions, the 3 universal civilizations would have been ruling for so many years for nothing. Han Shao was nonchalant. The cooperation with the civilization officials has always been an important point for many of the Beyond Grade As, and now that this channel has been cut off, what's left will be obtaining resources from the galactic black market. The 3 universal civilizations will definitely focus on this field, and friction will be inevitable. Han Shao paused. Also, we might need to contact the Superstar Cluster Alliance now. There was no such thing as permanent enemies, only permanent benefits. He did not wish to help the Superstar Cluster rebel, but a simple deal was worth considering. His goal was only to control the intensity of the calamity of the supers, stabilizing the situation, but he also knew that it was impossible for things to constantly be peaceful. The 3 universal civilizations would not give up, and the checks and balances would always go on. Even if he sought stability, he had to first show off his teeth and claws. Chapter 1279 Meetings and Backups. Chapter 1279 Meetings and Backups. In a few days, the sanctions of the 3 universal civilizations directly caused the public opinion of the entire galactic society to explode, be it ordinary people, supers, civilizations, or non-governmental organizations. The Beyond Grade A Association had partners in practically all fields, so these sanctions were too far-reaching, involving almost all aspects of galactic society. It was no exaggeration to say that this would affect the entire workings of the universe. Because the 3 universal civilizations had already ruled for many years as defenders of order, it was inevitable that they would gradually become rotten and conservative. Many people's fear of the 3 universal civilizations stemmed more from their dominance and great power, but they had gradually forgotten their ferocity. This decree had now reawakened the dusty memories of the many civilizations in history, and they remembered the bloody history of the 3 universal civilizations. In the eyes of many civilizations, the 3 universal civilizations seemed to be wiping away the rust on their bodies, slowly regaining the cruelty they displayed eons ago. Many were secretly worried, not knowing how much of their edge the 3 universal civilizations would recover. Public opinion was the rifest on the quantum network, and many of the supers were in an uproar. They expressed extreme resentment toward this decree and felt that the excuse for sanctions used by the 3 universal civilizations was simple CR*P. In their view, the association had not done anything heinous. The motive of the 3 universal civilizations was simply their need for control. This caused many of the supers to feel extremely disgusted, thinking that it was a violation of freedom for the supers. For a period of time, the association's voice among the supers rose once again, and countless supers went to support the association, thinking that this was unfair. However, it would be unrealistic to say that the methods of the 3 universal civilizations were ineffective. The slogans of support shouted by the supers were merely that, since no one wished to put themselves in danger. Thus, those supers who initially wished to join the association slowly retreated. One could still use the internet to make themselves look and feel good, but their bodies were still the most honest. It was just that this method had no effect on the players. Instead, it aroused widespread dissatisfaction. This was not limited to the players who were in the Beyond Grade A faction, but even players from the neutral faction and the 3 universal civilizations faction were annoyed. To the players, while sanctions could be forced on others, the same should not apply to them. The 3 universal civilizations tried to force them to conform to their ideals, which sparked a rebellious mentality for some of the players. So what if it's the 3 universal civilizations? Why don't they take a look at what the name of this version is? Do you think we're all afraid of you? The players were originally a part of the super community, and thus they were innately closer to the association. These sanctions also indirectly strengthened the determination of some players to join the association, speeding up the rate at which players from various organizations switched over to the association. Anyway, since we're not afraid of death, just try it. At this time, while public opinion was raging, the Beyond Grade A Association held an emergency meeting under the call of Han Xiao. In the association's meeting hall, no one was late, and many Beyond Grade A projections sat there with solemn expressions. Some did not attend, and some of the seats at the round table that should have been filled were vacant. At this moment, however, everyone's gaze was trained on Han Xiao at the main position. Han Xiao surveyed the audience, both of his hands steepled in front of his nose as he spoke. The reason for me convening this meeting is clear, I believe. The three universal civilizations have imposed sanctions on us, so we must also reciprocate and counterattack. As he spoke, he gestured at the empty seats in the room. Everyone can see that the direct members of the three universal civilizations did not come to this meeting. I have temporarily terminated their membership rights, and we are no longer obliged to provide any form of help, including but not limited to Beyond Grade A military, technical support, and more. If you have any objections, please stand up now. Just as he finished speaking, the room echoed with a resounding "Approve." The key behind these two commands was to obtain the consent of the Beyond Grade A allies. After all, while the allies were not direct members, not everyone was on bad terms with the three universal civilizations. However, this time, the three universal civilizations did not differentiate, throwing everyone, even their allies, under the bus. This made the majority of the allies unhappy. Only a few of the allies hesitated due to different concerns, but before the situation turned for the better, they could not leave the association since they were already riding atop the tiger. If they did not accompany the association in advancing and retreating, they would not be able to mix in with the rest of the Beyond Grade A circle in the future. In addition, the attitude the three universal civilizations had toward the Beyond Grade as was not worthy of their high hopes. In the eyes of everyone present, the second life afforded by the Sanctum Revival was naturally more important than anything external. The majority of strength held by a Beyond Grade A organization was judged by the strength of their leaders. So long as they were still helming the place, even if their organizations were hit by various problems, they would always make a comeback. They were people who relied on their abilities to feed themselves and thus did not panic. Almost everyone knew that the goal of them uniting was in the interest of benefiting their entire caste. The three universal civilizations had already exposed all their cards, so if they did not unite to resist now, there would not be any more chances in the future. Temporary gains and losses were not important at the present. Only those with extreme short-sightedness would view such things with importance, thinking about how they could save themselves. The association was playing the role that was originally envisaged, becoming the link for the unity of the Beyond Grade as, even if someone had different thoughts and opinions, they could only stand with the association at this point in time. Since everyone agrees, these two orders will remain active until the three universal civilizations revoke the sanctions. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he had long wanted to exclude the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations but never had a good chance. Now they had just sent an excuse to his doorstep. Milizao stroked his beard before solemnly saying, "No matter what, the sanctions will pose a problem for us. Black Star, what are your plans?" Han Xiao tapped the table. Channels, territory, manpower, funds. These are all entry points for the three universal civilizations to restrain us. Withstanding the pressure will be our next focus. It is imperative for us to shrink our business and streamline the scale of our operations. Among them, the most affected would be the channels, as the sanctions practically deprive us of resources. Thus, the galactic black market will be an important area for us. Secret Master will have to rely on you. Secret Master nodded. As the administrators behind the galactic black market were all Beyond Grade, as, in the future, the black market would serve as the logistical core of the association. A new round of expansion and integration would inevitably occur in the black market, which would be beneficial to Secret Master and the other administrators. Han Shao paused momentarily before he continued. Furthermore, not everyone in the universe will impose sanctions on us. These forces will also be the targets of our cooperation. Like the superstar clusters, someone probed. Han Shao flashed the person a glance, smiling. If the bargaining chips are right, the superstar cluster will also be an option. Hearing this, some of the superstar cluster beyond grade as that were disguised as neutral parties brightened. At this time, Kasui interjected. The superstar clusters. It's okay if they make trouble, but are you willing to cooperate with them? That will depend on whether both sides can come out with a bargaining chip that they are satisfied with. Moreover, from another viewpoint, the superstar cluster also needs us to confront the three universal civilizations. While both of us are not to the point that we are mutually tied down, we each have something that the other can give, Han Shao said. At this moment, Manison lightly snorted. Initially, I cooperated with the Superstar Cluster Alliance, but the reaction from the three universal civilizations was not small at all. If we arrive at a deal with them, the three universal civilizations will definitely be riled up, and it will not be a simple matter to clear up. Han Shao turned to him, raising his brows. You scared? Humph! What do I have to be scared of? Manison snorted in disdain. I'm just reminding you of the consequences. Han Shao waved his hands. It doesn't matter. Since the three universal civilizations have decided to publicly impose sanctions, they must have also predicted that we will contact the Superstar Cluster Alliance. But they did not care, proving that they're psychologically prepared, maybe even having the mentality to capture all of us in one go. Even so, we still have to contact the Superstar Cluster Alliance to let the three universal civilizations know that we're not easy to handle. I thought you would always remain loyal to the three universal civilizations. Manison spoke coldly, apparently still having the intelligent plague incident at the back of his mind. I only aim to maintain order. I've never had any sort of loyalty toward the three universal civilizations. If I can maintain order in the universe, it doesn't matter who I support. Han Shao rebutted. Manison blandly replied, That sounds nice to hear, but aren't you just taking my old path? It seems like I'm still right after all. Han Shao did not think much of it, smiling. You endangered the entire galactic society with your actions. I only made the rulers fear our power. The two are different in nature. I'm much better than you. Humph! Excuses. Manison avoided his gaze, no longer daring to speak. Since things had already developed to this point, the fake virtual mutiny virus he had developed over the years was practically of no use, so Manison felt that this was a pity. However, in his opinion, it was still good as secret insurance. If the association could not withstand the pressure of the three universal civilizations, he would not mind using this assassin to help the association, turning it into the situation he originally envisioned. Han Shao did not bother with Manison either, carefully explaining the next steps of the plan. Right now, the association needed everyone to be united, not involved in their own private disputes. His current authority and words were already enough to make everyone obey. At the very end, Han Shao paused before instructing, if we want to resolve this situation, we must either let the three universal civilizations revoke the sanctions on their own, or we open up a new form of development. We can progress in both routes simultaneously. But acting is one thing. We also have to maintain a balance, not implicating too many innocents. The purpose of our counterattack is to make the three universal civilizations feel pressure in facing us directly. The three universal civilizations are pressuring us so as to force us to make a wrong move, allowing them to prove that we pose a huge threat to the galactic civilizations. Everyone nodded in return. They also understood this logic, as such mind games in war were common. However, if they broke the baseline, then they would become the unreasonable ones. This meeting lasted almost a whole day, and many of the members divided the labor among themselves. While the association was originally a loose alliance, it now felt more like an organization. After the meeting ended, the projections disappeared one by one, leaving only Han Shao and Kasui in the room. Kasui's expression relaxed as he smiled. When are you planning to show your hand against the three universal civilizations? They seem thoroughly convinced that there's only a limited number of revival opportunities in the sanctums, or else they would be more radical, He was more confident than anyone else about this battle, as he held the secret of the unlimited times for Sanctum revival. He had no fear of the sanctions from the three universal civilizations. At the same time, Kasui felt that Han Shao made the right choice by concealing this secret. Otherwise, the three universal civilizations would probably not adopt such a radical method. In his opinion, this was luring the three universal civilizations to make the wrong decisions. No worry, we'll just wait for the opportunity. Han Shao waved his hand. Anyway, you know what to do, so I'll leave it to you. Kasui nodded before canceling his projection. Han Shao shook his head, his eyes flashing. I estimate that the Superstar Cluster Alliance Beyond Grade, as dressed as neutrals, will have already conveyed my words to the Superstar Cluster Alliance. The leaders of the Superstar Cluster Alliance gathered together, listening to the report. Are you sure? Black Star said he wants to reach out. Many of the leaders were overjoyed. The association is now in a tight situation and urgently requires new channels. It also has to fight back against the three universal civilizations. Cooperating with us is naturally a good choice, the leader of the Star Arc civilization said, his eyes beaming. While Black Star had some conflicts with them and they disliked each other, if they could obtain help from the Beyond Grade A Association through Black Star, that little grudge could not be considered much. The stronger the Superstar Cluster Alliance became, the more uncomfortable the three universal civilizations would feel. The Superstar Cluster Alliance were most willing to have a new variable appear in this universe. As for the offenses stated by the three universal civilizations when violating the sanctions, the Superstar Cluster Alliance did not give two hoots. Both of them were in conflict, so even without this extra reason, the three universal civilizations would still suppress them at every opportunity. However, the association only cooperated with them at this point, after falling out with their old bestie, the three universal civilizations, treating them like a backup plan. Thinking of this, many of the Star Cluster leaders felt a little awkward. But they did not wallow in their anxieties for long. Forget it. As long as we get the good stuff, so what if we're spare tires? We're happy to be so. Chapter 1280 Withdrawal and Conditions. Chapter 1280 Withdrawal and Conditions. The meeting place for the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference consisted of an area where the dome looked like a portion of the starry sky, constantly shifting, while the Great Hall was filled with various civilizations in the star field. The meetings seemed to have been going on for quite a while. Regarding the sanctions from the three universal civilizations, there is too much content. In response to this joint decree, I suggest that the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Council supervise the implementation of the decree in the star field, ensuring the complete termination of all civilizations to the Beyond Grade A Association. A representative of a star cluster civilization sitting on a chair read out the proposal before throwing the question out and saying in a deep voice, "This is the current situation. Does anyone have an opinion?" The moment he finished speaking, the scene turned silent, and the expressions of the many representatives present were complicated. The power of the Black Star Army in the Shattered Star Ring was too large. This star field could practically be considered as their backyard. More than 80% of the civilizations there had different areas of cooperation with them, and they had always cooperated happily in a win-win situation. The sanctions were a trouble for them. However, they were even more afraid of the three universal civilizations. In terms of interests, they were more intertwined with the three universal civilizations. It was not just that, but the strongest 7 civilizations of the Shattered Star Ring had already chosen their positions, expressing support for the three universal civilizations. No one knew what sort of agreement they had with the three universal civilizations, but even reluctant, all of them had no choice but to follow suit. Agreed. Seconded. Everyone was silent for a while before opening their mouths one after another. Many of them vaguely glanced toward the planet Aquamarine civilization, their eyes complicated, with pitying, sighing, or gloating gazes. The condition to access the civilization conference was to be a star system-level civilization, but planet Aquamarine was of a different breed. It ranked as a surface civilization, but its status was brought to it by Black Star. Just a Beyond Grade A was enough to propel them to the sky. For a long time, many of the civilizations had envied and hated planet Aquamarine. They could not cultivate a Beyond Grade A, but they actually had 3 of them. This was some bullsh*t luck. With the promotion of Gila and Aurora, the status of planet Aquamarine had risen rapidly in recent years. Even if the civilization was weak, they could afford to be rampant in the Civilization Council since all the civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring depended on the Black Star Army. They had taken good care of planet Aquamarine, but without the protection of Black Star, planet Aquamarine would be nothing in their eyes. Since Black Star had fallen out of favor, many of the people in the room wished to see the planet Aquamarine turn into a joke. Very quickly, every civilization present either agreed or abstained from voting, leaving only the Star Pupil Civilization and planet Aquamarine having not expressed their opinions. At this moment, one of the Star Cluster level council members spoke up. Representatives of planet Aquamarine and Star Pupil Civilization, only you two are left. The expression of the Star Pupil Civilization represent was conflicted, his lips twisting around. After a few long seconds, he finally answered in a low voice. We abstain. Everyone could not help but glance at him, and a touch of surprise flashed across their faces. However, they understood the reason behind. Only planet Aquamarine was left, and everyone's gaze fell onto Bennett. Planet Aquamarine Civilization, what about you guys? The Star Cluster representative pressed on. Bennett took a deep breath before solemnly speaking as he stood up. We strongly oppose these unfair sanctions and will never accept the unprovoked accusations and slander. From now on, Planet Aquamarine Civilization will withdraw from the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference. His tone was sonorous and powerful, without hesitation. Everyone suddenly went into an uproar, looking at the expressionless Bennett in surprise. They had thought that Planet Aquamarine would adopt a more roundabout attitude but did not expect them to be so stubborn, immediately speaking about leaving the council. The representative of the Purple Crystal Civilization could not help but ask, "Are you certain?" Black Star is one of the greatest figures in the history of Planet Aquamarine. We will not allow any person or organization to maliciously slander him. Even the three universal civilizations should not arbitrarily discredit the great figures of other civilizations. Bennett's tone was hard as steel. Having said this, he directly lifted the remote projection, disappearing from the meeting. He expressed his attitude through actions. Seeing this, many of the representatives exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. They did not expect that Planet Aquamarine would be so resolute as to remain standing by Black Star's side, willing to bear the hatred of the three universal civilizations. freewebnovel.com. In fact, in their eyes, Planet Aquamarine had a much better way to deal with this matter. They believed that Black Star would understand, but to take such a tough attitude and openly challenge the three universal civilizations, they would likely become a model for the latter to use as a lesson to learn for others. Many of the representatives shook their heads and sighed, involuntarily glancing at the Star Pupil Civilization representative. In their eyes, what the Star Pupil Civilization did was undoubtedly the right thing. But in their hearts, all of them were unsatisfied toward the three universal civilizations, and seeing how someone actually dared to stick their head out filled them with admiration. Almost every civilization wished to oppose the hegemonic decree from the three universal civilizations in a clear-cut manner, but unfortunately, no one had such confidence. The representative of the Star Pupil Civilization secretly clenched his fists in a place where no one could see, as an expression of shame flashed across his face. In his office, Bennett opened his eyes as his vision returned to the room. He only saw a group of executive officials waiting there, staring at him for orders. Bennett lightly sighed before solemnly ordering, "We have already withdrawn from the Shattered Star Ring Council. Announce our decision to the whole civilization." Understood. No one said anything more, receiving the orders and leaving the room in a file. It did not take long for this incident to spread across the entire planet Aquamarine through their official media and social channels. Bennett stayed within his office the whole time. After reading the news, he took out his communicator and logged onto the quantum network to check the public's attitude on this matter. Soon, messages came into his view. "Well done. I've long gotten tired of seeing the three universal civilizations. To dare discredit our greatest. What a bunch of garbage. I sincerely support the decision of our federal government. The three universal civilizations are clearly bullying us. Did you think we were submissive people? Seeing the messages filled with indignation and righteous fury from the citizens, Bennett's old face crinkled into a smile. Let's hope that this was the right choice. On the star pupil civilization's mother planet, Psyker stood in front of the window, overlooking the bustling city. Flying vehicles passed as they emitted trails of flames in the neighborhood, and the glow was reflected across his 7 pupils simultaneously, like countless flashing meteors. At this moment, a few of the upper echelons walked into his office. Has everything been settled? Psyker blandly asked, without turning his head back. Yes, we've made them express their attitude in the council, someone replied with a low voice. They seemed rather disappointed. Psyker turned around and slowly said, "Get ready for my retirement ceremony as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, the expressions of several of the upper echelons became heavier. They revealed a sense of helpless sorrow. Seeing this, Psyker smiled. "You will soon take over my authority. Don't be so glum." One of them could not help but grit his teeth and ask, "Do you have to do this? Can't we be like Planet Aquamarine and express our objections?" Hearing this, Psyker fell silent. "I'm not Black Star. He alone can make the 3 universal civilizations fear his presence. I don't have that ability." Psyker was uncomfortable in his heart. He shook his head gently before looking out of the window again as he whispered, "If we wish for the civilization to avoid the attacks of the 3 universal civilizations, then I can only step down. In the end, we are all involuntary people trapped within the torrent of the times." The 3 universal civilization sanctions specified that the Beyond Grade A could not interfere in civilization politics in any form, even if they had always been the leader of the civilization. Psyker attached importance to the Sanctum revival, but he could not sit back and watch his civilization be sanctioned. Thus, he decided to surrender his power and step down. As the saying went, when there were policies at the top, there would be countermeasures from the bottom. As long as the political connection between himself and his civilization was broken, the star pupil civilization would not meet the standard to be sanctioned and would not be downgraded. After becoming a free man, he could also throw himself into the struggle of the Beyond Grade as without any baggage. At the same time, Psyker was not completely letting go. Going rogue was just a temporary measure to avoid the limelight. If the association reached a balance with the 3 universal civilizations, he would still have the chance to regain power. Furthermore, having led his civilization for so long, he wished to let go and take a break. "I understand." The rest of the upper echelons helplessly nodded. At this moment, someone thought of something and said, "By the way, the Shattered Star Ring Council passed a bill, asking us to cooperate with the sanctions. What should we do?" Psyker's eyes flashed, his tone playful, as he replied, "You guys decide. I'll just remind you not to take it so seriously. The civilizations of Shattered Star Ring are cooperating with each other, but no one will do their best. Because all of them are smart, knowing that both the 3 universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association cannot be offended. If we leave ourselves a way out, we will have better days ahead. Don't worry about that. The civilizations themselves know what to do." In the Superstar Cluster Alliance remote conference room, the rest of the Star Cluster leaders gathered in a hall, everyone showing solemn expressions, displaying a majestic attitude. Everyone was serious, as though awaiting a distinguished guest. It was precisely Han Shao. A few days ago, after learning about the attitude of the association, the Superstar Cluster Alliance had issued a private invitation to Black Star to have a meeting with them and received a positive answer. The leaders had made a show out of this meeting. On one hand, they wished to show their sincerity and cooperation to Black Star. Basically, they were willing to pretend and butter up to him. Time ticked by, and Han Zhao's projection suddenly appeared. Surveying around, Han Shao greeted, "Hey, everyone's here? Your Excellency Black Star." Everyone nodded. This should be the first time all the leaders of the Superstar Cluster Alliance were speaking with Black Star. No matter what emotions they had, everyone suppressed them to be cordial. In fact, most of the grievances between the Superstar Cluster civilization and Han Shao were only limited to the friction during the Flickering War, which was no deep hatred. Only the 3 kings of Modo secretly clenched their fists, trembling in anger. Their grudges with Han Shao were the greatest, since they were directly kicked out of the flickering war. There was also one of their leaders whom they suspected to have died in an assassination from the Black Star Army. The other party's hands were covered in Moto blood. If it were not for the overall situation, the three kings of Moto would have pounced on Han Xiao. Han Xiao swept his gaze across the room, disregarding them as he slowly spoke. I'm quite busy, and I believe everyone knows why, so let's make this long story short. I also roughly understand the purpose of you inviting me to meet. From your standpoint, you also hope that there'll be an organization that can resist against the three universal civilizations. Now that we have flipped the table with the three universal civilizations, the association needs new allies. As long as their price is right, cooperation between our two parties will not be a problem. Very good. This is also what we want. The leader of Star Arc Civilization coughed and expressed their agreement as the representative. So, what do you want? Channels, territories, resources, funds, intelligence networks. Han Xiao listed the most urgent needs of the association, as well as hiding the rare materials needed for the Sanctum key openings within. After discussion, the Star Arc Civilization's leader nodded. These things can be provided, and the share meets your requirements. Long-term supply will also not be a problem. In order to show our sincerity, we will give them to you as soon as possible. Then your conditions? Han Xiao calmly replied. First, we hope that the association will continue to confront the three universal civilizations and carry out more counterattacks. The leader stretched out a finger. Sure. Second, we hope to get assistance from the association's top people, such as combat strength, techniques, and the like. Okay. Third, we hope the association can provide its own channels and special products. Working closely with the Superstar Cluster Alliance will help both of us achieve a win-win situation. Okay. Lastly, we hope that you will use the Sanctum Revival to resurrect all of our dead beyond grade especially those who were sacrificed during the tragedy of the Pinnacles. As his voice sounded, everyone became more eager, staring firmly at Han Xiao. The last condition was their core requirement. If they could resurrect their direct ancestors, then in terms of advanced combatants, the Superstar Cluster Alliance would be able to stand up against the three universal civilizations. Moreover, the tragedy of the Pinnacles was an eternal thorn in their hides. If this could be remedied, then it would all be worth it. Han Xiao did not find it surprising. He stared at everyone with a playful smile, but a cold gleam seemed to flash across his eyes like that of a reaper's scythe. The three universal civilizations gave the same conditions, and I rejected them. However, that was then, and this is now. I can consider this request. But the current price you are offering is far from enough. Chapter 1281 Gains Without Risks. Chapter 1281 Gains Without Risks. Hearing this, the eyes of the leaders present brightened. When they put forward this condition, they were a little nervous in fact. They were worried that Black Star would reject everything at once, since the three universal civilizations would have made similar requests, and the sanctions meant that Black Star had rejected them, probably because he did not wish to strengthen his enemies. In all fairness, if they were standing in Black Star's position, they would also firmly control the quota of the Sanctum Revivals and not easily resurrect the direct members of the other factions. Thus, they were not confident in their proposal. But when they heard Han Zhao's answer, everyone was finally relieved. It did not matter if the price was too huge, as long as there was room for negotiation. These can be discussed. I don't know what sort of conditions you might have, the leader of the Star Arc Civilization probed. Han Xiao stroked his chin, slowly saying, since a Beyond Grade A can only be revived once. This is a one-shot deal, so every revival will be worth a lot. Does everyone here agree? Everyone nodded. Han Xiao secretly smirked, but his tone remained casual. Thus, don't expect me to resurrect all your direct descendants at once. I will only do it in batches with a fixed number in each batch. As for the specific resurrections, it will depend on which civilization gives me the price I want. First come, first served. Of course, my needs at each stage will be different. It might be that, later, fewer things will impress me, so a larger amount of money will be needed. The leaders all revealed choking expressions. This was practically trying to rip them off. They were all allies, but each civilization would definitely wish to resurrect their own direct descendants first. Black Star's move was undoubtedly a plot to make them outbid each other. This was the power of a monopolistic business. However, the leaders present were mentally prepared for this. They knew that cutting off some flesh was unavoidable. What exactly do you want in general? Han Xiao casually pinched his fingers as he smiled. High-grade blueprints, unique technology, universal treasures, rare resources. It does not have to be all these. You can weigh the standard of the items yourself. After all, I don't know what items each of you hold. You can discuss it among yourself. I don't care, but don't try any tricks. In here, it doesn't mean that the highest bidder wins, but rather that I have to be satisfied. Of course, I also welcome those who wish to operate in the dark and privately bid. I'm still a bit ethical and will not disclose your respective bids easily. In short, it depends on how much you are willing to fork out. Hearing this, the Star Arc Civilization's leader exchanged a glance with everyone before nodding on behalf of them all. Okay, we'll accept this condition. Then, I'm delighted to have reached a consensus with you all. I look forward to cooperating with all of you in the future. Seeing Black Star cancel his projection, the taut nerves of the leaders began to relax. Their expressions resigned. Black Star has quite the appetite. Humph, he's just taking advantage of us. What else can we do? Who made it that he would be the only one monopolizing the Sanctum Revival knowledge? We'll have to discuss what price to pay now. Based on the situation, they could only play by Black Star's rules and not anything else. They had finally opened this channel between both parties, so if they did something stupid for the sake of reducing costs and ended up offending Black Star, causing them to lose their Sanctum Revival privileges, that would be a disaster. Universal treasures, unique technological blueprints. These things might cause them to feel the pinch, but they could still afford it. They intended to discuss who would resurrect their descendants first and who later on, arranging the order. They were unwilling to blindly bid and hurt their relationships. After Han Xiao canceled the communication, his vision returned to his office. His eyes flashed. Heh! God knows how much good stuff I can obtain this time. While I scammed the Superstar Cluster Alliance quite a bit this time, they should have sufficient treasures to meet my demands. Taking out a piece of fruit candy from his snack jar, Han Xiao fiddled it casually before throwing it into his mouth. The sweetness he tasted mirrored his emotions. From the beginning, he had planned to cooperate with the organizations that had a need to resurrect others. It was the correct way to maximize the benefits of the Sanctum Revival. In the past, in order to maintain the mystery and to stabilize the situation, he did not engage in this business, but now, his situation had changed. He had to adapt to the changes and adjust his strategy. The Sanctum Revival was a rare product, so Han Xiao was not worried that the Superstar Cluster Alliance would not agree to his demands. To him, this was a way to gain something without risking anything of his own. As long as he continued to pretend that the Sanctum Revival was only available once, he could drive the price up and trick them into giving him a lot of resources in exchange for the precious one-off quota. As for how and when to resurrect them, this was completely up to him. He just needed to say that the time was not yet right to turn away the dissatisfaction of the superstar clusters. These leaks would have no choice but to only wait. However, Han Xiao also did not intend to completely fleece them. He would resurrect a small portion of the superstar cluster descendants to give them a taste. This move would not only allow the Superstar Cluster Alliance to taste the fruits of success, deepening their transaction cooperation, but it would also anger the three universal civilizations, causing both sides to go against each other. So long as the resurrected ones remained small, the situation would still be under the control of both the Association and the Holy Accord. After all, the Superstar Cluster was different from the three universal civilizations. Since there were more experts in the three universal civilizations, they naturally wanted to rule over everything, but once the advanced combatants of the superstar clusters returned, they would be able to pressure the three universal civilizations, which would indirectly benefit the association. Thus, Han Xiao would only make this transaction with the superstar clusters and not with the three universal civilizations. Otherwise, this would only make the latter think that their sanction order had been effective, leading them to mistakenly think that they had succeeded in bending the association to their will. However, if the war against the World Tree Civilization broke out, then Han Xiao would not mind resurrecting a lot of the old beyond grade as to deal with the invasion. The main thing was that he had to act on the spot and adjust his strategies flexibly. Just as he was deep in thought, Philip emerged from his table, holding a virtual screen several times larger than his body in both hands as he gruffly spoke. Master, Master, many civilizations of the Shattered Star Ring have sent a communication request to you. Do you wish to answer? Han Xiao came back to his senses, glancing at the caller ID on his screen before curling his lips. These people don't dare to offend the three universal civilizations, and at the same time they don't dare to offend me either, so they ran over to apologize and explain. Let's listen to what sort of rainbow farts they can give off. Han Xiao swept through the list before picking his old partner, the Purple Crystal Civilization. When the representative of the Purple Crystal Civilization appeared, he did a customary bow before speaking. Paying respects to Your Excellency Black Star. Han Xiao waved his hands in dismissal. I'm a little busy. Just get to the point. All right, this time, I'm here to represent the Purple Crystal Civilization to apologize to you. He snuck a glance at Han Xiao's expression that was still calm before carefully following up. Due to the sanctions imposed by the three universal civilizations, the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference has already passed the proposal, and we have no choice but to cooperate. The Purple Crystal Civilization Conference has been happily working with you for a long time, but with the severity of the situation now, I hope you can understand. So, you wish to end all our partnerships? Han Xiao raised his brow. Cough cough. Please believe us when I say it's temporary. You also understand. Given the chance, we would love to continue working with the Black Star Army, but the attitude of the three universal civilizations is too tough now. We're just being safe. When the problem is solved, we'll immediately resume our business dealings and will also give you compensation. The representative of the Purple Crystal Civilization spoke sincerely, emphasizing their helplessness. Han Xiao did not agree with him in his heart, but he did not refute him, only verbally expressing his understanding. He then followed by answering the communications of all the others in the Shattered Star Ring one by one. Everyone basically had the same attitude, which was to apologize and express that they had to cooperate with the sanctions. After hanging up the last communication call, Han Xiao sneered. Humph! A bunch of fools who steer the rudder based on the wind direction. They cooperated with the army when they wished to have benefits, but now that they were under pressure, they kicked the army to the curb since they had outlived their usefulness. Of course, the civilizations had to take care of themselves, and there was no point in them supporting the association either. Han Xiao understood this clearly, but it did not mean that he had to forgive them. These civilizations blindly thought that the rule of the three universal civilizations over the Galactic Society was still stable, and thus, they would rather offend the Black Star Army a little than being marked by the three universal civilizations. For civilizations between the Black Star Army and the three universal civilizations, it was easy to decide which to trade off. Thus, Han Xiao could not be bothered to force the civilizations to choose his side, or else it would only turn nasty. It was better to keep this current state of getting along and make the other party feel as though they owed him something. While it might not be of any use, it was better than making more enemies. He snorted as he chewed on his candy. Once the sanctions of the three universal civilizations lift, you'll be the ones who bleed. You think that the Galactic Society will remain stable so long as you are under the rule of the three universal civilizations? The moment a foreign enemy invades, you'll know how fragile this piece is, and by then, let's see if the three universal civilizations that you trust so much will have the energy to protect you. After cursing a while longer, Han Xiao reined in his emotions, calling his secretary and letting him handle the handover procedures of the civilizations. He then opened the organization territory distribution version of the star map, looking at it as he muttered. Expanding and controlling the galactic black market in various places will be our next focus. The three universal civilizations will definitely not sit back and watch, however. It will likely turn into another secret war, which will cause quite a high death rate. Thus, the players will be the best to send in for the mission of obtaining the black markets. Not only is their strength good, but they are also not afraid of death. It is sufficient to take on this mission. As he spoke out loud, Han Xiao marked down this idea on the star map, deciding to issue this order in a few days to send the players collectively to perform the mission. Furthermore, in terms of advanced combatants, we have to put more pressure on the three universal civilizations. I previously promised them that I would not casually resurrect any historical beyond grade but now that they've done this, I have to be courteous and respond in kind. It's a pity that the keys to the sanctums have not been fully gathered, so I cannot simply just resurrect a batch of new ones. Han Zhao's thoughts flew rapidly. The Holy Accord can come in handy, since there are still many of them hiding within the organization. It's better to pull a portion of the beyond grade into the association, pretending to have done a new resurrection. Having a trump card is indeed convenient, and I don't know how the three universal civilizations will react. Meanwhile, the three universal civilizations leaders met up in a joint meeting room to secretly discuss matters. The association has frozen the membership rights of our direct beyond grade, and also announced that they will not accept any tasks from us. These are all expected counters, but they're meaningless, the Pope said indifferently. Louis nodded. The association's next move is expected to be the integration of the black markets. This will be their main resource channel in the future, but we will have long set the ground and will not let them succeed so easily. Marbruce then spoke in a deep voice. This is not the main point. The key is to test if Black Star can indeed perform sanctum revivals at will. Well, with his character, he will inevitably take countermeasures, such as contacting the Superstar Cluster Alliance and cooperating with them. The Superstar Cluster Alliance will likely also propose resurrection as a bargaining chip, and it is hard to say whether Black Star will agree to that. But even if the deal is not reached, Black Star will also try to recover other historical beyond grade to put pressure on us. Now, it's up to him whether he can do so. If he cannot do this, the Pope's eyes gleamed. Then whatever he's doing now is undoubtedly playing for time. The sanctions by the trio were not just to contain the expansion of the association but also to test Han Zhao's control over the sanctums. This was not a whimsical thought but rather a conclusion they reached as a result of much research in the Sanctum Revival Research Institute. They had confirmed that the sanctums were immensely difficult to open and needed some sort of catalyst as well. Thus, the sanctum revival could not be casually done. Based on this idea, the trio had introduced the current sanctions. If it was proven that Black Star could not resurrect people at will, this would be the best time to implement the cleansing plan. Otherwise, if they waited too long, it might allow for another wave of sanctum revivals. However, even if Black Star resurrected newcomers, it might be an opportunity for them as it would cause Black Star to waste a valuable medium and cause the resurrection method to enter another cooldown. Of course, they did not rule out the fact that Black Star had seen through them and deliberately kept his hand hidden. This was a danger to them. This was undoubtedly risky behavior for them, which would not only make them pay a huge price but also go against their need to maintain order. Thus, they had yet to make up their minds, only wanting to probe Black Star. At this moment, the Pope glanced at Louis, before asking, "By the way, how are your preparations for Manison's operation?" Louis calmly nodded. "It's almost ready, thanks to your help. The things we promised you will be delivered back to you soon." "That's good," the Pope replied blandly. When the Federation came knocking on their door for help, he had suggested returning the 10,000 deity scepter back to them. Because they were unable to crack apart the spacetime amber even after so many years, the Federation finally agreed to this request and chose to return the 10,000 deity scepter in its seal back to the original owner. At the same time, the Federation also had their own expectations. If the Arcane Church could manage to unblock or duplicate the 10,000 deity scepter by chance, then in the future beyond Grade A cleansing operations this would come in handy. Chapter 1282 Entering the Black Mark. Chapter 1282 Entering the Black Mark. On April 1st, year 782 of the Galaxy calendar, the three universal civilizations jointly issued a sanction order against the entire Beyond Grade A Association. On April 3rd, the Beyond Grade A Association responded, and both parties officially tore aside all pretenses. The organizations of the various star fields moved separately in response to the influence of the sanctions, and it was not until April 26th that a clear pattern was finally formed. Ever since the return of the Immortals on March 10th, in just a short month and a half, the situation of the Galactic Society had been changing rapidly, full of turbulence. The Beyond Grade A Association had found new allies. The Superstar Cluster Alliance opposed the sanctions and issued a righteous criticism, believing that the three universal civilizations were abusing their power. Thus, the Superstar Cluster turned to support the association, and this resulted in the open confrontation of the association with the three universal civilizations. Because of the response from various civilizations, many of the Beyond Grade A organizations started to shrink, their branches and bases established in the civilizations also having to relocate. Some moved into the desolate universe belt, while some shifted to the flickering world as an industrial relocation. The Beyond Grade A organizations that originally had a territory in the flickering world were like sweet rice cakes, causing the other Beyond Grade As to congregate there like ants. Among them, some of the Beyond Grade As who had established organizations within the three universal civilizations suffered even more, having their industries and bases temporarily closed. The three universal civilizations had mobilized the entire galactic society to seal off any development of the Beyond Grade A Association. A large number of Beyond Grade A organizations had thus been hit, their scale shrinking. The stock prices of their listed consortiums were also plummeting. At the same time, the organizations that support the association had also been targeted by the three universal civilizations. Among them was Planet Aquamarine, which had their diplomatic relationships completely cut off, forcing them to be self-sufficient. The weaker the organization, the more serious the targeting. In contrast, the Superstar Cluster Alliance did not feel as though there was much impact. They were already used to being targeted, so the situation was already so bad that making it worse made no real difference. A portion of people believed that the goal of the sanctions was to cut off the wings of the Beyond Grade As. If they had no more followers and industries, then the influence of the Beyond Grade As would be suppressed to the lowest level, isolated from the rest of the galactic society. However, others believed that while the three universal civilizations were decisive in their actions, this was not a permanent cure, and it might not be able to deal with the Beyond Grade A themselves, let alone attack their organizations. Both theories had a large number of supporters, but the undisputed fact was that the smell of gunpowder was growing ever stronger in the galactic society. As the times became more sensitive, the emotions of the interstellar citizens gradually turned more fanatical, manipulated by propaganda. Beyond the sight of the majority, the galactic black market in various regions had become a secret battlefield, with frequent incidents and fights. A tug of war for control of the black market had begun. At a neutral transit station planet in the Shattered Star Ring, among row after row of high-rise buildings, several low-altitude, flying vehicles whizzed through the city at high speed, disrupting the flow of traffic and frequently causing accidents. These vehicles belonged to two groups of people, those fleeing and the pursuers. The pursued had superb driving skills and constantly made use of various difficult maneuvers to avoid obstacles along the way. They drove extremely fast in the complicated road conditions. Faster! They're about to catch up. Shut up! Don't distract me. In the escape vehicle at the front, a lizard man covered in red scales was jumping around anxiously. He kept looking at the rearview mirror while a burly man in a mechanical suit was operating the vehicle with a solemn expression. In the rear cabin were a group of passengers swaying from side to side. This group of people were a group of local black market operators. On the surface, they had a legal shell corporation, but in reality, they had a few secret black market business channels in their hands. They belonged to a group of social clubs that had a name on the black market organization. As a low-level distribution channel, they had always been living on this neutral planet, enjoying life like gods. However, not long ago, the social clubs were infiltrated by spies from unknown organizations. Their territories and businesses were attacked by unknown militants one after another, and they suffered heavy losses. The core members of the clubs were also hunted down and could only resort to hiding. Just a moment ago, their hiding place had been discovered, and they had hurriedly escaped with their vehicles. A few teams of armed enemies had been chasing them relentlessly, and both sides had been running for their lives in the bustling city. Who are these people? When we fought them, they were clearly well-trained. They don't look like they're scattered soldiers. They're probably professional armed organizations. Why would they come to us? The burly man's tone was solemn. The lizard man was furious. What sh*t do I know? These people appeared out of nowhere. I don't even know how and when I provoked them. Could it be that our competitors invited mercenaries? I don't care what happens to him. All I care about now is whether I can escape, the lizard man shouted. Just as he finished speaking, the flying vehicle passed by an intersection. Suddenly, a pursuer that had circled to the front appeared out of nowhere and crashed into them. Boom! There was a huge shock, followed by a sudden force. The passengers in the cabin did not have time to react and were all slammed into the cabin wall. The high-speed vehicle was knocked over by the other party slamming into its waist. It rolled in the air before smashing into the outer wall of a building. Sparks flew and metal was torn apart. The vehicle was embedded into the wall, emitting black smoke. The anti-gravity engine flickered a few times before it turned off with a hum. Everyone was dizzy from the crash. Clutching his head, the burly man crawled up and kicked open the deflated hatch. He saw that the pursuers had already surrounded him, and the two sides of the enemy's vehicle were loaded with live bullets, aiming at the immobile target. The traffic accident had attracted a lot of spectators, and they all drove their vehicles to watch from afar, forming a circle. However, the pursuers did not seem to mind shooting in the middle of the city, as if they did not care about the security forces on this planet. Seeing this, everyone in the cabin looked terrified and desperate. These gray people who ran the black market also did not dare start a battle in the city. However, these people did not have any scruples at all and were even more vicious than them. They were simply lawless brutes. I still have 3 million anas in my savings. I can't accept this. The lizard man was scared out of his wits. He collapsed to the ground and could not stand up. At this time, the burly man grabbed his collar and took out a palm-sized metal ball from his arms. He pressed the button on the top of the metal ball, and the ball lit up. Don't! This thing will blow up the entire street. The lizard man immediately tried to snatch it back but was kicked to the ground by the burly man. Don't be silly. Didn't you bring this bomb just in case? Since they want to kill us, let's see if they will die together with us. The burly man had a vicious look on his face. He raised the bomb high and turned around, preparing to shout. However, right at this moment, the sound of a meteor falling suddenly rang out as it rapidly approached. Pew! Boom! A figure shrouded in red flames descended from the sky and kicked out at one of the pursuers, akin to Buddha's Pa-no feet. A huge force burst out, and the carrier plummeted to the ground, exploding into flames. This figure jumped and landed in the huge pit created by the vehicles of the people in the black market. He gave a thumbs up and a wide-toothed smile as he stood in front of Lizard Man and company, protecting them. Don't be afraid. You're safe now. Hearing this, everyone put on an uncertain expression. The burly man turned to look at the Lizard Man and asked, "You called for reinforcements?" No, the Lizard Man looked confused, doubting himself. Did I? The burly man's face twitched, and he turned to look at this sudden support. Who are you? Why did you save us? Don't ask me. I'm just doing a mission. As for who I am, you should recognize this emblem, right? This person turned around and showed a symbol on his clothes. Everyone looked at it and shivered. There was almost no one in the universe who did not recognize this pattern. You're from the Black Star Army? To be precise, I'm one of the Army's immortals. You can call me Crispy Chicken Wings. This person grinned. He was indeed a player. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Why have the infamous immortals suddenly come to help? We clearly had no contact with the Black Star Army at all. Wait till I get rid of these people. Stay behind me obediently. At this moment, the pursuers suddenly opened fire, and densely packed bullets rained down on them. The bullets were extremely fast, almost forming a line. As soon as Crispy Chicken Wings spoke, a blue shield popped out, protecting the paralyzed vehicles of the black market. The next second, the pugilist flames on Crispy Chicken Wings gathered in the palms of his hands, forming a red energy wave. Boom! A blazing red beam of light pulsed outward like a whip, hitting all the vehicles. The next moment, these vehicles turned into fireworks in the sky and the people within were killed instantly, scaring the crowd away. To grade B players, this was a common occurrence. There was no difficulty involved. Crispy Chicken Wings clapped his hands and chuckled. Problem solved. Seeing this, the lizard man finally had the strength to get up. He snatched the bomb back from the burly man's hands and turned it off, glaring at him before walking toward Crispy Chicken Wings. You saved my life. How should I thank you? You don't have to thank me. From now on, I'm your boss. The lizard man was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in surprise. Are you recruiting me to join the Black Star Army? In your dreams. Do you think you can enter the army just because you want to? Crispy Chicken Wing did not stand on ceremony and rolled his eyes. What I mean is, I will temporarily take over your black market business. This is an order from the higher-ups. This is the certificate from your black market organization, freewebnovel.com. As he spoke, he took out his communicator and displayed a document. Everyone browsed through it, only feeling shock and surprise. This was a permit that was recognized by the Black Market Organization. The document stated that the 3 universal civilizations had begun to infiltrate the black market on a large scale, and many of the black market channels had already been uprooted. Therefore, in order to maintain the stability of the galactic black market, the Black Market Organization would send some people to temporarily take over the black market and requested for them to cooperate as much as possible. Usually, black market organizations would not interfere with ordinary black market operators. But this time, they issued a rare notice. The people who took over the black markets were all members of the Beyond Grade A organizations, and the players of the Black Star Army were among them. While everyone was still processing, Crispy Chicken Wings opened the interface and looked at his mission list. Army Transfer Order. Takeover of the Black Market. 1. Mission Introduction. Due to the sanctions of the 3 universal civilizations, the Beyond Grade A Association plans to further control the galactic black market. The Black Star Army has decided to send you to take over and integrate the black market channels of a planet. However, your contact seems to be in danger and needs your help. Mission requirements. Rescue the black market operators who are being chased. This mission is part of a series of related missions. The final reward depends on the mission rating. Current mission status. Completed. This was a mission issued by the Black Star Army not long ago, and many players had accepted it. They split up and went to different planets to take over the local black market. Because the players rarely had the chance to be independent, they found it interesting and refreshing. Furthermore, compared to exploring the flickering world, taking over and integrating the black market of a planet had a lot more problems to consider. The mission environment was more complicated, which was more challenging to the players. This was just a corner of the black market, and the same thing happened on many planets in the various star fields. The players have already entered the black market. The situation is not bad. In the Black Star Palace office, Han Xiao looked at the star map, nodding as he observed the movements of the players. The galactic black market was currently the focus of the battle between the Association and the 3 universal civilizations. The 3 universal civilizations did not personally take part in the battle, and the people they sent to infiltrate the black market were not direct descendants but subordinates of subsidiary organizations. They had already clashed with the many people sent by the Beyond Grade A Association, both sides suffering from casualties. Among them, the progress of the army was the smoothest. The players were as useful as ever, unlike the other organizations which could not be as extravagant as the Black Star Army. Han Xiao gave this mission to the players. It served 2 purposes: to provide fertilizer for the players and to allow the players to enter the front lines of the battle and maintain their interest. Scattering them out on different planets to manage their own black market businesses was akin to letting them be birds flying in the sky, free as the wind. He was also curious about how these players would react. At this moment, his communicator vibrated. An officer had sent a message. "Commander, someone is here to visit you. She doesn't have an appointment, but she claims to be an old acquaintance of yours." Hearing this, Han Xiao raised his brows. "Someone I know? How close? What's their name?" She said her name is Rosalind. Chapter 1283. Would you like another brother-in-law? Chapter 1283. Would you like another brother-in-law? Why is she here? And why didn't she tell me? Han Xiao was stunned. This woman was not a good person. She had left the Black Star Army decades ago and followed the Silver Revolutionary Army to cause trouble. Now that she had suddenly returned, No one knew what she wanted. "Commander, will you see her? Let's just meet her for a bit." Han Shao nodded. He was quite curious about Rosalind's intentions. After the butterfly effect he caused, the Silver Revolutionary Army basically did not have the chance to evolve into a big version event like in his previous life. He did not know what would happen to this group. Could Rosalind have come to him for help? While guessing, Han Shao stood up and walked out of the office. He walked along the corridor to the reception room. On his way to the logistics department, he called Reynold, who was working extremely hard, and brought him to see his sister. Very quickly, the two of them arrived outside the guest room. The door opened, and they saw Rosalind. "Long time no see." Han Shao casually greeted Rosalind as he sized her up. It had been many years since they last met, and Rosalind's appearance did not seem to have changed much. She was wearing a dark blue teacher's robe, and her temperament was even calmer than decades ago. "That's right. It's been so many years, and you've already become a legendary figure in the universe. Even the three universal civilizations view you as the most dangerous person. Thinking back to your honeymoon period with the dynasty, it's truly a pity." Rosalind smiled. Han Shao sat opposite Rosalind and casually replied, "What's there to be sad about? Different positions will have different problems to consider. The development of any matter always spirals upward, but it's very normal to experience rise and fall. But this isn't a spiral rise, right? If not for the sanctum revival you created, this era wouldn't have become what it is today. As expected of you, you easily accomplished what I couldn't. Your ability to turn the situation around is much stronger than mine. Don't you feel any sense of achievement?" Rosalind batted her eyes and teased him. "You're not yet worthy of letting me feel a sense of achievement." Han Shao smiled. Rosalind was not angry. She smiled and turned to look at Reynold as though she had just noticed him. She pretended to be surprised and said, "Hey, little brother, you're still alive. I thought you would have died from overworking by now." Reynold did not know how to respond. "Although you are my sister, if you continue to spout nonsense, do you believe that I won't give you a firm slap?" Han Shao shook his head and smiled. "Let's not talk about me for now. You, on the other hand, have not made a single move in decades, at most only helping me a little in Moto. How's your so-called career?" "Nothing much. What you've done has indirectly obstructed our career. What else can we do? But that's none of my business. I've already quit." Rosalind shrugged with a nonchalant tone, as if she did not care about wasting decades of her time. The intelligent plague incident had consolidated the hearts of the three universal civilizations, and the recent sanctions against the Beyond Grade A Association had also received the approval of a large number of ordinary people who hated the strong. The Silver Revolutionary Army could not break the foundation of the ordinary citizens in the three universal civilizations, and thus their career had come to a standstill. Han Shao narrowed his eyes. This woman actually quit the Silver Revolutionary Army. This was out of his expectations. "So, why did you come back today?" Hearing this, Rosalind spread her hands out and smiled. "I can't stay idle. When I lose my job, I have to find a new job. What do you think, oh great commander? Will you accept me? If I say no, what will you do?" Han Shao raised his brows. "Then I can only pester you." Rosalind rolled her eyes and deliberately acted like she was about to cry. "With our relationship, you can't bear to see me fall into someone else's arms, right? Speak properly. Don't talk about such things." Han Shao coughed. "Now that the three universal civilizations are punishing us, you must have some other reasons for suddenly coming back." Rosalind clapped her hands twice symbolically before smiling. "I really can't hide it from your eyes. You also know that my goal is to deal with the three universal civilizations, but recently, I suddenly realized that joining the association's faction seems to be more promising." Han Shao was speechless. That seemed to be the case. To a certain extent, the Beyond Grade A Association had already achieved a part of the role of Silver Revolutionary Army in his previous life. Now that they had formed an opposing faction with the three universal civilizations, the commotion they caused was not much smaller than what the Silver Revolutionary Army caused back then. However, the Silver Revolutionary Army in this lifetime did not improve at all, which made Rosalind feel that her future was bleak. Thus, She ran back to join her old employer, resorting to another method to deal with the three universal civilizations. Her goal did not change, and with her personality, she would definitely do such a thing. And if this sole character left, the Silver Revolutionary Army would only have 2 or 3 little kittens left. There would be no chance to rise up. This meant that although he did not deliberately target the Silver Revolutionary Army, it seemed like the butterfly effect he triggered indirectly killed them in the end. So, was Rosalind abandoning the dark to embrace the light? Han Xiao shook his head before emphasizing his seriousness as he spoke. All right, since you're willing to bear the brunt and return to the army, I can let you in. However, from now on, you can no longer have any contact with the Silver Revolutionary Army. If you leave the army again, even with Reynold around, I won't let you come back. Do you understand? He did not mind recruiting Rosalind again. Although this woman's mind was dangerous, her ability was indeed rare and had strategic significance. She was practically a trump card to overthrow someone's rule. It was best to keep such a talent in his hands. All right, I won't leave you this time. Rosalind batted her eyes again. Reynold frowned when he heard this. This woman was not quite right. Was she seducing Black Star to make the army commander his brother-in-law? Damn, how shameless. Han Xiao remained unmoved, standing up as he spoke. All right, I'll get someone to arrange your duties. You two have not seen each other for many years, so you should have a lot to talk about. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave now. As he spoke, he turned and walked out of the guest room, leaving behind only his shadow. After watching Han Xiao leave, Reynold turned to look at Rosalind and said with a frown, "Let me warn you, if you come back with bad intentions, I will be the first to catch you." You don't trust me? Rosalind raised her brows. Humph. I know very well what kind of person you are. Reynold crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, Also, I advise you to be more respectful to the army commander. A subordinate should act like a subordinate. Yo, it's been decades since we last met, and you're so loyal to Black Star? Rosalind clicked her tongue in wonder. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes, lowered her tone, and chuckled. How about it? Do you want to have a brother-in-law? What are you doing? Reynold frowned even more. I think a man like Black Star who can turn the universe upside down suits me very well. What do you think? Rosalind teased. Reynold snorted in disdain. Those who are eyeing Black Star can circle around this base 6 times. With just you? Go queue up. Chapter 1284. Aurora. No Fiden's Adventure Records. Chapter 1284. Aurora. No Fiden's Adventure Records. Rosalind's return was just a small interlude, and Han Xiao left it to his subordinates to make arrangements. After returning to his office, Han Xiao pinned the surveillance of the army players entering the black market before opening the forums to check the response of the players. The forums were very active, and the posts regarding the controlling of the black market occupied a large number of pages. The situation on every planet was different, with the environment, characters, and events varying, causing the situation that each individual encountered to be unique. Some people managed to save their targets in time, like crispy chicken wings, obtaining a group of professional assistants that could continue to develop according to the original black market channel. Some players came a step too late and did not manage to connect with the black market personnel. They would have to build a new black market channel from scratch, which was equivalent to them fumbling in the dark. Many players of the army were sharing the situation that they had encountered, and there were many confused requests for help. A small number of players who had started to come into contact with the black market also shared their experience and insights on the forums. This was because when Han Xiao issued this mission, he had set it as a collective mission with a comprehensive completion rate, depending on the total degree of control over the black market. Every player's mission results would be calculated into the overall completion rating. Therefore, it was not enough to just complete the mission alone. If the players wanted a higher reward, they needed others to be on equal grounds with them. Thus, many of the pioneers at the black market were happy to share and help the other army players take over the black market. It was a win-win situation for all. The current development seems to be more positive than expected. With the model now, the players might inject new energy into the galactic black market and help the black markets in various areas connect with each other, Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Due to the fact that they could not be seen in public, there were very few large black market organizations that could cross star systems, let alone star clusters. Black market managers like Secret Master were even rarer. Most of them were small black market organizations that were limited to 1 or 2 star zones, akin to local tyrants. Even though there was a black market organization that managed the black market in name, the overall structure of the galactic black market was still very scattered. As for the local black market forces, their partnerships were basically fixed over a long period of time. Most people only knew about their own small territory, and it was difficult for them to expand outward. There were many reasons, one of them being that the flow of information between the small black market forces in different regions was limited. The way Han Zhao saw it, if the players took over the black markets en masse, they could use the information on the forums and private chat channels to become catalysts, becoming the glue of many black market organizations. With the incentive of cumulative progress of the mission, most players would be more than willing to cooperate with other players. In that case, the regional black markets that were dominated by the army players might have a chance to build a bridge of cooperation with each other, which was much easier than using any normal methods. In this manner, the goal of integrating the galactic black market that he had proposed to the association back then could be advanced in a quick manner. This is a good move. I'll make the best use of the player's characteristics and hit a few birds with one stone. Han Zhao's lips curled up. With all his developments, he had already turned into a chess player behind the scenes, and the chessboard was getting bigger and bigger. Now, it was truly akin to the starry sky. The players still needed more time. Han Zhao closed the forums, took out his encrypted communicator, and called Oathkeeper. A few seconds later, the communication was connected, and Oathkeeper appeared on the screen. Black Star, what's the matter? You know about the recent sanctions, right? Yes. We all watch the news every day. Oathkeeper nodded. But you only contacted me now. Do you need any help? You can say that. Since the 3 universal civilizations have decided to restrict me, as the only one in control of the Sanctum Revival, I have to retaliate. What they're most afraid of is that there will be too many beyond grade so it's best to revive some more people to pressure them. But we haven't gathered all the keys yet, so there's no way to revive any more. Oathkeeper was in a difficult position. No, the Sanctum keys are so precious. Even if I gather all of the necessary parts, I won't use one for this reason. I mean to pull out some more Holy Accord members. After all, your side is the reserve of beyond grade as in this battle, and now is the time to use the Holy Accord. Without waiting for Oathkeeper to reply, Han Zhao quickly continued. Furthermore, I feel that the 3 universal civilizations are probably trying to see if I can revive any more beyond grade so it's best to give them a response. The more beyond grade as there are, the more uncomfortable the 3 universal civilizations will be, making them feel that the cost of trial and error is too high. Only then will they be more cautious, and similar tests will be decreased in the future. There is indeed such a possibility. Oathkeeper hesitated for a moment. I don't object on principle, but you'll have to talk to them about who will come out. There should be quite a number of unreliable people in the second batch. It's best to be cautious. I know. Han Zhao nodded. He already had a demographic in mind. Among the second batch of revivers, the neutral unlucky ones who died in the calamity of the pinnacles were the best targets. He could also show them to the Superstar Cluster Alliance and increase their confidence in the deal. Speaking of which, it had been quite a few days, and the list of resources that the Superstar Cluster Alliance promised to compile in exchange for the resurrections had yet to arrive. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a notification popped up on his communicator. Ding! Ding! Han Zhao opened the interface and saw that it was the list of resources that the Superstar Cluster Alliance had sent over for the Sanctum Revival. Hey, speak of the devil. What a coincidence. Han Zhao muttered to himself and nodded at Oathkeeper. This is probably the situation. I'll talk to the revivers in a while. Help me convey my intentions in the next few days so that they know what to do. Also, give me a reliable list based on their performance over the past year. All right then. Oathkeeper felt weird. They were clearly partners, but he felt like he was the subordinate instead. After giving some more instructions, Han Zhao ended the communication and browsed through the list the Superstar clusters sent. He only offered 10 slots for the first batch, but the Superstar Cluster Alliance was generous and took out quite a number of good items. They were basically all universal treasures and gold-grade blueprints. All the Superstar Cluster civilizations were, after all, victors of the Exploration-era war, and they had fought many against civilizations. While they might not be as rich as the 3 universal civilizations, they were still well off, not lacking in universal treasures or gold-grade blueprints. However, Han Xiao had hidden the benefits he had gotten from Jace's treasure and the sanctums very well. People who were not familiar with him would not know about his current foundation, so the list of resources that the Superstar Cluster Alliance made with confidence did not catch his eye at all. Han Xiao chose 3 of the more attractive offers and gave them 3 slots. He then returned the rest to the Superstar Cluster. Not long after the message was sent, the Superstar Cluster Alliance contacted him. Black Star, your appetite is too big. Don't push your luck. We're already very sincere. Hearing this, Han Xiao secretly smirked. Who were they talking to? Did they not know who had the upper hand? I'll decide if you're sincere or not. There are 7 more slots. If you don't want them, forget it. Don't buy them if you have the guts. We'll buy it. By the way, payment first. You win. The contact from the Superstar Cluster Alliance went offline. freewebnovel.com. There was nothing he could do about it. Having a monopoly of the market meant he could be that domineering. One could complain about it, but they had to buy what they needed. After rebuffing the contact, Han Xiao turned off the virtual screen and was about to continue studying the gold-grade blueprints in the workshop. However, at this moment, his private communicator suddenly received a message from Aurora. There's a huge discovery. Come quickly. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment before he turned curious. Aurora was still traveling with Phaidon, and they had not contacted each other for quite some time. Usually, she would not contact him if something happened. Now that she had suddenly called him, he did not know what was going on. However, Phaidon was wearing an external lucky halo. No matter what happened, Han Xiao felt that he would not be surprised. By the way, where did you bring me? Inside the spaceship, Aurora swallowed her saliva and looked outside the porthole with her eyes wide open. I don't know either. It suddenly became like this outside. Phaidon looked in the same direction with shock. The two of them were originally piloting the ship leisurely in the universe. But then the environment outside suddenly changed, and the starry sky disappeared, turning into a pitch-black space without a trace of starlight. It was as if they had passed through some barrier, entering an unknown territory. However, the spaceship's alarm did not react at all, nor did the monitor show any abnormalities. The two of them were shocked and immediately controlled the spaceship to retreat. However, this pitch-black space seemed to have no concept of distance. Even though the spaceship had accelerated to its hyperdrive state, it remained in its original position and could not leave this vast area of space. The reason they discovered this was because there was a single coordinate system reference object in this pitch-black space, which was also the source of their surprise. Looking out the window, they saw a broken mechanical body floating quietly in this dark space. Its size was terrifying, many times larger than the mechanical deity they had seen before. Compared to it, the spaceship was akin to a speck of dust on a normal person's body. The structure of this body was similar to that of an upright organism. Its flesh and blood were intertwined with machinery, and its skeleton was crisscrossed with metal. However, it was severely damaged, riddled with holes. What shocked Aurora the most was that her Esper ability actually felt a weak life force from this body. This thing seemed to be alive. Chapter 1285 Shocking Origins. Chapter 1285 Shocking Origins. Buzz. At this time, the throne in the cabin that was collecting dust suddenly flashed, and Han Xiao appeared. The helmet opened, revealing Han Xiao's face. He asked in a curious tone, "What important discovery have you made that's worth calling me here? You're an expert mechanic. Quick, take a look at the big guy outside." Aurora pointed outside the window. Actually, there was no need for her to tell him. The moment Han Xiao asked the question, he noticed the abnormality of their environment. Following Aurora's finger, he immediately saw the strange body. Yo, it's huge. Flesh and machine are fused together. It's a little like grafting, but it doesn't seem to be the case. What is this? Where did you guys find it? Han Xiao was shocked. He did not know what this thing was either. It looked to be many times larger than the normal size of his mechanical deity. Its body was covered in wounds, as though it had experienced all kinds of cosmic disasters. This is what we suddenly encountered. This space seems to be a sealed domain. Fiden explained. Han Xiao nodded as he stroked his chin. From the sound of it, this body seems to have been maintaining a strange domain, and you guys accidentally barged in. If it's mechanical technology, it should be a high-level usage of spatial technology, creating a fixed field of folded space around the body or changing some physical constants in this field. This is high-end technology. But there's no reaction from the spaceship's detector. Aurora patted the control panel. Let me see. Han Xiao checked and realized that all the devices were operating normally. His eyes gleamed. Either the device is affected by virtual interference or the other party has some kind of amazing concealment technology. Either way, the technology is extraordinary. Aurora's spaceship had gathered quite a lot of Jace's technological treasures, but for it to have been blinded, Han Xiao naturally took it seriously. Could it be a space wonder? Fiden was curious. Don't jump to a conclusion so quickly. Han Xiao waved his hand and took over the controls. Since the spaceship can't retreat, let's see if we can approach this big guy. Are you sure? Aurora was a little hesitant. I felt a weak life signal from it, but no matter how I tried to send it a message, it did not respond. This big guy is alive? Han Xiao was stunned for a moment before his interest was piqued. He knew Aurora's ability very well and would not make any mistakes. Initially, he had thought that this was the remains of a gigantic mechanical body thrown around by some civilization or mechanic who did not care about public morals. However, since this mechanical body was alive, things became much more interesting. Let's go take a look. Han Xiao only hesitated for 2 seconds before making a decision. He controlled the spaceship to move forward. As expected, this dark area seemed to only allow them to advance but not retreat. The spaceship slowly approached the target. The closer they got, the stronger the contrast between their sizes. The details of the body were enlarged in their vision, making them feel how small they were. After a while, the spaceship stopped at a long and narrow hole on the finger of the mechanical body. It was like a huge cave that extended thousands of meters into the interior. The hatch opened, and the few of them got out of the spaceship, stepping onto the rugged ground. The flesh and machinery beneath their feet were intertwined with each other, making it unsuitable for normal walking. Han Xiao squatted down and inserted his fingers into a piece of flesh to experience the sensation it gave. He then observed the muscles and veins before nodding. Muscles, tendons, and fat. They all look like normal biological tissue, not artificial biochemical tendons. As he said that, he exerted some force with his fingers, and a little bit of blood seeped out from the muscle. Han Xiao looked up and saw that there were solidified bloodstains all around the flesh and blood tissues. They looked black and splattered outward, like blood that was suddenly sprayed out by a slash. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought of Old Man Manison's criminal technology. This body was a little similar to a criminal's biological modification and biochemical prosthetics. At this moment, Fiden said, "Black Star, I'm not feeling too good." Han Xiao and Aurora turned around, only to see Fiden holding onto his chest with his brows furrowed. What's wrong? Han Xiao's heart tightened. He reached out and poked Fiden, triggering the combat information. After seeing it clearly, his expression changed slightly. In Fiden's status bar, a negative status called dissolution appeared. The effect would take 0.01% to 0.5% of his health, energy, and stamina every second. However, under the influence of his lucky halo, Fiden only suffered the weakest negative effects. Why didn't he have such a reaction before? Could it be that this happened after entering this body? Han Xiao opened the interface and realized that he did not even have the dissolution status. He did not have any notification about judgment being made as well. Could it be that this effect only targeted those below beyond grade A? Was it limited to life forms or dead objects? He turned to look at the spaceship parked at the side, and after a simple inspection, He realized that the exterior armor of the spaceship was showing signs of rusting and dissolving. The material used to make the spaceship was extremely tough, and even a portion of the Black Star alloy was mixed in. It had its own recovery ability, but even this was not immune to the dissolution state. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes as a hypothesis started to form. This area can only be entered but not left. Whether it's a living thing or an inanimate object, everything will start to dissolve upon entering the body. Interesting, this feels like a flytrap. This is probably a trap that drifts through the universe, and those who accidentally bump into it will not be able to escape and will become its nutrients. Luckily, there was a healer with sufficient power in the team. Otherwise, it would have been slightly troublesome. He signaled Aurora to treat Phaidon while he took out a metal needle and stabbed it deep into the flesh on the wall, attempting to cause damage. If this big guy was an individual, it should be able to display combat information on the interface. Ding! The next moment, a notification popped up on the interface. Han Xiao opened it, and his expression changed. The level, species, and abilities of this body were all question marks. Only its name was not a question mark, but there was no difference. It was called Unknown Polymerized Entity. This thing's level is actually so high. Even if it was Manison or Sorokin, who had a higher level than him, he could still see a portion of the other party's information. The information of this body was almost all question marks, which could only mean that the difference in level was too big. In the explored universe, Han Xiao estimated that only Wernos had reached such a level. Where did this thing come from? Han Xiao's curiosity grew stronger. He really did not have any impression of this body in his memories. Logically speaking, such a strange thing should not have been unknown in his previous life. He did not know if it was not discovered or hidden by someone. Han Xiao did not have time to care about Aurora and Phaidon, focusing on studying the thing. He tore off a lump of flesh from the ground, broke off a few mechanical parts, and then activated the material detector in his mechanical suit to scan and analyze them. Not long after, the two analysis reports were shown. The first was the analysis result of the mechanical parts. It showed that its microscopic structure was very novel. There was no matching material in the database, which proved that the material of this mechanical body seemed to be composed of some unknown alloy. The second document was an analysis of the flesh sample. No matching biological genes were detected, which proved that the source of the flesh sample was most likely not a known species in the explored universe. However, the existence of the super gene was detected from it, which was highly compatible with the mechanic class. Although the cell activity was extremely weak, it also seemed to contain extremely weak electromagnetic energy. Han Xiao had a theory, immediately tearing off a few more chunks of flesh to test. Every single one of them had super genes, and they were all mechanic cells. The flesh and blood came from mechanics. Han Xiao recalled the size of this body, and his face twitched. If the flesh and blood of the body belonged to the same person, it would be fine. But if it came from different individuals, how many mechanic bodies did it take to construct such a large body? Why don't we test it out? Han Xiao shook his head and weighed the flesh in his hands. After hesitating for a while, he activated the Bold Explorer skill. This skill was useless against the character itself, but this body seemed to be different. A piece of flesh that had already been separated could very likely pass the judgment. As expected, the next moment the skill took effect. Buzz! The world in front of Han Xiao suddenly changed, and images that he had never seen before began to flash back. It was as if a starry sky had opened up in front of them, and an incomparably glorious galactic civilization appeared before their eyes. As fleets traveled through the starry sky, the territory expanded outward. Planet after planet turned into colonial areas, and cities rose from the desolate planets. Countless spaceships came and went among the planets, and it looked like a prosperous civilization. However, the next moment, a series of wormholes suddenly appeared in the sky, and an unknown fleet invaded. The flames of war spread to this peaceful civilization, and blood, slaughter, and screams replaced the original prosperity. As the invader advanced, dark green roots extended out of the void and pierced the planets of the invaded like straws. These planets melted, shrunk, and died at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the end, they all turned into liquid nutrients and were sucked away by the roots, leaving nothing behind. This is Han Zhao's pupils constricted. He was all too familiar with this scene. It was the same as the World Tree War version. The World Tree civilization had invaded this unknown civilization. Before he could analyze further, the illusion in front of him changed and arrived in a universe. A large number of mechanics were gathered there, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the starry sky. Behind them were their own mechanical armies, forming a magnificent formation. Around them were ring-shaped mechanical devices that covered the entire area. A mechanical deity suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd, releasing a strange energy wave that enveloped the entire area, resonating with the ring-shaped mechanical device. All of a sudden, the bodies of all the mechanics in the area exploded, turning into pure flesh and blood, mixing together with their respective armies and then turning into a torrent, pouring into the mechanical deity in the center. The size of this mechanical deity grew larger and larger, eventually turning into a colossal body. Its flesh and metal fused perfectly, and its appearance was like an indomitable mechanical prosthetic giant. However, before Han Zhao could be surprised, the scene changed again. The gigantic mechanical body that was still intact a second ago suddenly became tattered, as though it had gone through countless battles. Its appearance was very familiar. It was the mechanical body that Han Zhao and the others had met. This damaged machine seemed to have been scrapped. It lost all its momentum and slowly drifted in the universe. In the end, it was captured by a huge black hole and swallowed, disappearing without a trace. At this time, his perspective zoomed out once again. The unknown civilization's territory had completely turned into darkness, almost cleaner than the desolate universe belt. The fleet of the World Tree civilization was like a customer who had eaten his fill. They retreated in satisfaction, leaving behind an empty universe. This was the last scene of the illusion. Han Zhao shivered. The effect of the skill disappeared, and his vision returned to normal. His eyes were still filled with shock as he muttered to himself, "I seem to have discovered something incredible." Chapter 1286 World Tree's Shadow. Chapter 1286 World Tree's Shadow. The information brought by Bold Explorer was huge. Han Zhao was both shocked and curious. What he knew about the World Tree civilization was only limited to the information available during the war in his previous life. As for the detailed history of the World Tree civilization, he only knew it briefly, mainly because the information the players in his previous life knew was also quite limited. However, he did know the basic situation. The growth of the World Tree civilization was basically filled with war. They kept exploring the universe, conquering and destroying countless civilizations and races. The three universal civilizations were not the first to be discovered. They were not special from the World Tree's perspective, just more prey on their path of conquest. Through the images he saw earlier, Han Zhao roughly figured out the origin of this mechanical body. This unknown civilization should have been the ruler of a certain area in the unexplored universe. According to what he saw, its scale was not inferior to any one of the three universal civilizations. The three universal civilizations only ruled this area of the explored universe. Other civilizations existed in the wide, unexplored universe, exploring further and expanding their territory just like the three universal civilizations. Although the explored universe had already entered the Galactic Society era, in an infinitely bigger perspective, the entire universe was still in the exploration era. In the past, the World Tree civilization discovered this unknown civilization. Hence, they traveled through space and invaded, stirring up the flames of war, biting off their territory bit by bit. The way the World Tree civilization invaded was not just simply occupying the target civilization's territory. Most of the time, it devoured the enemy's planets completely. Therefore, lost territories were almost unretrievable. The opponent had to either defend against the World Tree civilization's attacks or yield their territory gradually, losing resource-rich planets that would become the World Tree's fertilizer, forming a vicious cycle. In Han Zhao's previous life, the three universal civilizations faced this exact situation. Clearly, this unknown civilization was no match for the World Tree in terms of military power. Hence, it tried to find a breakthrough in the form of individual strength. Through some kind of unique fusing technology with beyond grade as the core, countless mechanics willingly sacrificed themselves, hoping to create an even stronger individual being. Although the illusions Han Xiao saw were the only source of information, he had a feeling that this unknown civilization's goal should be to artificially create a super that exceeded the beyond grade territory. However, the illusions did not show if it worked. All he knew was that the mechanical body was defeated, fell into a black hole, and disappeared without falling into the hands of the World Tree. This unknown civilization was destroyed in the end, devoured completely along with its territory, not leaving any traces behind. It became another victim of the World Tree civilization. Such a horrifying enemy. Han Xiao mourned for this unknown civilization for a few seconds and then sighed. God only knew how many revolutions and disasters a civilization had to experience and overcome to grow to the universal level. After conquering all these obstacles step by step and creating a glorious civilization, the inheritance and hard work of countless generations were destroyed so easily, disappearing in the universe forever. Countless years of hard work vanished overnight. Although he had witnessed the terror of the World Tree civilization before, seeing this again, Han Xiao still felt pressured. If not because he knew how horrifying the World Tree was, he would not have done everything he could to delay the World Tree's arrival. Even though he had many trump cards he never had in his previous life, he still could not say that they would win this war with full confidence. Now's not the time to worry about this. What's going to come will come sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Han Xiao shook his head, exhaled softly, and put his focus back on this mechanical body. This big guy's level is very high, probably above 400. But it doesn't feel like it has reached the higher territory to me. Freebnovel. Calm. Han Xiao pondered. Although he had yet to enter the higher grade, he already had some ideas and knew that the god's trait transformation was something he had to overcome. The method this unknown civilization used was to forcefully stimulate quality change using quantity and complete the evolution. Therefore, they sacrificed tons of mechanics. However, the life hierarchy of this mechanical body did not seem to evolve. Even though Han Xiao could not understand the principles of the technology this unknown civilization used for the time being, it did not stop him from intuitively feeling that this was the wrong path. It was more of a bet than an actual attempt. Therefore, this thing's total level was most likely not an accurate indicator of its strength. It was like having many subclasses, which gave it a lot of levels, but its actual strength did not undergo a revolution. Nonetheless, it was definitely an improvement. It might have touched the edge of the higher territory. Even so, it was still beat up this bad by the World Tree. It was indeed quite horrifying. This mechanical body contains the essence of tons of mechanics of an unknown civilization. I should be able to derive a lot of new technology from it, especially this unique fusing technology that's somewhat similar to the Felon technology but quite different in its own way. WN. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. The value of this mechanical body might be on par with Jay's technology treasure. It was filled with the technical essence of different mechanics. Among them, the most valuable should be this fusing technology. This exact technology might not be useful to him, but it could give him some insights to come up with something new. While his thoughts were spinning, Aurora, who was standing to the side, saw that Han Xiao did not say anything despite studying it for quite a long time. She could not help but curiously ask, "Any discovery?" Han Xiao nodded, smiled, and said, "You've really brought me a big surprise this time." Then, he gave Phaidon a meaningful look with an even more content expression. Phaidon was really his lucky star. He guessed that this mechanical body should have drifted in the universe and finally fallen into the explored universe through a wormhole. This star field's name was Black Hole Edge. It was a place where large wormholes frequently appeared, so things like this were not rare. In Han Zhao's previous life, this mechanical body was never discovered. However, it might not have been because no one found it. It was also possible that it was not thrown into the explored universe by the wormhole. This should have something to do with the butterfly effect he caused. After all, wormholes were always very random. Now, however, Phaidon had come across this big guy. Han Xiao could not help but be amazed by Phaidon's luck. He was like a walking, portable adventure trigger. Aurora came over and stuck around Han Xiao to keep asking him about what he discovered. Han Xiao thought about it, skipped most of the information, and explained the nature of this mechanical body ambiguously, acting as if he discovered this information through technological analysis. This means that this big guy should now be asleep because it's severely injured? Aurora's eyes spun, and she said with anticipation, "Should I send in life force and help him recover?" As soon as she said that, before Han Xiao replied, a notification popped up on the interface. You have triggered the hidden mission, Visitor from Afar. Mission Introduction. You accidentally discovered the wreckage of a unique mechanical body from an unknown civilization. There seems to be a weak sign of life in this wreckage. It should have a lot of secrets, and you might be able to acquire some valuable intelligence from it. Mission requirements. Repair the mechanical body and awaken it. Basic reward, 5 billion EXP, 2 random rewards, and 1 character summon card. Bonus rewards will be given based on the mission rating. Mission rating is given based on the extent of the mechanical body's repairs. Remarks. This mission might affect the developments of some events and cause unpredictable impacts. Please choose carefully. A mission? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This mechanical body was unconscious and heavily damaged. Who knew if it still had an individual consciousness? If he asked Aurora to heal it, it might create many unstable factors. The unknown impact mentioned in the remarks of the mission should consist of mainly 2 things. Firstly, the world tree's information might be leaked all over the world by this guy. Secondly, this guy's strength was unknown, which might be a threat. Furthermore, if this mechanical body regained its ability to move, how was he going to reverse engineer it? Of course, studying an immobile object was the easiest. He could do it in any position he wanted. Whether emotional or logical, Han Xiao did not plan to have his plan disrupted by this mission. He shook his head. No need, keep it this way. I'm gonna study this thing thoroughly first. All right then. Call me when you need me. Aurora did not mind. Although she was the first one to discover this mechanical body, she did not mind letting Han Xiao decide what to do with it. It was a sensitive time, and she did not want to cause trouble for Han Xiao. Han Xiao nodded. He came to the edge of this long wound and tried opening the secondary dimensional army box outside it. Mechanical force lightning bolts jumped around like dancing golden snakes, opening a gate. Tons of mechanical soldiers flew out. This strange area did not seal up the secondary dimensions too, like when he was in the Celestial Star Alliance dimension. Very soon, these mechanical soldiers spread out like ants moving on the surface of this mechanical body, searching for the core that maintained this territory. Han Xiao planned to store this mechanical body first in case someone discovered it while it drifted in space. This territory sealed up usual movements but not the quantum network, otherwise Aurora would not have been able to send him a message so easily. Scanning reports were sent to Han Xiao one after another. Not long after, the entire mechanical body was scanned. The mechanical devices in most areas were no longer working, except for a small area at its chest. One of the devices in it was what activated this territory. The mechanical soldier rapidly dug a hole in the mechanical body's chest and turned off the device from inside. Buzz! The next moment, the territory was shut down. The black space around disappeared and returned to the normal cosmic space. It's deactivated. Han Xiao nodded, summoned the engineering machinery army, planted a directional wormhole generator, and set the target coordinates as the mechanical life civilization in the Black Star Army's territory. After a while, an enormous wormhole appeared. The mechanical troops pushed the mechanical body into the wormhole. A few minutes later, Han Xiao received a message from Psionic Prime saying he had received the cargo. Then, Han Xiao retrieved all of his troops, cleaned up any traces, turned to look at Aurora, and said with a smile, "Your discovery this time is very helpful to me. You've done a great job." Aurora's eyes sparkled. "Do I get a reward then? What do you want?" "I will grant it as long as it's not too overboard." I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I have." Aurora giggled. "All right then. Take it as I owe you a favor." Han Xiao shook his head, swapped into the king, and teleported home right away. He could not wait to study the technological secrets of the mechanical body. He had a feeling that he might be surprised by what he would obtain from this mechanical body. Aurora and Phaidon remained in place and looked at each other. After half a minute, Aurora softly said, "What are you looking at? Go to the ship. Are we going to continue traveling?" Phaidon's lips twitched. "Of course. We've helped Black Star again this time. We might discover more things." Aurora was thrilled. She had lived too long under the protection of Black Star and Gila. She always wanted to help Han Xiao. Now that she finally had, she felt full of motivation and passion for adventures. "Can you swap me with Nero?" Phaidon said weakly. He had already followed Aurora for more than a year. If he had known he would be kidnapped by Aurora like this for so long, he would not have separated with Chun Xing back then. In the past, they spent all the time together in his mind, but now it had become a long-distance relationship. If he had to describe how it felt, he would say it was a decision he regretted very much. Chapter 1287-1 Arrow. Chapter 1287-1 Arrow. Planet Apostle was located at the center of the Sigma star system. It was an enormous planet and the home of Black Star's mechanical life civilization. Crisscrossing mechanical buildings filled its surface, and mega buildings were everywhere. It was full of the sense of industrial beauty. As the mother planet of the mechanical life civilization, it went through modifications many times. The mechanical lives emptied the insides of the entire planet using planetary engineering technology, replacing the majority of the planet with metal. It had become almost fully mechanical. The planet Apostle was basically a portable galactic war fortress. With the population of the machinery civilization rocketing, the size of the planet also increased. At the start, it was only normal-sized. Now it was gigantic. 4 enormous satellites surrounded planet Apostle. They were mainly used as galactic mega-machinery by the mechanical lives. At this time, an enormous wormhole crack appeared beside one of the satellites. A mechanical army dragged the gigantic, unknown mechanical body out like ants. Streams of light flew out from planet Apostle and hovered not far from the mechanical body. It was the Apostle weapons, including psionic prime. With the increase of Han Zhao's technology level, these Apostle weapons also actively updated their body parts time and again. They looked very different from before. If their original appearances were like ordinary free players, they now looked like whale players. At this time, a flash of light flickered beside psionic prime. Han Xiao arrived through teleportation. The various Apostle weapons had received word earlier and all greeted him. Light flickered in psionic prime's electronic eyes. He looked at this mechanical body, and a virtual screen with a curious emote appeared on his head as he asked monotonously, "Lord, what is this?" "A mechanical wreckage that contains unknown technology. It's for my study. I'm leaving it with you for the time being. I don't want too many people to see it, so I can't put it in Black Star Palace," Han Xiao replied. Psionic Prime nodded. "I'll have a secret lab built just to store this mechanical body. Should I document it now?" Go ahead. This big guy's name will be SWY-001 from now on." Han Xiao casually gave it a code. There was no special meaning to SWY. It was just the initials of the pinyin for "no idea what this is." He felt this code name relayed the idea very clearly and decided to use this code for anything unknown in the future he came across. While SWY-001 was being transported, Han Xiao turned and took a look at the machinery civilization and nodded in his mind. After developing for about 8 decades, with the army providing resources, the machinery civilization expanded tremendously in the Sigma star system, displaying their galactic industrial level of growth. They achieved self-sufficiency and were thriving. Plus, its population was exploding. It had already become one of the important sources of army staff for Han Xiao. Even without the bonuses of his mechanical force, the machinery civilization was more than capable of dealing with an ordinary star system civilization. After all, the biggest advantages of machinery civilizations were their highly efficient resources distribution, highly united mindsets, and close to zero need for reproductive and entertainment activities. Yet, they would not come across negative societal problems like normal civilizations would. Everyone in the civilization was a perfect soldier. It could be said that the industrial system of machinery civilizations was made for war. Han Shao could not help but think of the Black Spirit race, which was developing in the neighboring Ednia star system. They also had a hive mindset that allowed them to possess the ability to distribute resources extremely efficiently, learn the technological skill tree collectively at an incredible speed, and come up with new directions for their technology at the same time. They were also developing extremely rapidly. They had already started to send their people into the galaxy and were transforming into a star system civilization. With the astonishing learning ability they possessed because of the mental network, the Black Spirit race raised many scientists and had already provided a lot of talents to the logistics department and the Super Academy. However, due to the differences on the individual level, the Black Spirit race took a path that varied from the war machine path of the machinery civilization. Created a new culture. Comparatively, the Black Spirit race was more recognized as a civilization by the Galactic Society. Both civilizations were growing rapidly. With these two civilizations hand in hand, the Black Star Army's self-sufficiency ability was quite outstanding. Han Shao was rather satisfied with the growth of the two civilizations. They only spent decades catching up to the standard of a star system civilization, which was astounding. Although this was partly because of the Black Star Army's full resources and technological support, under the same circumstances, planet Aquamarine was still very far from becoming a star system civilization. Comparisons sure hurt. Planet Aquamarine probably has no other advantages other than having bred many talents. While he was sighing, the engineering team finally transported all of SWY-001 over. The directional wormhole then spun, shrunk, and disappeared. Han Shao focused his mind and ordered the mechanical army to quickly build a lab around SWY-001. The galactic engineering technology was very efficient. In a short time, the brief structure of a gigantic lab was already built that wrapped around SWY-001. Let me see what treasure lies within you. With a delighted mood, Han Shao walked into the research area and could not wait to summon all kinds of research devices. He instantly threw himself into the reverse engineering process. The first step he took was to search the memory module of SWY-001. Very soon, he discovered a damaged memory chip module and an enormous organ with brain tissue. However, be it the mechanical technology or the biological technology, they were all beyond his expertise. Han Shao made the mechanical assistants take out the memory chip, placed it into a specially made data analysis device, and started reading the information inside it. At the same time, he also ordered another group of assistants to bring out a needle-shaped cable and push it into the pale brain fluid of the organ. It then started to read the memories stored within. Very soon, reports appeared on the screen. Due to the fact that this mechanical body was created by fusing many mechanics, the memory module seemed to contain the life experience of all these mechanics who sacrificed themselves. The memory files of SWY-001 were heavily damaged and contained tons of meaningless information, so the analysis was quite slow. Han Shao had a few research targets. One was to directly obtain the blueprint knowledge of these mechanics through digging deeper into the memory module. If successful, it would save him a ton of time, and he would not have to reverse engineer all the parts of SWY-001's body. Letting the device continue to read the information, Han Shao searched and found the Master Artificial Intelligence Control Module. There was a very high possibility that it contained the logs of all this mechanical body's functions. It was basically like an instruction manual for him. However, the Master Artificial Intelligence Control Module was protected by a virtual firewall that used the basic code of this unknown civilization, which was different from the Galactic Society's virtual technology. He also had to break it down to the fundamentals like with the virtual mutiny virus from the Intelligent Plague. This was not difficult for Han Shao now, it only had to take his time. According to SWY-001's traits, it was very possible it had two consciousnesses. The soul consciousness that was sleeping in the biological brain and the artificial intelligence consciousness stored in the mechanical memory chip. Therefore, as long as he could penetrate the firewall and rewrite its artificial intelligence, he might be able to brainwash it. After all, Han Shao had learned the felon technology, so he was no stranger to something like this. While he was being busy, a notification suddenly popped up on the interface. You have acquired some insights from the current research. Plus 16.4% unique talent progress. Current progress, 61.1%. Progress for my unique talent? Today is really my lucky day. Han Zhao's movements paused, and his eyes sparkled. In the past decades, he had only triggered progress for his unique talent 3 times. Now its progress finally increased again. Had this notification not popped up, he might have forgotten about it. During the version update, his EXP inventory was tight, so he did not use awakening points to progress his unique talent development. However, since the players had returned, he would consider taking this route. Nonetheless, promotion was his priority now. Han Zhao did not plan to use his EXP in other areas. He planned to accumulate enough for his promotion before using the remaining EXP to increase the levels of his abilities and obtain awakening points. After all, he did not know what the requirement of stepping into the higher territory was, and had decided long ago to increase his energy rank as much as possible before his next promotion. The God's trait transformation was one route. Acquiring another unique talent was not bad too. Having obtained SWY-001, Han Zhao's research focus shifted. He spent most of his time analyzing SWY-001 in the lab, using some leisure time to speak to the Holy Accord members one by one, convincing some of them to only appear in public when the time was right. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the 3 universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association did not continue fighting on the surface. However, their fight in the black market became more and more intense as time went on. The players who took over the various areas of the black market received challenges time and again. Most people overcame these obstacles by working together and slowly pushing the progress of uniting the black market. In the Endless Nebulae, at a certain transit station planet in the Didora star system. Catching. The sound of footsteps that sounded like someone was stepping on shattered glass echoed in a dark room. Army Commander's Big PP leaned against the wall. His body was covered in wounds, and a puddle of blood had formed under his feet. He was in the heavily injured and immobile state. All he could do was open his eyes wide and glare in the direction the footsteps came from. Fruobnovel.com. Very soon, the footsteps approached. The outline of a large silhouette gradually became clear under the dim lights. It was a man holding a blood-colored mechanical heavy axe that was dripping with blood. Behind him was a mess. The floor was covered in corpses, and blood was splattered everywhere. The walls were riddled with bullet holes, and tons of shells and metal fragments scattered across the ground. An intense battle seemed to have happened here. This was a base in the black market that had been taken over by Army Commander's Big PP not long ago and had started to operate properly. However, today one man had come and single-handedly destroyed this black market channel, killing every single person in the base. Army Commander's Big PP was the only one left alive. He had been killed many times and depleted his revival count. He was completely powerless because this man was a calamity grade. The mechanical-suited warrior stopped before Army Commander's Big PP and opened his helmet, showing a face covered in brown scales like a pangolin with the face of a man. He said coldly, "You're the last. Dafis, we never had problems in the past. Why are you doing this? Were you hired by the 3 Universal Civilizations subsidiary organizations?" Army Commander's Big PP clenched his teeth. Having operated the black market for quite some time, he knew about the organizations around. This pangolin-looking guy in front of him was the leader of a renowned civilian armed force, a calamity-grade mechanical pugilist. Hearing this, Dafis giggled with mockery. "Do I have to tell you before killing you? You arrogant prick. You destroyed my mission. I'll remember you, so just you wait." Army Commander's Big PP clenched his teeth and snarled angrily. "What? You want to take revenge? As a grade B super? Just because you're a so-called immortal?" Dafis' face was cold. He was unaffected. Then, he slowly raised the heavy axe in his hand and said coldly, "You're too weak. It doesn't matter how many lives you have. It's your honor to die by my hand." As he said that, the axe slashed down and blood spilled everywhere. This time, Army Commander's Big PP did not revive again. He had used all of his revives for these 6 days. Seeing this, Dafis turned around and walked away without turning back, leaving only corpses behind. Army Commander's Big PP was forced to log out immediately and could not log in again for 1 day. He could only access the forums. F***CK. You forced me to do this. Army Commander's Big PP was filled with rage. He had worked hard to take over this part of the black market, but now that it had been destroyed by a calamity grade, his mission was over. He could only start again in another area. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Filled with flames of fury, he could not take it anymore. He clenched his teeth, opened up the group chat on the forums, and said in the army channel, "My black market got destroyed by a calamity grade. Brothers, we've kept a low profile for so long. Anyone interested in fighting a boss and earning some glory for the army commander? I'm willing to pay." The channel remained silent for a moment. Then messages filled the screen like a waterfall. The things they were saying were all similar. Who? Where? When? How much? With one arrow shot into the sky, millions of warriors answered the call. Chapter 1288 Guild Crusade. Chapter 1288 Guild Crusade. The post about fighting a calamity grade became popular very quickly on the forums. As the players' strength kept growing, they started eyeing up the calamity grades. Now that someone had brought it up, it immediately triggered the impulses tons of players had suppressed in their hearts. The last time they killed a calamity grade was in version 3.0 during a big operation organized by the army. After that, the army never organized anything like it. The post received a lot of responses. However, as the public stargates everywhere were closed to all beyond grade A organizations, most players displayed their regret of not being able to help due to distance issues. After all, most people still had to look after their own black markets. Plus, this was only a proposal of a player, not a big mission, so it had limited rewards. As such, most people were only willing to show support on the forums. However, there was also a group of people who were strongly interested in this matter. In the base, Jupiter closed the private chat window on the interface, turned around to look at the room of pillars and elites of the Guild of Gods, and nodded firmly. "I've already spoken to that player. We'll be in charge of this operation. The boss activity area is the Didora star system of the Endless Nebulae, not far from us. We happen to have many guild members nearby operating the black markets, so it'll be easy to dispatch them." The guild's pillar Poseidon hesitated and asked, "This will affect the mission progress of many guild members, won't it? Plus, this is not even a mission. Is it worth it for us to put in this much effort?" Jupiter nodded heavily. "Of course. This is an amazing opportunity to gain fame. Our club hasn't achieved much in the last few pro leagues. If we can make some achievements on our side and increase the popularity of the club, everyone will get a bonus." The Guild of Gods Guild was the professional guild under the Temple of God Club. As their professional team did not achieve good results on the professional scene, the guild had not had a great time in the past few versions. All the fame was grabbed by Dynasty, Long Sky, and Rivervale. As versions changed, the guilds accumulated more and more strength. They started having ambitions for things they never dared to think of in the past. If they could eliminate a calamity grade, the club would also benefit from it. "Are you sure it'll be effective? The players already killed a calamity grade in version 3.0. It won't be as sensational to do it again, will it?" Poseidon was hesitant. "Stupid. How did that Atomo die in version 3.0? It was a faction event organized by the Black Star Army. Way too many people participated, so no one got famous because of it. However, if our guild kills a calamity grade on our own, it will be completely different. It'll be the first guild kill." Jupiter poked Poseidon's head heavily. Hearing this, the guild pillars present all agreed. Although the army already used the human wave tactic to kill a calamity grade, the first guild kill meant something different. It would definitely be remarkable. The only superior achievement would be a solo kill, but everyone knew that no one in the players was that strong yet. "Poseidon, isn't it too risky? Can we really kill a calamity grade on our own?" Poseidon scratched his head. "We'll have to try it. I think there's a chance. After all, it's no longer version 3.0 now," Jupiter said in a deep voice. When they killed Atomo, the army created an environment where Atomo could not escape. With hundreds of thousands of players reviving again and again, they finally killed him using the human wave tactic. After all, the difference between grade B and calamity grade was far from the difference between calamity grades and beyond grade, as so the human wave tactic was still effective. Of course, as a guild, they could not just send as many people as the army did. However, the average strength of the players now was unlike in the past. They were 30 levels higher on average, and the elites were all above level 150. They were now seniors among grade BS. Plus, the Black Star Army had always been updating its equipment and technology. The equipment and weapons the players were using now were also much stronger than during version 3.0. They even had trump cards like the Evolution Badge, so their combat capability was quite impressive. Therefore, Jupiter felt that the guild should have the capability to kill a Calamity grade, and it was worth gambling. Hearing his explanation, the guild pillars were convinced. They were all thrilled and filled with anticipation. This was not a mission, but they did not care. Jupiter looked around and loudly said, "Since no one has any objections, we shall go fight the boss now. Let's go." In the Didora star system was the Heavy Iron Guard's headquarters. It was a huge galactic fortress that looked like a base made of countless rectangular blocks of various sizes. The structure was very neat, layered, and edged. A huge pattern was engraved on the front armor of the galactic fortress. It looked like the helmet of a heavy mechanical suit. This was the organization symbol of the Heavy Iron Guards. The Heavy Iron Guards was a renowned civilian armed force in the Didora star system. Most of its members were mechanical pugilists. On the surface, it was just a civilian armed force, but it was said that it had a strong background and a secret indescribable connection to the Feni civilization that ruled this star system. The leader of this organization was Earthcore Daphis. Rumor had it that he was a claw of the Feni civilization who did immoral jobs for them. At this point of time, inside the office at the main base, Daphis was attending to a distinguished guest. They were having a great chat, and laughter came out of the room from time to time. "Haha. Thank you for personally escorting this batch of cargo. I've already had my people check it. It looks quite great." Daphis' tone was filled with satisfaction as he spoke with a smile. In front of him was a man wearing a dark yellow robe who also looked like a pangolin and was a member of the Feni race as well. However, a large portion of his body was prosthetic, and his electronic eyes were shining with a red light. His body sank deep into the sofa, clearly showing how heavy he was. His organs and limbs were almost all prosthetics, and his body was covered in metal. Of course, when did we ever send you any cargo that was bad quality? This batch contains all our new official military weapons the military specially approved to sell to you. Others couldn't buy it even if they wanted to. This prosthetic man spoke with a vocal device at his throat with a simulated enthusiastic tone. He was the emissary of the Feni civilization who had been in charge of contacting the Heavy Iron Guards on behalf of the upper echelons. The two of them were indeed working together. The Feni civilization provided Daphis with resources, and in exchange, Daphis worked for them. The Feni civilization had a liking for mechanical prosthetics, seeing prosthetics as the definition of beauty. It had always been a top market for mechanical prosthetics. Almost everyone had some prosthetics. Some civilians even changed their entire body into different machines except for their brains. Mechanics also made up the majority of supers in the civilization, and mechanical pugilists were mainstream. "Don't worry, I know why you're here. I've taken your things, so of course, I'll complete the mission properly." Daphis grinned. "I'm about done with what you guys asked me to do last time. According to the information you provided, I've already gotten rid of the nails the Beyond Grade A Association has planted in the black markets in the nearby star zones. There are only a few planets left. Oh? Many of them are immortals of the Black Star Army, so they can't be killed. Are you sure you've handled all of them?" the emissary asked casually. He grabbed the glass on the table and drank the black, sticky liquid inside. This was a heavy metal drink especially designed for prosthetic people that would be dissolved into different elements through their prosthetic organs. It was very nutritional for them. Immortals, so what? As long as their black market channel is destroyed, they'll have to either start from nothing or piss off. Daphis was not concerned. The emissary put the glass down and said curiously, "I heard from your subordinates that some of those immortals you killed said they'll take revenge. Aren't you afraid? Can they? These people are powerless. They only dare to talk that way because they won't die, or they would have tucked their tails and fled. If they try to take revenge, I'll just kill them again. Dafus snorted, expressing his disdain while also sounding a little sour. With his strength, he looked down on everyone with inferior strength. However, any super would envy the player's immortality, and he was no exception. Therefore, he never held back when fighting them. He could not get it, so he had a twisted sense of hatred toward them, feeling uncontrollably sour. I have nothing to worry about then, the emissary nodded. Nonetheless, this is a mission from the 3 universal civilizations, so it's best to be cautious. Plus, the black market was originally controlled by us and provided us a lot of profits. The Beyond Grade A Association thinks they can send some random people to take over our black market just because they have the black market administrator's support. They're just daydreaming. Some of the upper echelons of the Fini civilization were the umbrella of most black markets in the star system, making their own wallets thicker from them. However, when the Beyond Grade A Association planned to unite the black market, it disrupted their money-making. At this sensitive time, the 3 universal civilizations spoke with multiple star system civilizations and asked them to work with them to disturb the association's people in the black market. The Fini civilization was one of said civilizations. The endless nebulae was very far from the shattered star ring, so the Black Star Army's hands could not extend that far. Plus, they were a star system civilization protected by the peace treaty. Holding on to the 3 universal civilizations was much more beneficial than fawning over the Beyond Grade A Association. Therefore, the Fini civilization supported the 3 universal civilizations and told Dafus to eliminate the people the association sent to operate the black market, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. They won't be able to with me here. Dafus waved casually. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't forget what you promised after it's done." The emissary chuckled and said, "Don't worry. We've been working together for so long. The people above never thought of going back on their word. As long as you can handle this problem properly, not only will we support you to continue expanding, but we're even willing to let you become one of the controllers of the black market behind the curtains. You will get your dividends from the black market as promised too. Of course I trust you guys." Dafus smiled with satisfaction. He had chosen to take the risk of offending the Black Star Army, of course, for his own interests. No way was he going to risk his life without enough profit. Due to the Fini civilization's liking of mechanical prosthetics, the profit the black markets of this area earned through smuggling machines every year was an outrageous figure. Dafus had been tempted by it for a very long time. Now he just had to remove the nails the outsiders had planted there, and he would be able to take a bite of this huge cake. To him, this was a perfect opportunity. Thinking of the bright future where he could earn more than enough cash to swim in, Dafus was so overjoyed even his cells felt more active than usual. Fruobnovel.com. However, at this time, a change suddenly occurred. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly sounded in the base. The 2 of them both felt the base tremble. The glasses on the table fell onto the floor, and the heavy metal drink spilled all over like a puddle of black oil. Then, a blaring alarm rang, and the warning lights lit up, painting the entire room red. Dafus stood up instantly, summoned his aide-de-camp, and yelled, "What's happening?" "Boss, the base just got bombarded. The enemy's ship cannons are too strong. The protective shield cracked, and some of them already charged into the base. The Artificial Intelligence Center is now sending troops over," the aide-de-camp hastily replied. "Who dares to attack my headquarters? Are there calamity grades?" Dafus was shocked and furious. I don't know. There's no symbol on their spaceships, but no calamity grade energy source has been detected. They have no calamity grade, yet they dare attack my headquarters?" Dafus was enraged. He pushed the aide-de-camp aside and headed out of the room. This time, the emissary said with a worried tone, "Should I hide for now? What's there to be afraid of? I'll handle the problem and come back in no time." Dafus walked out without even looking back. The aide-de-camp was just about to follow behind when the emissary suddenly grabbed his arm. He turned and saw the emissary said, I'd better hide. Do you have a safe house here?" More than 10 completely black battleships hovered outside the base, continuously launching attacks. Boom! Dark red beams from cannons dashed right across and landed on the protective shield of the heavy Iron Guard space base, creating countless cracks. Charge cabins and airdrop cabins covered in shields continuously shot out from under the battleships, bolting onto the surface of the base through the cracks. Some were destroyed in midair by the base's artillery cannons, but some penetrated the base's armor, leaving holes behind. Keep sending people down. All those who board the enemy headquarters successfully, remember to bind your revival flag. Inside the main ship's command room, Jupiter issued orders loudly with excitement. All the people in this fleet were players of the Guild of Gods, which took quite some time to gather secretly. After obtaining enough intelligence, they charged toward Daphis headquarters. In order to kill a calamity grade, the Guild of Gods went all out. These battleships were all assets of the Guild that were equipped with tons of war weapons. Although there were not many of them, their technology was very advanced and very high quality. It was basically overkill to use them against a civilian armed force, all just so that the members could quickly board the enemy base. At this time, the Guild channel was filled with messages that refreshed the screen every second. Nice, I got in. People behind. Come quickly. The enemy's reinforcements are here. Mages and psychics control the battlefield. Give the mechanics time to summon their machines. Don't waste time on minions. Force the boss out. Inside the base, the players who had boarded were on a slaughter. They were all high-level grade B supers, killing tons of guarding troops like harvesting crops. At this time, a huge pressurizing presence rapidly approached. With a loud bang, the metal wall on one side was broken open, and Daphis rushed in holding that heavy axe in his hands. Daphis looked around and locked his eyes onto Army Commander's Big PP. He had an impression of this guy whom he had killed 10 times. He was furious. It's you? Army Commander's Big PP crushed a Grade C mechanical pugilist with a cannon attack, turned around, and grinned. Surprised? I told you I'd be back. Before Daphis could reply, Army Commander's Big PP pointed at him with his gun and yelled, "Brothers, that's him. Get him." The next moment, the eyes of everyone focused on Daphis. The excitement of seeing a prey appeared in their eyes. Even with how experienced Daphis was on the battlefield, being stared by a ton of Grade B supers still made him intuitively shiver. However, the next moment, the rage in his body exploded. He raised his mechanical heavy axe and charged right into the battlefield, blasting away 2 players in his path. You're all looking to die. On the side of the players, they yelled almost simultaneously, Team MT, go! Chapter 1289 Lawless. Chapter 1289 Lawless. Boom! Explosions occurred non-stop, and beams of flames blasted from inside the base, penetrating its armor and creating countless holes. The location of the explosions kept changing, and the battlefield was shifting rapidly. Inside the base, the troops of the Guild of Gods were already in an intense battle with Daphis, while more and more players were landing from above like pouring rain to join the battle. Swoosh! The enormous blade of the axe detached from its handle, covered in blue mechanical force electric sparks and spinning like a rotary saw. Everywhere it passed, blood and flesh spilled, and shattered mechanical parts were all over the place. A silver spinning chain connected the blade and the handle, dancing like a wild dragon. It looked messy, but it actually controlled the movements of the blade to a highly precise degree. Mechanical pugilists were masters in technological weapons. They created their own techniques based on their weapons, which became their special styles. Therefore, mechanical pugilists who used the same styles basically all used the same mechanical weapons. This axe style Daphis used was called RC-03 Rope Axe. The essence of it was controlling the chain. It was great for fighting in complex environments and was one of the styles Daphis excelled in. Kacha! The spinning axe blade flew past the players, winding through them on the way and burying into the chest of a player who turned into an aberration. It continued spinning and sliced open large pieces of bones and flesh. I caught him! This player adjusted his pain senses to the lowest so it did not hurt at all. He grabbed onto the spinning axe blade, ignoring how it made blood gush out of his hand like a river. The aberrations of the MT team all pounced over, each grabbing onto a part of the chain and pulling it, while the damage output team poured all of their attacks on Daphis' body. Daphis twisted his waist and created a yellow spinning energy shield around him that blocked the players' attacks. Amid the colorful explosions, the shield was rapidly filled with cracks. In this short moment, Dafis made a command in his brain. The neural signals flowed into the control module of the axe. In an instant, the chain tightened. A plasma wave appeared around the chain and knocked away the hands of the many aberrations. Then, the axe suddenly went into overload mode. With a loud bang, the spinning speed of the blade rocketed, instantly cutting off the hands of the player who grabbed it and retracted along with the chain, slashing all the aberrations on the way in half and returned to the handle. Dafis swung it around his body, sent out a silver shockwave from the axe blade, and blasted away many pugilist players who wanted to get close to him. Although he was tremendously outnumbered, Calamity grades were much stronger than Grade BS. The players had no choice but to fill this strength gap with their lives. Before Dafis got exhausted, the players would have almost no chance of catching him off guard. Keep going, secondary tank team, go. Damage team. Remember to spread out. Teams on the outside, stop the minions and don't let them come in. The Guild of Gods formation was shattered time after time, but they went back to charging forward without fear. The captain commanded the battle efficiently in the team channels. To players, the most troublesome part was that they could not control who the boss attacked. The only thing they could do was send the MT team forward and make a line of defense with their flesh. Even so, Dafis would still choose to go around the MT team to attack the fragile backline. Most of the time, the players could only adapt and improvise. Luckily, the Black Star Army's armor was very tough, so the damage dealers would not be killed instantly. Above the base, the Guild of Gods fleet was clashing with the Heavy Iron Guards fleet. On this battlefield, they were the ones who were outnumbered. The Guild of Gods fleet was at a small disadvantage. However, with the aid of the more advanced technology on their ships, they could still continuously disrupt the opponent's formation and hold on. The command room was shaking non-stop. Jupiter's hands pressed on the command table as he stared closely at the fight with Dafis displayed on the screen. He said with a deep voice, "This won't work. The efficiency of the siege is too slow. This won't last long. Ignore their fleet, aim all weapons at the boss, and provide firepower support." "What about the people around him?" Poseidon asked. "We don't have the leisure to mind the casualties on our side. Tell them to be mindful and dodge the attacks as much as possible," Jupiter said decisively. As the order was given, the more than 10 guild battleships turned their cannons at the same time and locked onto Dafis, who was inside the base. Light beams and tracking missiles fired one after another. A loud alarm rang on the internal radar inside Dafis' mechanical suit. Irritated, he hastily dodged aside. The next moment, beams of light penetrated where he was earlier and chased after him. The players had been warned earlier and dodged the attacks, but some still did not make it and were turned to ash. If the opponents were only a group of Grade B immortals, it would actually not be a big problem for Dafis. However, with the accurate fire support of the fleet, he was troubled. The players were not afraid of being killed, but he was. Ordinary Calamity grades could not last long under the high-energy ship cannon attacks, and he was only a mechanical pugilist which did not have the highest defenses, nor did he dare to test it out. The fight went on intensely. The base was a mess. The Guild of Gods fleet was restrained by the enemy ships, only able to provide support occasionally. The shock waves of the bombardments gradually created wounds on Dafis. Seeing the immortals getting killed by the attacks of their allies while the rest were still charging forward, Dafis' mouth twitched uncontrollably. Tisk, these maniacs. He could not help but feel a little bit regretful, like he had poked the hornet's nest. Weird, I'm not the only Calamity grade the 3 universal civilizations bribed, and there are Calamity grades hunting the immortals everywhere. I've never heard of anyone who faced their revenge. Why am I so unlucky? Dafis dodged 5 explosions and looked at the corpses of his subordinates all over the floor. His expression became more and more gloomy. Although he was not afraid on his own, the others in the base were not as strong as him. Grade B supers were already the backbone of the Heavy Iron Guards, yet they were almost powerless under the attacks of the Guild of Gods. A ton of officers who followed him for many years had died. They were all talents he had put in a lot of efforts to recruit. It was not worth it at all. These immortals came prepared. If this goes on, my energy and stamina will keep dropping. Things won't look good then. Plus, they're here for me. If I keep fighting here, it'll only kill more of my men. Dafis hesitated for quite some time before taking a deep breath and making the decision. The next moment, the energy inside his body started boiling. He swung his axe and spun it like a gyroscope, releasing an arc-shaped vibrating shockwave that expanded from the axe blade. Swoosh! A blue shockwave exploded and expanded rapidly. The powerful shockwave instantly blew away all the players nearby. Most of them were stunned momentarily. The players who recovered first hastily got up and were surprised to see that Dafis did not continue attacking. Instead, he broke through the wall and sprinted out, quickly disappearing in everyone's sights. He's fleeing? Their expression changed as they hastily started chasing. However, they realized that Dafis had already flown into space and changed his mechanical suit into galactic travel mode. Thrusters shot out flames from behind. His speed kept increasing and he fled further. Stop him! Jupiter's expression changed. He quickly commanded the fleet to ignore the incurred damages and penetrate the heavy Iron Guard's line of defense, wanting to chase after Dafis. However, at this time, alarms suddenly rang on all the battleship's radars. A small fleet appeared at the edge of the battlefield and rapidly approached. Their exterior armor had the symbol of the Feni civilization. They said in the public channel, "This is the Feni Civilization Police Patrol. We have detected unusual energy reactions here. Everyone stop where you are and prepare for a check. The law enforcement is here too." Dafis, who was fleeing, thought. His headquarters were in the Feni Civilization's territory, so of course there was law enforcement there. Usually they minded their own business. He did not know if they wanted to stop him too. While Dafis was pondering, he suddenly received a communication from his mechanical suit. It was the Feni Civilization emissary who visited him and was in the safe house of his base. "You keep going and leave. The law enforcement won't bother you." The emissary cut to the chase. "You called them?" Dafis understood. "Who else? Or are you going to protect me?" The emissary was not in a good mood. "I'll tell them to buy some time for you. Get as far away as you can. I can't help you if they chase you after that." He was just there as a guest and never expected to be in such danger, so he blamed Dafis for it. As he was afraid of being killed by the aftershock, he urgently used his authority to call the law enforcement to stop the battle, at the same time forcing Dafis away. From the way he looked at it, since these immortals were after revenge, as long as Dafis left, they would be lured away too. This way, he would be safe. "I'll go now." Dafis nodded. He initially wanted to eliminate the enemy together with the law enforcement, but now he had no choice but to agree to leave. He did not want to see the emissary in danger too. The emissary hesitated for a moment and said, "Planet Burger is just around the corner. That's a colonial planet for low-value citizens. I've already spoken to the manager of the planet, so you can go to Planet Burger. Although they don't have a large garrison there, those enemies won't dare violate the peace treaty and attack a colonial planet." Okay. Dafis hung up the communication and accelerated at full power output. Although the Guild of Gods had set up space-time stabilization anchors and limited his hyperdrive, his regular flying speed was fast enough. He turned into a stream of light and gradually disappeared in sights. Seeing this, Jupiter panicked. "We're only halfway through and the boss has just escaped. What do we do now?" "Io, I told you your plan wasn't reliable. They can escape even if they can't win. You think we're in a dungeon?" Poseidon sounded unhappy. Although they could weaken a calamity grade with their lives or even have the chance to kill him, it was very difficult for them to stop a calamity grade if he wanted to run. After all, the desperate situation Atomo was in was tough to replicate. Plus, Dafis was not a naive kid who could not read the situation. He fled as soon as he saw the situation was not good for him. No way he was going to stay here and fight head-on with a ton of immortals like an idiot. "Shut up!" Jupiter scolded him. Veins popped up on his forehead. He then opened the public channel and shouted, "Black Star Army carrying out business. Please let us through. I don't care who you are. This is the Feni Civilization's territory. No one can do whatever they want. Stop your ships and be checked immediately, or we'll see it as a crime." Having received orders from the emissary, the captain of the law enforcement force did not back down. He continued commanding his troops to stop the guild's fleet. Then, why didn't you stop that guy who ran away? Jupiter was extremely annoyed and marked Daphys's direction. None of your business. This is your last warning. Stop your ships immediately, the captain yelled angrily. Jupiter clenched his teeth. Having spent so many resources, giving up halfway would be a huge loss. He planned this operation, so he would definitely take the blame for it. He immediately made up his mind. We're going to finish this boss today no matter what. Advance. Get rid of whoever's in our way. As he said that, the guild fleet no longer hesitated and fired at all the enemies, be it the heavy iron guards or Feni civilization's law enforcement team, trying to open a path. Some of the players who were still in the base returned through traction beams. Some simply used up all their energy by attacking randomly and killed themselves to revive in the ships. The two sides fought for some time. Most players returned to the ships except for a few who were still in the base. Army Commander's Big Peepees was one of them. Fu*K. Since you ran away, your home will vanish. Army Commander's Big PP was extremely annoyed by the fact that Daphys had fled. He took out a sphere portable bomb right away. This was a small dark energy annihilation bomb he had spent quite a lot of his savings to purchase. Before the Guild of Gods contacted him, he originally wanted to use this thing to die together with Daphys, and now he decided to just activate it. The next moment, a dark red explosion erupted. Boom! Light rapidly expanded and devoured the entire base, turning the metal of the base into atoms. The emissary who was in the safe house waiting for the law enforcements to pick him up was blown to ashes before he could react. He died on the spot painlessly. Not only him, all members of the heavy iron guards in the base were reduced to atoms. No one survived. The law enforcement force captain was shocked. Are these people crazy? How dare they use such a dangerous weapon here? Just like the psionic bombs, the dark energy annihilation bomb was also a highly dangerous weapon prohibited by most civilizations and severely punished when discovered. Even some wanted criminals did not dare do this. Was the Black Star Army not in the lawful faction? Were they not afraid of damaging their reputation? The law enforcement captain was intimidated. The emissary was already blown to pieces anyway, so he decided to let the guild fleet through, afraid that these maniacs might send him a dark energy annihilation bomb too. Without the law enforcement's obstruction, the guild broke through the siege and chased after Daphys. Battleships were designed for galactic travel. They were much faster than Daphys. The distance between the two sides quickly decreased. Daphys noticed the battleships chasing behind him, complaining that the law enforcement fleet could not even slow them down in his head. He had no choice but to keep running. Having left the space-time stabilized area, the two sides entered hyperdrive mode at the same time, turning into two streams of light, one thin and one thick. Not long after, a planet appeared in their sights. It was the low-value colonial planet of the Feni civilization, Planet Burger. The residents on this kind of colonial planet were all those who were not willing to work, using the government's money to maintain the lowest standard of life. Almost all civilizations had planets like this that usually had 0 visitors. I'm here. Daphys looked overjoyed as he quickly sent a request to land. As the emissary had already informed Planet Burger of his arrival, his request was instantly approved. The garrison fleet outside the atmosphere did not stop him. Seeing this, Daphys dashed into the atmosphere without hesitation and headed toward one of the cities. At this time, the Guild of Gods fleet finally caught up and stopped outside the planet. The garrison fleet of the planet gathered in front of them and stopped them from advancing. Their spaceship suddenly received a message. A prosthetic man appeared on the screen. He was the planet manager of Planet Burger, and his attitude was very cold. I'm the manager of Planet Burger. You're not welcome on this planet. Please leave immediately, or I'll contact the nearest garrison to banish you. Hearing this, the guild pillars inside the main fleet looked at each other and were in a dilemma. President, what do we do now? This colonial planet clearly wants to protect our target. Poseidon looked at Jupiter, whose eyes were glowing red, and said cautiously, we should retreat for now. According to the laws of the Galactic Society, we can't attack colonial planets. Jupiter looked troubled. He then clenched his teeth and forced out the following words. "I don't care. We'll kill the target today no matter what. Don't let him run again. Fire." Meanwhile, Dafus landed in a city. The streets were quiet with only a few pedestrians who were looking at him confused. Ignoring them, Dafus looked up at the fleet hovering outside the atmosphere. Frustration and irritation flashed through his eyes. This was a huge loss. A ton of his officers were killed, so his heart was bleeding. If not because of the concerns he had, he would have tried to kill all those immortals. He did not want to seek help from a planet at all. Never mind. I'll let these people live for today, then find them one by one in the future. Dafus clenched his teeth and took out the communicator to contact the emissary. He had fled very quickly earlier and still did not know that his headquarters were already destroyed. As he made the call, no one answered. While Dafus was feeling confused, he suddenly had a sense of danger and hastily backed away. Boom! The next moment, cannon beams fell from the sky like pouring rain. The entire street was shattered. What? Dafus' expression changed drastically. He looked up at the fleet that was firing at the city with disbelief. They fired at a colonial planet just to kill me, ignoring the civilian casualties? Don't they know what kind of deed this is? Even the Beyond Grade A association that's fighting head-on with the three universal civilizations wouldn't do something like this. A chill shot up his spine to his brain, and his flames of rage were instantly frozen. Dafus' heart was filled with shock. These people are lawless. Chapter 1290 Traitor. Chapter 1290 Traitor? Ta-ta-ta. Rounds of ship cannon attacks landed in the city following Dafus, creating craters one after another. Everywhere the attacks landed, tall buildings turned to ruins, flames rose from the ground, and screams echoed. Along with the pouring bombardment, airdrop cabins descended from the sky, penetrating the buildings like meteors and partially burrowing into the ground. The hatches opened, and Guild of Gods players swarmed out like a black tsunami to surround Dafus. An intense battle erupted once again. The planet's garrison fleet was also startled. They hastily fired at the Guild fleet. The two sides exchanged intense crossfire outside the atmosphere. The anti-aircraft weapons and railguns of the planet were also activated. Closely packed electromagnetic rail cannon attacks bolted across the sky toward the Guild fleet. Looking down from above, the garrison bases around the city that was attacked shot out anti-gravity carriers one after another, carrying ground troops to prevent the battle in the city. Although Planet Burger was a low-level colonial planet, it still had a military defense force. However, in terms of individual strength, the strongest defender was only Grade B. After all, the Feni civilization was just a star system-level civilization with only 10 or so calamity grades. They did not have the luxury to station a calamity grade on such a low-level colonial planet. On the communication screen of the Guild's main ship, the Planet Burger manager's expression changed drastically. He was both shocked and enraged, and he yelled, "How dare you violate the peace treaty? Are you trying to become the Feni civilization's enemy? I demand you stop immediately." Before he could even finish, Jupiter slammed the button and hung up the communication right away. His eyes red, he yelled, "All backup teams, enter the charge cabins and take over all the garrison fleet on this planet. Attack whoever's in our way." Since he had made up his mind, he might as well do it till the end and attack the troops of the colonial planet too, eliminating all obstructions of the first guild kill. Although the guild's fleet was outnumbered by the planet's garrison, their biggest advantage was individual strength. As long as one or two players could board the enemy battleship, they could kill the whole crew in it and take over the ship, increasing their own strength. After all, there was no way this kind of low-level colonial planet could put one Grade B on every battleship. "He's lost it. He's lost it," Poseidon mumbled on the side, saying what all the guild pillars were thinking. Jupiter suddenly turned around, stared deadly at him with a dangerous look, and said word by word, "What did you say? Brothers with me? Charge." Poseidon's expression instantly became firm. He waved his hand and headed toward the charge cabin with a group of elites. It looked like he was bravely heading into a battle with no return. His emotional change was very smooth. Very soon, charge cabins carrying players shot out like missiles, biting into the enemy ships. The garrison's battleships fell into the Guild of Gods' control rapidly one after another, turning around to fire at the ground, making Dafis' situation worse. Some airdrop cabins even landed on the base that controlled the anti-aircraft weapons. Tons of players charged forward to paralyze Planet Burger's military force. There were battles happening in many places on the planet's surface and outside the atmosphere. Explosions appeared continuously as cities were blown into ruins one after another. It was complete chaos. Planet Burger's manager was both furious and panicking. He hastily requested support from the nearest Galactic garrison base while reporting the attack on the planet to the Artificial Intelligence Core of the Feni civilization through the emergency military channel. He also sent the report to the various key departments. About 2 minutes later, he quickly received a serious call from an upper echelon. What are the details? Who are the enemies? The enemies are a group of immortals. According to the law enforcement's report, they claim to be the Black Star Army's men and are chasing after a calamity grade. The Planet Burger manager quickly described the situation, stating that the cause of all this was that he received a message from the emissary to protect Dafis. He actually did not know about the relationship between Dafis and the Feni civilization, but since the emissary's position was higher, he could only obey. He kept subtly hinting that he was only obeying orders and was not the one to be blamed. After hearing the explanation, the Feni civilization upper echelon seriously said, "I've understood the situation. Go restrain the attackers for now. The nearest garrison base will send troops over right away and arrest them." Hanging up the communication, Planet Burger manager heaved a sigh of relief. Protected by his bodyguards, he quickly walked to the safe house underground while telling the secretary to contact Dafis on the way. At the same time, inside the city that already became a battlefield, Dafis suppressed the shock in his heart and fought intensely with the Guild of Gods players. In order to dodge the attacks from the sky, he could not fight at his full strength and planned to retreat. He was appalled by how absolutely lawless the players were. From the way he looked at it, it was unwise to keep fighting with these maniacs. Dafis felt more and more regretful about having messed with these people. At this time, the internal communication device of the mechanical suit suddenly rang. It was a call from the planet manager's secretary relaying the planet manager's message. Dafis' eyes sparkled. "You're saying that reinforcements are on the way, so I have to restrain these immortals as much as I can so that when they arrive, these brutes will all be eliminated?" "Yes, the upper echelons have already dispatched the garrison. Reinforcements will arrive very soon." The secretary's tone was respectful. Although Dafis was the one who caused this, he was the only calamity grade at the scene and was a member of the Feni race too. Planet Burger needed his help for the time being. "Okay, I'll stall them." Dafis hesitated for a moment but agreed in the end. It would not be easy for him to escape. The mechanical suit's travel speed was no match for the guild's fleet. If he left Planet Burger and lost the help he had, he would be in an even more dangerous situation. He felt it was better to stay there and work with the Feni civilization, wait for the government troops to arrive, and wipe out all the immortals. Anyway, he was in a good state for now. These enemies could not threaten his life for the time being. Furthermore, a ton of his subordinates had died, and he was filled with anger. His desire to fight back was tough to suppress. Hanging up the communication, Dafis stopped getting distracted by the thought of retreat, raised his mechanical chain axe, and charged into the players' formation. Everywhere he passed, electronic sparks exploded, and blood poured everywhere. At the same time, in the SWY-001 research lab, Master Hum. Something's happened. Han Xiao, who was studying the nervous system of SWY-001, received the message from Philip. He moved his eyes away from the research report and turned to Philip. "What happened?" "In the endless nebulae star field, a group of army immortals are attacking the colonial planet of a star system civilization." Philip switched to the surveillance footage and explained the situation. "What? They challenged a calamity grade on their own." After hearing the full situation, Han Zhao's eyes narrowed, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. This day still came. He had known long ago that as the average strength of the players grew, they would challenge calamity grades on their own sooner or later. It was destined to happen. players were always the representatives of anarchism. The stronger they became, the more uncontrollable they were, as they would gradually ignore all kinds of restrictions. The reason they had always seemed peaceful was that they did not have enough strength to really influence anything, and he had managed them well. However, at version 5.0, the players' peacefulness had almost reached the limit, and chaos started to surface. In his previous life, this was one of the key fuses of the calamity of the supers. Even with his influence now, there was no way he could change the player's nature. TSK. This won't be easy to settle. Han Xiao shook his head and sighed. He understood the situation. The enemy was someone who obstructed the players from taking over the black market. There was no problem with the players grouping up to attack him, and Han Xiao was not going to oppose that. However, the part that troubled him was that they violated the laws of the Galactic Society. At least be mindful of your image when attacking a boss. This meant that there were disadvantages to both rewarding them and punishing them. The former would make the players even more unconcerned with the laws, while the latter would hurt the leak's feelings and damage their sense of belonging to the faction. Neither were things he wanted to see. The person Han Xiao was most annoyed by was none other than the moron Jupiter. Black Star Army carrying out business? Please let us through? Is your face even bigger than mine? Did you eat the face fruit too? Even if you decided to fight a boss no matter what, at least don't expose who you are. Han Xiao was speechless. He exhaled and slowly said, "Too reckless. No matter what, it's best not to take the blame for this. The top priority now is to clean the evidence as much as possible." While speaking, Han Xiao pressed between his brows and entered the quantum network. With Philip as the transit station, his data stream quickly arrived in the guild battleship. The battle on planet Burger became ever bloodier. The defenses of the planet were mostly shattered by the Guild of Gods. Tons of their battleships were seized and made the guild stronger. The battlefield around Dafis kept shifting on the planet's surface. For cities had already turned into ruins. Facing the guild players' unending chase, Dafis' energy and stamina were depleting very quickly. He started to feel exhausted, and wounds no longer regenerated on his body. His status gradually worsened, and his combat capability unavoidably weakened. Boom! Dafis spun and swung his axe, flattening a pugilist player on the wall, and hastily gasped for air. Not daring to stop, he quickly took many big steps backward and dodged the attacks of more than a dozen cannon masters. The place where he stood moments ago became a crater. Not only were his muscles sore, but his brain was hurting like it was stabbed by needles too. After all, the mind was not the mechanical pugilist's strongest suit. The psychics and the mind mages of the Guild of Gods contributed a lot, attacking Dafis' consciousness every second. He basically could not dodge them at all and could only take the damage head-on. These attacks made up at least 60% of all the damage he took. Who? The reinforcements are still not here. Dafis checked his status and was not looking too good. From the moment he fell from his peak state, the issues began to snowball. He was almost at his limit. One who had never been surrounded by the players could not understand how horrifying it was, and Dafis finally felt it now. He initially thought he could last a very long time. Only now did he realize that he had completely underestimated just how difficult it was to deal with these maniacs. He misjudged the strength difference between him and the players. If reinforcements don't come soon and I keep staying here, this might be the end of me. The thought of wanting to retreat appeared in Dafis' mind again. However, at this time, he suddenly felt something and looked up at the atmosphere, surprised. Finally, an enormous fleet was quickly approaching. This formation was neat and fearsome. It was indeed the government military army the Feni civilization had sent. There were almost 2,000 battleships. The guild fleet had no chance of matching up to it. The planet burger manager, who was hiding in the underground safe house, saw the images of the battlefield and was overjoyed. The army is here. Ha ha ha, these brutes are done for. In the guild main fleet, Jupiter noticed this hostile army too, and his heart sank. *T. This looks like the local government army. We took too long. Seems like I underestimated the difficulty of this boss. A calamity grade who's free to move around is too tough to deal with. Is this mission still too difficult for the guild? Looking at the huge reinforcements, Jupiter began to despair. However, he then clenched his teeth and ordered the fleet to continue firing at Daphis. President, are we still not going to retreat? Poseidon asked in the channel. Retreat, how? We're already here. How can we give up halfway? If we leave, the resources we've spent will really all be wasted. All members, we must kill the boss today even if it costs all our revival counts. Jupiter clenched his teeth and told the troops to get ready to fire at the reinforcements. However, this enormous army suddenly stopped at the edge of the battlefield. Not only did they not fire, but they did not even move anymore. As minutes passed, Daphis, the planet burger manager, Jupiter, and the players all became confused. What, are these reinforcements here just to watch the show? The Guild of Gods was lost and had no idea what was going on. However, since these reinforcements did not attack them, they did not attack these reinforcements either and focused on attacking Daphis. The planet burger manager panicked. What are they waiting for? Why are they not attacking? He was panicking hard. He tried to contact the reinforcements many times but received no response at all. The joy on Daphis' face gradually froze. He was at a loss and could not understand what was happening. Under the influence of shock, he could not help but making wild speculations. Why aren't the reinforcements firing? There's a big problem. If not because he was waiting for the reinforcements, he might not have stayed to fight with the enemy. Yet, when the reinforcements had arrived, they only watched on the side and did not seem to want to join the battle. Is this the Feni civilization's plan? Keeping me here with an excuse so I'll be murdered in cold blood by the immortals, killing two birds with one stone? Is it because they feel I know too much, and now that they had no use of me, they're deliberately letting me die? Daphis was shocked by his own speculation, and he immediately panicked. Damn it, I'll be done for if I keep fighting. I can't rely on the Feni civilization. I have to leave. Daphis clenched his teeth and went into overload mode. His powerful energy blew the surrounding players away. Then, taking a round of focus fire head-on, he charged up into the sky. His mechanical suit's thruster operated at full power output. He turned into a stream of light and flew toward the atmosphere, wanting to escape the battlefield. However, at this time, the Feni civilization reinforcements at the edge of the battlefield suddenly fired, shockingly aiming at Daphis, who had just escaped the atmosphere. What? Extremely shocked, Daphis hastily turned on his shield. The next moment, he was entirely engulfed by the attack and took the full damage of it. Boom! After a chain of explosions, he fell from the sky and crashed to the ground, stirring up tons of dust. Kala kala. His already heavily damaged mechanical suit turned into pieces and shattered all over the floor. Daphis lay in the middle of the enormous crater facing up as blood gushed out from all the organs on his face. His entire body was suffering from burns. Some parts were even charred and giving off white smoke. The bones and organs in his body were a mess. He was severely injured. A ton of players rushed here from afar. Seeing this, Daphis clenched his teeth and forced his body to stand up. He was still shaking and had yet to recover from the stunned state the powerful attack had caused him. He could barely stand properly. Looking at the immortals surrounding him, Daphis felt the terrible state of his body, and a bitter smile appeared on his wounded face. Ahem. So this is it, getting tricked by the Feni civilization in the end. Daphis coughed with pain and knew that this was his final moment. Thinking of the bright future the Feni civilization had promised him, Daphis was filled with only regret. In the end, I trusted the wrong people. Taking a deep breath, Daphis felt like a hero facing his doom. Filled with frustration, sorrow, and rage, he yelled at the nearby immortals, "You want my life? Come take it. I won't stay here," and, before he could finish, the players around him attacked from all directions. Boom! Chains of explosions flooded Daphis. At the moment he lost consciousness, Daphis was filled with even more regrets. Couldn't you wait for me to finish my last words? The explosions lasted for more than 10 seconds before everything stopped. Dust settled, and air became clear. A completely burnt corpse lay on the ground with absolutely no signs of life. Seeing this, the many players paused for a second and suddenly started cheering. Nice! We finally killed him. We got the first kill. First kill. That was so King exhausting. This boss knew how to give himself more screen time. I was so confused. Did anyone record the entire thing? Send me a copy. Inside the guild main ship, Jupiter saw the guild kill Daphis with his own eyes and was finally relieved. The anger that filled his mind was finally gone. Having earned the first guild kill, all their efforts and the resources spent for this mission were not wasted. Jupiter looked at the Feni civilization government army on the side that had an unknown goal and frowned again. The consequences of killing the boss without caring about anything else seemed quite severe. He now had to think about escaping, and that fleet was probably not going to watch them leave. He knew that the chances of escaping were extremely low and almost negligible. Jupiter scratched his head. How about we all just die here? We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.